So I'm kind of of the mind that if Fox is not at the table, and really when people talk about the right wing, they're really Breitbart, Fox, and Coll. So Breitbart has to philosophically run the television, but practically they can't. AM radio is not really true, so I don't see that as part of it. But Fox, if you go to Fox, you're playing with this game. And here's the vice strategy. And we work with good relationship with Fox. You bring them in on the flow, the flow is criticism, right? Because they don't want Trump is talking about the vehicle girls in Russia. Then
Just standing. All right. I just want to, let me over there.
So we know
With the window and see if we can pull it back.
Audience is very different.
We also had
Probably not see my. Where do you want me over here?
Closer together. All right, good. Thanks. Steve.
Where do you want us?
Sabrina.
Morning, everybody.
There.
Welcome.
Where's Brian?
I am Steve Coll. I'm the dean here at Columbia, and we are delighted to welcome you to the school. Thank you for coming. I'm sure it's going to be a great day. A couple of housekeeping notes before I introduce Kyle, and the editor and publisher of Columbia Journalism Review, who's really worked hard to put this together. First, let me thank two partners, The Guardian and Reuters. The Guardian is providing the live stream today that's now underway. So please be aware that we're live and on the record today throughout. Secondly, I'd like to thank Reuters. Steve Adler is here, the editor-in-chief. Thank you, Steve. He's hosting the reception that will start, I think, at around 4:30. If you stay all day, you'll be rewarded with Reuters-funded cocktails at that hour. And I'd certainly like to thank Kyle and Melissa and the whole team up on the 8th attic floor newsroom of the Columbia Journalism Review. They've really worked hard to put this together. Faculty members and others who started talking soon after the election about the need to try to organize some convenings to bring journalists together to talk about the world that we're in. And you'll hear from Kyle in a moment. Still in the housekeeping realm, of course, you all came through that main door with the big exit sign in front of it. There is a second exit in the event of an emergency. You can go through that door. You'll go through a catering thing and loop back into the hallway. When you pass through that door, just be aware that it has that bar on it. It makes a lot of noise. It can be kind of disruptive. We'll have colleagues standing there with to kind of open and shut it, but just be aware when you're going in and out. It can be kind of noisy. Kyle will explain how we'll do the questioning today, and I don't really have any big notes to add by way of introduction, but I wanted to say one thing by way of welcoming you to this room. So this is the World Room. It's named for Joseph Pulitzer's main property, the New York World, which was the dominant paper at the turn of the 20th century. Had a big skyscraper that got knocked down in the 70s for some kind of bridge on-ramp. But that piece of stained glass was from the original building. And so this room was renovated a couple of years ago in recognition of that family, the Pulitzer family that started the school. So Joseph Pulitzer gave the endowment for the Pulitzer Prizes about 100 years ago, and he also gave the endowment that started this school. And so that's why he's so present in this room. But one of the joys of working here is just to be reminded of the durability of this profession. It was Pulitzer who, in the North American Review, wrote this very foresighted essay about journalism becoming a profession at a time when sort of the scientific method was first coming into vogue, and newspaper reporters were really more like the characters in the front page than the often middle-class pros that are with us in many cases today. And he basically talked about journalism aspiring to a covenant with itself, much as medicine and accounting and law were emerging as professions. And he talked about a kind of a self-conscious engagement with the scientific method, evidence and facts, and the benefits of this for an educated public in a democracy. And so it's just 100 years
and for those kinds of ideas to endure. And it's just I try to remind myself, particularly since November, we've been through a lot of weather, a lot of technology. I mean, the school was founded before radio, so we constantly and sort of lose sight of the context in which these disruptions occur. And so having a sense of confidence and resilience across long periods of time, I hope will be part of the way we think together today about where we are and where we're going. So I'll be back at lunch to do a conversation with David Remnick. I'll let Kyle explain the sort of shape of the day, and he'll introduce the first panel. So welcome, and please welcome Kyle Pope, the editor of Columbia Journalism Review.
Thank you, Steve, and thanks to all of you for coming. We're thrilled at the interest in this. There's in addition to streaming this out on The Guardian and on CJR, we're live streaming it downstairs, so students and other people who couldn't come can watch. As Steve said, on the questions, we wanted to get as many questions from as many people as we possibly can. So what we're going to ask you to do is, you'll see under your chairs there's index cards and pencils. If something hits you, write a question. We would love it if you would put your name and your affiliation on the card. You don't have to, but we would like that. And anyway, all throughout this conversation, if you have something you want to say, write it down, put your hand up. Somebody will come and collect the card, and we'll get the questions to the panelists, so we can address what you're interested in. This day is broken up into 4 chunks. This morning is a sort of roundtable overview of what it's like to be a reporter today. And all of these people are involved in either on the very, very front lines or as frontline thinkers about what it's like to be a journalist in the age of Trump. As Steve said, we'll follow that with a conversation between Steve and David Remnick. After that, there's a panel on fake news. It's led by Emily Bowell from Columbia's Tao Center. And then a look at the ethics of reporting on leaked data and the sort of influence of Russia, which happens to be quite timely. This is all quite timely. And then, again, thanks to Reuters, we'll have a reception afterwards. We hope you'll stay through the whole thing. It's sort of hard. There's so much to cover. It's like, how do you sort of, at what point in the pool do you just jump in? I do think that it's easy for us to forget amidst all the drama that's going on that, at least in my mind, I think we are living in, I think, one of the most exciting and challenging and exhausting and scary, but exciting times to be in journalism, certainly in my lifetime. I think in this building, students in future years are going to study this very moment that we're living in. It's such a terrific time for us to just pause for a second and reflect, because things are moving so incredibly fast. Let me get right to the panel. I would like to begin by sort of thinking about this question of how unusual is this period, because we've had there are conversations that go on both sides, like there's always been antagonism between a president and the press. Sometimes it's been quite deep. We clearly are in an extraordinary moment where we have a president who has sort of decided to focus on the media as one of his sort of planks. We are lucky to be in the room on this panel with a group that includes enemies of the people and a group of dishonest people, the lowest forms of life, actually. They seem okay to me, but we'll see. Elizabeth Buell-Miller is the Washington bureau chief of the New York Times. Started covering the White House in 2001. Beyond the name calling, what do you see as fundamentally different right now between the White House and the press?
Everything. I think you can hear me, right? None of us have ever seen anything like this before. I wasn't around for the Nixon administration. I was around, however, sorry to tell you, the Reagan administration. the very end of Carter as well. But the only thing people can refer back to is the Nixon administration in terms of its its vilification of the press. But this is so personal and so constant, and often, in our view, gratuitous. We're the failing New York Times, and the president went so far the other day in an interview to say that we were evil. I don't remember Nixon ever doing that. So that's different. Again, just the and dealing with the White House press office can be intensely difficult. I only get the really furious calls. I don't deal with them day to day like the White House reporters do. But that's what's different. Just the vitriol, and the other what's also different is right now the chaos over there in terms of trying to get questions answered and responses, and it's just. And also, you get Julie Davis, one of our White House reporters, was saying this week, that you can ask a senior administration official one thing, and you can ask two senior administration officials the same question. You get completely opposite answers, and these are quite senior people. So, in terms of covering an administration like this accurately, it's very difficult. I can just go on, but you can.
I'll come back to you.
But I want to say one other thing, though, for all the vitriol publicly that. It's a fairly accessible administration, even to the failing New York Times. So, and I could tell you that there are many times when we get attacked publicly by a certain person, and then that person is talking to us privately. So a lot of this is for effect and public consumption, obviously.
That point has been made to me before already, that this, in terms of the availability of the president to the press, it's a relatively open administration. Sabrina, you cover the White House for The Guardian and covered the campaign. What do you think of this question of the uniqueness of this administration's approach?
Well, I think that it's difficult to really overstate how integral the media is to this president's strategy, both in terms of dominating the news cycle as well as kind of fostering this resentment toward the media among his very core base of supporters, and trying to build a narrative around his presidency that in some ways will also depend on discrediting members of the media who might be reporting, as we have seen, around issues that plague his administration. A clear example is every poll which Brian will certainly speak to, that CNN put out was fake news until the poll that showed his speech was well received, and suddenly the White House is widely sharing the CNN poll. So which one is it, right? If it affects you negatively, it's fake. If it's something that you see as favorable, suddenly, then that's part of the game. And I think you've seen that with previous administrations. Of course, you have, you get into it with any administration, especially when there's a story they don't necessarily want to be portrayed a certain way, but this really personal, the personal attacks is new, and also the fact that there is a tendency to bar access too, because it's a retaliation toward reporters or outlets who have printed a certain story. That was a theme on the campaign trail, where outlets were blacklisted for a long time, and then we had this issue last week where several outlets were also barred from a briefing, and it just so happened many of those outlets had reported on, new revelations surrounding Russia and other issues and so forth. So, it's ironic because, it is true that privately you can get them on the phone fairly easily, and, they love to speak anonymously despite the criticism of anonymous sources. And, as we have learned, the president was his own anonymous source the other day. So, these are just some of the issues we're going to have to grapple with. But I do think that some of this is also because you have to recognize that this kind of idea of fake news is also somewhat critical for Donald Trump, insofar as, like I said, trying to bat down reports that they haven't necessarily been able to refute.
Brian Stelter covers the media and is host of Reliable Sources on CNN. So you've got a perch where you sort of see this interaction every single day, and you also have been the target of some of this vitriol that we're talking about. before that, you were at the Times. What is your sense of the tenor right now? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse?
I was at the Times for 6, 7 years, been at CNN for 3 years, and I feel like everything up until Election Day was rehearsal. I was literally just practicing, learning how to do my job for this moment, since Election Day, and really since Inauguration Day. I look back at my reliable sources programs from 2 years ago, and they hold up, but those were just rehearsal. That was just practice. It was just warm up for this act, because now there's this audience that is thirsty or even starving for information about why we do what we do and what our function really is, and are we really fake news? We're not. There's a role of explaining media that I think is suddenly even more important than it was before, as a result of this president's attacks. And I think it's a media reporter full employment act, which is a wonderful thing for some of the folks in this room, but it's so much bigger than that. There's an awakening, I think, among a lot of Americans about what we do and why we do it, and how we mess up and how we rise to the occasion. And that's and it's wonderful with CHIR, and it's wonderful with reliable sources. Clearly not the entire audience, however. Right? I think the big story that I'm trying to tell, and the story that gets beyond the hand-wringing and the concerns that I have deeply about the president's insults, is what it's doing to the population. Elizabeth, I had forgotten that just 3 days ago he called the New York Times evil. That was 3 days ago, and I had completely forgotten it. I'm going to write it down and talk about it on Sunday, because that is a poisonous thing to say. That is poison. And I don't want to let that kind of comment go. It's poisonous. But we can talk about that all day long. The importance of that is not that he said it, but how his audience received it. How his audience on Fox News, 2 million viewers on Fox and Friends, received that comment, and what they're going to do as a result of it. So if I can quote a professor from a competing journalism school, Jay Rosen put my mind to work with the following phrase. He said, "Some people in this country have opted out of journalism." To me, that's the big story that I'm trying to hone in on. The president's attacks are encouraging some people to opt out of journalism, but let's not forget, they're encouraging other people to opt in. And he's attacking the press because the press is powerful, uniquely powerful right now. So I think we all know our jobs, our missions. I think it's pretty clear. I think in some ways the president's attacks have had an effect of clearing things up and making it more clear what our mission is. And as Jake Tapper said the other day, we've always supposed to been watchdogs. We've always been watchdogs. It's much more clear now. Let's make sure we keep doing this for the next 50 presidents, that this is not an aberration, that this should be normal and is normal.
Yeah, I do think that there's been a sort of clarifying of mission and a kind of, I think that there's a silver lining to all this, which is I do think that some of the things that we've had to deal with as journalists as well, maybe the sort of coziness to dependence on access and I think Trump has helped us sort of clarify that.
The coziness during the Bush years and the Obama years, right? I went to the dinners during both presidents, and there was coziness in both occasions. And to your point about access is less valuable when the person is lying or making a misstatement or confusing the truth. There's this obsession with access, which I understand as someone who tries to book a Sunday morning show and tries to book people from the White House. But access only goes so far, as I think you're experiencing every day, that the access is less useful when folks are trying to confuse the public.
So John Carney was recently at the Wall Street Journal, is now at Breitbart News. First, tell me about why did you make that move?
I thought Breitbart is the most innovative and exciting source of journalism in America today. That's why I did it. I had my journal. I used to be a practicing lawyer. I started in online journalism. I helped build Business Insider. Part of me missed the entrepreneurial spirit of being able to do things that we could do online and innovate in a way that you can't do at a television network. I was at CNBC before I was at the Wall Street Journal and is slower at the Wall Street Journal. In addition, I thought that during the election, Breitbart's coverage was both unique and valuable, that if you paid attention to what Breitbart was doing, you understood better how America was going to vote. If you were reading Breitbart every day, you weren't surprised on November 8th. You said, this is what I thought was going to happen. And you only really found that out by reading Breitbart.
So how does it strike you when you hear previous three panelists talking about the war between the president and the press, the sense that he lies, this notion that we're in completely uncharted territory in terms, and it really gets to fundamental issues of what is the respect for the institution of a free press? How do you think about that?
I think war is a good metaphor because you can't have a war unless you have two sides firing at each other. And I have seen time and time again, actually what Brian was just saying, access is less valuable if you think the other side is lying. I read that the bust. So I read that the bust of Martin Luther King had been removed from the Oval Office. I also read that a U.S.-born Olympian who happened to be a Muslim was detained under Donald Trump, when in fact that happened during the Obama administration in December. There have been so many provably false stories that have been circulated by journalists that I think it is poison, and I think the well has been poisoned by people on our side, as well as I don't think necessarily that the response should be to call the New York Times evil, but I do think that journalists have been irresponsible in what I will call their selective credulity in believing every negative story that they hear about Donald Trump and the Trump administration. And I think that is dangerous, and actually the real threat to public confidence in the media is all of these demonstrably false stories that our colleagues have produced.
And you put colleagues to include members of Breitbart staff as well? Do you feel that there's an equivalency in terms of false stories on the left and the right?
Well, certainly not about, as I said, I think it's selective credulity about false stories about Donald Trump. And so I don't think that you're reading a lot of false news in Breitbart. I think they actually did the best job. They were the very first people to cover what Jeff Sessions was asked about contacts with Russia. The Washington Post story on that was fundamentally misleading, and Breitbart actually got it right. You understood the story better if you read Breitbart than if you read anybody else. Other people have now caught up and helped inform that story better, but the initial reporting was very bad.
Although I read Breitbart this morning, the lead story about Jeff Sessions isn't about the investigation, it's about how he thinks it's outrageous that there's all these leaks. That was the news that led Breitbart this morning. But we're going to come back to Breitbart. Jelani, we were talking about where we sit in this sort of spectrum of history. You wrote a piece for The New Yorker talking about the parallels between Trump and Joe McCarthy.
So I think that it's important. First off, I do want to say one thing, which is that I think sloppy reporting is its own indictment. However, Breitbart released the edited video of Shirley Sherrod. That wasn't sloppy. That was intentionally misleading. And so there's a difference. No one's going to defend someone not doing their job well, as opposed to someone actively creating something that's supposed to be kind of propagandistic or shock value or whatever the purpose of that was. That was an outright lie. But the other part of it, I think, is in terms of talking about the administration, when we've talked about being in uncharted territory, I think that's probably true for the executive branch, but the closest analogy I saw fairly early on, was actually to Joe McCarthy. And, McCarthy and Trump had the kind of common tie with Roy Cohn. But one of the things that as a graduate student, I worked with a biographer, David Oshinsky, who had written a biography of Joe McCarthy. And I remember him doing this really kind of in-depth examination of McCarthy's relationship to the media. And so what McCarthy actually set out to do was kind of game objective reporting, which is that people were reporting both sides of the story as if they were kind of automatically equivalent. And he used that to his advantage. And he just would say things that were not true, kind of outrageously so. And his strategy was to kind of lie exponentially while people fact-checked arithmetically. And so he's telling one lie, and you try to track that down, but he's told two more, and by the time you get to the second lie, he's on to four. And so much of what you were hearing was still going to be, what McCarthy wanted to get out. And interestingly, one of the things that reporters, and McCarthy had a kind of much more hostile relationship. He actually punched a reporter in the face in a coat room at a supper club somewhere. But he also kind of sparked this recognition among media in the 1950s, print media as well, obviously broadcast as well. But people began to fact check within stories, kind of parenthetically saying McCarthy has said this is not true. And it was interesting to see that begin to happen. I saw that happen on CNN, where sometimes Trump would say something and then there'd be a parenthetical, actually this didn't happen. And the New York Times began doing that as well. You saw that kind of recognition, and it was almost like history repeating itself, of people recognizing that the same tactics had been used over and again, and with a shocking degree of effectiveness the second time around, just as it had been early on with McCarthy.
The president's made it easier in some ways, right? I mean, he's freed up journalists to write very clearly. I don't know about you all. I write my stories much more clearly now. It's easier, actually, because he's describing something that's black when it's white or when it's white when it's black, as opposed to the grayscale that we're used to with politicians. 3 to 5 million illegal votes is really easy to correct and to write, no, that's not true. As opposed to what the president could have said, which is, there were some illegal votes. In which case, that's true, small number probably, and we need to investigate it. So he's made it easier in some ways to have those cable news chyrons on the bottom of the screen. And let's see if that changes. If you all noticed this week, he has not tweeted against the media. Mm-hmm. He's changing as we speak, his communication strategy.
I also think that there is a responsibility when you look at what the intent of the president's statements might be on the media to provide some context with respect to illegal immigration, with respect to Muslims, with respect to African Americans, especially because there is certainly an effort by the administration to try and bring people around to policies that even members of his own party are uncomfortable with. And in doing so, if you go to the fact checks, they do speak for themselves about claims that were made about Muslims celebrating on roofs of 9/11, or massacres that didn't happen with respect to terrorism, or the rates of illegal immigration that have actually gone down. No one is saying that it doesn't still exist, but as opposed to this idea that people are just pouring across the borders unchecked. And that's all done with an intent. And it is, and obviously the impact, it could be profound on entire groups of people, minorities who do not have a voice. And I think that some of that context and some of that more clear writing that you do see from members of the media is recognizing that if we don't do it, you are creating or at least participating in, not creating, you are participating in a misconception that impacts, as I said, entire groups of people who live in this country.
In fact, Sabrina, you wrote a really affecting story for The Guardian about what it was like to be a Muslim woman covering Trump during when he was announcing the Muslim ban. What was the response to that piece?
I was very fortunate that because I was very afraid to open up about that experience, the response was very supportive and positive on both sides. And I've covered Republicans, I've covered Democrats over the last 6 years, and I think people who know me as a reporter know that my only intention here was to try and contextualize how what we so easily dismiss as political rhetoric can actually impact communities, because if you have that interaction with the community, you are seeing firsthand how a soundbite actually changes someone's entire perception of being an American, of being here, and of creating fear within communities of what might come. And also to try and just, you have certain types of racism and xenophobia that have long been around, but this political discourse around Muslims is still fairly new and it's recent. And this particular election cycle was when it was at its most vitriolic. And so I think that it's helpful for when you look at how few Muslims there are in newsrooms to begin with. In some cases, there are none. I felt it was helpful to try and just provide that perspective so that your colleagues can see things in somewhat of a different way. Because it's true, I kind of wrote a line that said, it occurred to me in that moment that if someone says Pakistan, there are a lot of my own colleagues in the media who will just immediately think of this very frightening place. I mean, that's just the perception. They're not thinking like, oh, if someone bans people from Pakistan from entering the country, oh, that's like Sabrina's entire family, right? Because they don't think about that. And it's not to say, you can debate the policy all you want, but people need to know who the words are affecting and who the policies would impact. And so I think it was more to just share some perspective so people understand that, these aren't just words and these aren't just sound bites.
So, Elizabeth, given all of this, how does the New York Times strategize in terms of its coverage of Trump? I mean, I read in the paper this morning that you have these secure drop emails and you receive something like 50 to 100 tips in a day. But how are you, and I know the Washington Post and the Times as well is putting a lot of resources into covering the agencies and maybe less the White House itself. Talk to me a little bit about, given this president, how you're thinking about organizing the coverage.
Well, we actually have now, we put a lot of effort into covering the White House and investigations. We have 6 White House reporters now. That's a record. A lot of it is just because of the president's schedule. He's not tweeting this week, but a lot of times he's up at 6. We'll see. And a lot of them we ignore, but sometimes they're based on policy. So we need reporters up at 6 a.m. now and going till midnight. You can't do that with just 2 White House reporters. There's also a lot of travel to Florida, but so logistically we need more. Plus, yeah, they don't mind that much, but we need more. Also, and the pace has been so brutal, since the election, that you can't have people working, I'm sure, like 18 hours a day, day after day after day. We've also expanded, and I have to say our White House team it's like the all-star team. It's Peter Baker, it's Glenn Thrush, it's Maggie Haberman, Julie Davis, Mike Scheer, Mark Landler. I mean, all of them are just the best. And we brought Peter back from Jerusalem because we realized what we were facing. And then we've got Peter's fantastic. And then we've got an investigations team now in Washington, not just in New York. There's a special Washington investigations team led by Mark Mazzetti, and they have been leading the way on all the Russia coverage, the Russia stories. And Eric Lipton's on that team as well. So he was breaking a lot of stories on conflicts of interest early on, right after the election with Trump and his businesses. And then the Bureau now is, it's close to 85 people, maybe 90. It's the biggest it's ever been. So we're adding in these tough times. We're adding reporters. But I think what some of my colleagues here have spoken about the mission. I think what's happened in the Washington Bureau is this enormous sense of mission. And people are energized. They are working like they've never worked before because suddenly everything is clear. And our mission is to hold the administration accountable, cover the administration fairly and thoroughly, but also hold it accountable.
I have a question about this because I think it's extraordinary that the press sort of woke up after Donald Trump's election to a moment of clarity about its job. I think that's one of the things that actually people find alienating. It looks like, and I can't help but wonder if this isn't true, perhaps not of anybody on this stage, or maybe everybody except me, that fundamentally most journalists do not agree with the worldview of Donald Trump. They can't hear the phrase economic nationalism without thinking that this is bad. They do not like they come from I would say, globalist, secularist point of view, and the idea of a president who uses the phrase "America first" strikes them as disturbing. They like to come up with the idea that Trump is, the closest analogy is McCarthy, right? So, in other words, let's pick a demon out of the past and paint the current president with that color.
They had the same mentor.
Well, and you know, I recommend everybody read the William F. Buckley's book, McCarthy and His Enemies. It is actually very informative about the way the press reacted to McCarthy, not to defend McCarthy, but the press also lost its mind during that period as well, and did not behave responsibly.
So what's the question? What?
Well, I wonder, do you think you have do you think you have enough people who understand and sympathize with Trump's worldview in your news organizations? Or do you think that you are predominantly staffed by people who view Trump's point of view as not just wrong, but probably also evil?
Do you have enough people in your organization who disagree with Trump's point of view?
So when Donald Trump...
Well, you're a point of view organization, right?
But we
That's
also do
okay,
disagree.
Right?
When Donald Trump appointed the CEO of Carl's Jr. as his to be labor secretary, the Breitbart headline was, Donald Trump is expected to appoint a labor secretary who prefers foreigners to American workers. So we are not, we do disagree with...
Quite a point of view, right.
Trump did. We do have a point of view, and yes, it is one that is a center-right nationalist point of view. But my fear is not the usual, conservative complaint about, oh, all journalists are liberals, but we have a very specific point of view in the White House, and I don't think there's a lot of understanding of that point of view in our news organizations, and I think I've only been at Breitbart.
I think what you're describing is a real issue. I think it's a real problem. But I would say many journalists are trying their best to adapt to it and improve their understanding of the entire country and of the entire population. And the reason I say that is the example I was going to give. In the staff meetings now we have for my show on Sunday, we talk about who are our guests this week that are going to be Trump translators. And I say Trump translators because I don't mean necessarily Republican or conservative. I mean folks who either voted for Trump or who understand the way he thinks and understand the way he uses language. Because they're not the same as booking a Wall Street Journal columnist or booking, they're not necessarily conservatives. They may not identify as Republicans. They may not be on CNN's commentator list. Breitbart folks haven't come on the program, so I'm hoping John's going to come on soon. I'm going to say that publicly so I can get to shame him.
By the way, John, if you're questioning Brian, you should look at his socks. This is a man. This is a man who is
don't
patriotic.
Very patriotic. I hope they're made in America.
I'm wearing a red, white, and blue dress. I'm just
But he does not wear his patriotism on his sleeve, but rather on his ankles.
On his ankles. But I do think this issue of it is hard sometimes for us to find Trump translators, and we're getting better at it. But it is a difficult challenge sometimes if we are pulling from the pool of D.C. and New York journalists. It is a real issue.
John, just a second. Elizabeth, were you wanting to weigh in on this?
No.
Okay. I mean, it is telling of the moment we're in that there is this sort of political litmus test of what is a reporter's worldview, which is a sort of a new thing.
Can I say it's about more than worldview, though? I actually think there's a good number of journalists, including journalists who grew up in lower middle class settings the way that I did. I think it's less about worldview and more about competence. And journalists are watching an administration that does often, on many days, seem to be in disarray, that does contradict itself, that is hard to get answers from, hard to get the truth from. There are these basics about covering this administration that are different. And so I don't think it's all about worldview. I think a lot of it has to do with journalists are used to a normal function of government. They actually they kind of want it, right? It's a value. I would suggest it's a value a lot of journalists have. Thus, on Tuesday night, during the joint address, after the joint address, the commentary on television was noticeably different. Journalists were embracing what seemed like a normal president's speech. And there was, of course, a blowback to that from liberals saying it was inappropriate to normalize President Trump. But what I sense from journalists is that value of just, wanting things to operate the way they usually do. And that's not liberal or conservative. That's just, we can trust that the government's functioning. And I think a lot of the coverage has gone to that issue. And a lot of it's been based on anonymous sourcing about that.
I do want to say one thing, too. I want to parse a little bit that there's a difference between understanding his worldview and sympathizing with it. I think that there are people who have written critically. We had a series at The New Yorker called Trump and the Truth, And it wasn't for lacking an understanding of what he was talking about or what he was doing. I think that the criticism came precisely because people understood what he was doing and where he was coming from. But even objectively, there is a thing as a fact. And I think that's what people have been alarmed by, that we've had this movement toward a kind of a la carte approach to reality, that believe what you wish to believe and we'll find information to back that up.
I think you're
And that-
being too
and that
hard on
is-
fellow journalists when
and
you
that is-
say that we have an a la carte approach to reality. When Lester Holt said to Donald Trump during the debate, a federal court has said that stop and frisk is unconstitutional, that was not true. New York's style of implementing stop and frisk was unconstitutional. Donald Trump tried to make this point. He was met with a very combative moderator, and he was not able to clarify his point. And in fact, that case was appealed, and then De Blasio dropped the appeal. In other words, I think that the problem is, again, I like your metaphor for war. I think the problem is on both sides, and that as journalists, one of our jobs, and my old editor Jerry Baker has done a very good job of trying to remind the staff at the Wall Street Journal as well. Our job is we must not be selectively credulous when it comes to stories that paint this administration in a bad way. We must be, let's be more universally incredulous. It would be, and try harder to wait and investigate. Don't, we're all, a lot of us have criticized Donald Trump's, desire to jump on Twitter and tweet things. Journalists do this all the time as well.
True.
They retweet stories that they should not. I remember even when the Supreme Court heard the ACA case, and a lot of media outlets actually got it wrong. They misreported that the individual mandate had been struck down. I was a lawyer, I had told everybody who worked with me, we should wait till we actually read the case to determine what's going on and not try to be the first to report it. And people got it wrong.
Do you view Breitbart as a media criticism company? I mean that genuinely. I'm seeing so much media criticism from outlets that I would call pro-Trump or Trump sympathetic, that as a way to avoid defending the president or do reporting, there's so much media criticism, cherry-picking the screw-ups of individual reporters, rather than actually doing reporting.
Well, I think they do do a lot of media criticism. I generally don't do any of it at all. I'm a financial and economics reporter. I'm doing it here because that's what we're invited to do. But I think that. Do
you understand why it's so upsetting to folks when there's a cherry picking of the MLK bust mistake, which was just stupid, right? It was a stupid mistake. Most Americans never saw it.
I do not believe
until
it's
the president attacked Time Magazine for it.
I don't believe it is a mistake that a journalist would have made about the Obama administration, for instance. In other words, this fit in with journalists' view of who Donald Trump is, and therefore they were willing to believe what is, to me, you should just instantly know that is not something that would happen. But journalists were willing to believe it because they think that's the kind of person Donald Trump is.
For those of you who didn't follow, this was first few days, right?
First night.
January
20th.
A reporter from Time Magazine reported that a bust of MLK had been removed from the Oval Office. He didn't see it there. He later learned he was wrong. He quite quickly corrected it.
Within half an hour.
Within half an hour. But it was seized on for some time and still today. Quick reminder about questions. If anybody has them, lift them up high, and we'll get to you in a little while. I do think that the issue that John brings up about left, right, it really is about trust of the media, and do people trust the media? I spent part of this week talking to Trump voters in rural Pennsylvania, and was about their media habits and what they read, and one of the things that struck me is that they don't believe really either the left or the right at this point. This group of people was sort of the mind they just don't, they just don't rely on facts anymore, which is a really tough place for journalists to find themselves. What do we do about that? I mean, the Times took out an ad during the Oscars to talk about truth and trust. But where does that leave us in terms of moving forward to regain that trust? Sabrina, do you have any thoughts?
I think you just keep doing your job. And I don't think that, at the end of the day, you're necessarily going to win over a small faction of the public who have just decided that, the media is fundamentally untrustworthy. There are going to be, however many, 20 to 30% they might be. I mean, I hope it's not that many, but who will just not come around to believing what they read in certain newspapers or see on certain networks. But that doesn't mean that you adjust your reporting or you do it any differently. I think you should report on this administration as you would have on any other. I actually just wanted to come back though, because I think that to the point that was being discussed just before this question, I know that I could say I've seen a lot of reporting dedicated to Trump supporters and trying to understand what drives them now, what drove them to vote for him. Many outlets have dedicated a significant amount of time to going to these counties, to going to these rural areas, to understanding why people subscribe to this America First worldview, to seeing how the white working class vote drifted away from Democrats over to Republicans because of Donald Trump. We have a series at The Guardian that's ongoing where my colleague Tom McCarthy is going to go to the same county that flipped from Obama to Trump, and he already has gone. He's going to continue and track how they respond to this new administration as they have achieved, at least their first goal of electing Donald Trump to the presidency. And I would actually say, because the speech is a great example on Tuesday night, where I think maybe there are some ways where we're not actually writing as clearly as we can be. Donald Trump very much made a case for nationalism, for a very nationalist agenda, and that somehow kind of got lost in the style over substance way that we cover Donald Trump. Because anytime he sticks to a teleprompter and stays on script, it's a big deal. He's presidential, and the focus becomes very much on style, when I actually think we should be reporting the substance of what he was talking about. There was no shift, and it's not about agreeing with, or the media agreeing with or disagreeing with. That's not our job. It's about being very clear to readers and to viewers that what you saw on Tuesday was no different than what Donald Trump campaigned on. It was just, as one of his own administration officials called it was nationalism in an indoor voice. And so, do not describe pivots that aren't happening. Do not report on pivots until you have actually seen them substantively. And then you will have I think then you can be more truthful in what exactly is happening in Washington today and over the next 4 to 8 years.
I could say really quickly, I think that's true currently, but I also think for a long time the style was the substance. In that at the rallies, the fact that people were allowed to be as truculent as they were, and that the kind of vile, misogynistic slogans and T-shirts that we saw directed at Hillary Clinton, that was a kind of catharsis, and that whatever his agenda was, he was the person who was allowing people to feel like they had gotten this off their chest, and that was a significant part of his appeal.
Right, and that's why I said, be clear that there's been no pivot on immigration, because the rhetoric around immigration was so integral to also his success, to tapping into ways certain people feel about foreigners and jobs and where jobs are going and what their view is of crime. But be very clear when you're reporting on the speech on Tuesday night that substantively the points he's making to back up a policy agenda have not changed.
And by the way, if we're talking about covering Trump, I think this is what we have a hard time covering. I don't know if I fully subscribe to the idea that that's what the rallies were about, but we focus a lot on facts and checking the president's words. We have a really hard time exploring the emotions and the feelings of Trump voters and non-Trump voters. We can interview them all day long. It's still hard to truly cover what the emotions are of this administration and the sense of winning. If we can use the president's favorite word, what does winning feel like, and what does winning feel like now? And I don't know how to do it well either. I'm struggling to figure out how to cover this on TV. It's hard to talk about the catharsis, if that's what it is, because we are focused on his language and his words and the meaning of his words, and less on the emotions of his supporters.
One of the interesting things that I learned this week talking from this group, because I would ask them about the factual errors that the president had made and whether that bothered them, and they said no, that they think he gets to a bigger truth.
We have a hard time on television translating that
Right.
idea.
Right. Elizabeth, what about this question of people just don't believe facts anymore, and sort of what is the currency that we can work with as journalists?
Well, I agree with you. I think we just keep doing what we're doing. We've hired a lot of fact checkers, and I think that I think our readers believe us. That's as far as I can go. I mean, we need more readers. We're getting more readers, but I think we're never going to. I think the many Trump supporters who equate the New York Times, with evil, with fake news. I don't think that's they're ever going to be our audience. But we just do we keep doing what we're doing. And I know I remember during the campaign when somebody said, well, we didn't. Why did you believe everything he was saying? We didn't believe it. We didn't take it literally. But that's our job. I mean,
So, John, just one second. Let me just follow up.
Yeah, please don't interrupt me. Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Are you finished?
I thought you were going to ask me another question.
I am. So you don't view it as your. You said that our is our audience.
Well, we'd like a bigger audience, obviously.
But you
We're
don't
reaching out.
see it as a goal to try to sort of, I don't know what the word is, maybe convert the people who have a hard time believing the Times into Times readers.
I'm not sure how you do that beyond what we're doing. It's broad, deep reporting all over the world on this administration. I don't know what else. We have done a lot of stories that we didn't do during the campaign. Have gone out into the country and interviewed a lot of Trump supporters. So we're doing that. I don't think that's going to. I don't know if anyone has any ideas of what the New York Times should do. I'm ready for them. But I don't know what else we do other than
I don't think. I'm
tough
sorry.
journalism.
I personally don't think that saying we're just going to do our job is enough. And I respect the impulse because I want to say the same thing, but I'd like to push those of us in the room and watching. There's actually a lot more to do than just do our jobs and keep fact checking. It's investments in media literacy. It's multi-million-dollar marketing campaigns. It's wrapping into our reports the explanation of why we're doing the reporting. It's defending the use of anonymous sources with an administration that says they're not acceptable. I think there's a lot more, I don't have the answers either.
We're doing a lot of that.
You
We're
are, and I
doing a lot
noticed
of that
in one of
already.
your stories this week explaining why the sources spoke on condition of anonymity.
But we do that in every story.
But
That's a requirement.
some better than others, yeah.
But you always
Yeah.
have. But also, one of the things we're talking about is changing the way. This is sort of slightly off topic. The way we do datelines. It turns out that younger readers have no concept of datelines, or maybe not. I'm sure the younger people in this room do, but they know when it says Baghdad, they have no idea that the New York Times spends millions and millions of dollars every year in Baghdad. They think it's just Vice that's in Baghdad. So it's very disturbing to us. So what we're trying to do, they say, well, we've had these focus groups and they've told us, well, and they show a picture of a New York Times photographer in a war zone, and the question is, who is that? Oh, that's a Vice photographer. So it makes us crazy. So we're going to try and, that's one thing. It's but it's.
I think there are 100 things like that.
Yeah.
That we can do. And what did NBC pay today for Snap? $500 million. There are media companies and there are owners of media companies in this country who have a lot of money that can be investing this money in not just journalism, but a defense and an explanation of journalism. And I think right now that's a potent thing.
I won't go on, but we're also doing a lot of things, more first-person journalism, not every story, obviously, but just to bring readers more into, I was here in this country, this is what I went through, a lot more visual journalism. I mean, the Times has radically changed. And yes, we're getting new subscribers, but I guess there's nothing you can do beyond the absolute truth. That's my point.
Brian, one of the approaches that you've taken, in addition to reporting the facts and doing interviews, is you've sort of started these essays at the end of your broadcast. That sort of it's more than just the facts. It's sort of your take on what's going on in the world of media. is that part of what you're talking about in terms of us doing more than just reporting the fact?
Well, in my hour of airtime a week, I think there's value in trying to explain why we do what we do. And I realize I'm not going to reach everybody with that, but I can reach 1 million people at a time with why we do what we do, why we don't do certain things. I've been toying with maybe starting to just answer emails directly on the air from viewers about, why did that happen? Or why did that outlet screw up that way? Hoping that speaking straight to camera can have an impact, at least with a portion of the audience. I found that during the election, running clips and fact-checking those clips was a useful exercise, although I'm not convinced that that's the right way to fact-check or to correct a mistake. I'm pretty sure I'm just repeating the falsehood in those situations. So I'm trying to figure out what is the right solution there. But I do think all of this comes back to this issue of trust and this sense that we see it all in the polls. There's this divide in the country between those that prefer Fox and Breitbart and those that prefer other media outlets. And I love that both exist. I want to have both, and I want to have more experimentation. The way that Breitbart experiments, I thought your use of the word innovative stood out to me, John, in the very first answer. To have more innovation, but from many different corners of the media ecosystem right now is necessary. I'm surprised there hasn't been more creation since Election Day, meaning from the ashes of this election, there haven't been more startups and more new websites and new approaches. And I'm not saying my essay is one of those new things. I'm just, in my own little way, trying to figure out how can I take a few minutes of TV airtime and say something a little differently.
So, John, so we've heard sort of how people think that they can start to address this trust issue. Is it headed in the right direction, do you think, from your point of view?
I think I think people were very surprised when Donald Trump got elected. People in our industry did not expect that he would be elected president, and some of the initial coverage following Inauguration Day struck me as over the top and panicky. I think it has gotten better, and I think
do you think there's nothing to panic about?
I don't know. I don't.
I mean, honest to God.
So
I've known you like, what,
right.
14 years?
Yeah, so I don't think, no, I think there's nothing to panic about. In fact, I think that this is the beginning of this is the best beginning of a presidency that I have experienced in my adult life.
John, we're not on CNN. You don't have to play.
But what I mean is, we had a guy who said, I will build the wall. And what did he say on Tuesday night? All the press was reporting he's going to walk back stuff. And instead he said, we are going to build the wall. I've had friends say, is there anything Donald Trump could do that would really anger you? And my answer is, yeah, he could not build the wall. So in other words,
there's not going to be a real wall.
Right? This is what people say all the time. I believe there will be a real giant wall. And maybe it just got 10 feet taller because he might have heard you say that. But my point is that journalists saying there was no pivot. Yes, that's true. That's experienced by his supporters as something that is fantastic. As you were saying, it's the feeling of winning. A lot of people say, there's criticism of, his supporters didn't, said, why did you believe him when he said that, right? I experienced that with Obama, too. When Obama said, I'm against gay marriage, none of my liberal friends believed that. They said, well, he's saying that to get elected. He came around to being for gay marriage. I don't think many journalists in 2008 believed that in his heart that Barack Obama was against marriage equality. These things are not original to Trump, where your supporters are willing to grant you some rhetorical leeway. I think that's actually one of the symptoms of Trump derangement syndrome, is making things that have happened before and are quite common in politics seem new and unique and somehow particularly disturbing because they happen to have to do with Donald Trump.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So we have this thing about facts, like again, like so you making this hyperbolic statement is like going back to the crowd size debacle. But no, this is not the best rollout of any administration we've ever seen. You guys lost the national security advisor within the first month. You have an attorney general who said something shockingly similar to a lie to Congress. And this is in the span of a few weeks. And so, no, and you are right that people are willing to grant a certain kind of leeway when they agree with someone on a number of things. We could talk about the extent of the latitude that Bill Clinton got in the 1990s when his behavior toward women was very well known. And liberals who were opposed to things like sexual harassment in the workplace gave Clinton a great deal of leeway, probably should not have. But nonetheless, we are seeing something different, and we can actually say this objectively when PolitiFact says that 71% of the things that Trump said during the campaign were at least partly false. Like that was not someone saying, oh, we're just going to have Trump derangement syndrome. This was the empirical result of people actually analyzing what he said.
Yeah, PolitiFact, Coll, I brought up the Lester Holt debate disaster. I think that was a disaster for the media because PolitiFact rated Donald Trump's contention mostly false. That struck me as ridiculous. It was almost 100% true. He was not able to get out the rest of what he wanted to say. And so, those statistics about what is, whether statements are mostly false, I just find I don't think that we should do that as journalists, is tally up people's falsehoods, especially when there's a lot of subjectivity involved in it.
Exactly. So I want to bring this back. Let's bring this back to the media discussion. Jelani, on this trust point, and like, what do we do about the fact that people don't believe facts? Apparently, you teach at the school. What are your students saying about this as they're about to go into journalism?
I think it's been a source of consternation for students who are trying to say, if we are actually doing, really rigorous work, and people are just dismissing it, how in fact do we get a point across? I think that it was interesting what David Remnick did on his reporting about the charities and the charitable donations, where like in elementary school we were doing long division and they tell you to show your work, where he's literally showing what he did. I called these people, I spoke to these people, and so on. I don't know if that works, if that's scalable, but I think that we have to do that kind of thing to say, this is something that is verifiable, and this is something that we can actually point to. This is how we've drawn the conclusions that we've drawn. And we also, kind of not to, I guess, plug ourselves, we're actually teaching students social science techniques about how to bolster the way that they're approaching, facts and information, so they're more easily able to defend, the research conclusions and the journalistic conclusions they come to.
Did you have something? Okay. So I'm gonna start going through some of these questions again. Let us know if you have something you want to ask. This is from somebody from Institutional Investor, and it's kind of a tactical question. So how does this administration use on background briefings compared to how the previous administrations have done it? Elizabeth?
Well, they're always a problem because we hate them. I'd say they use them a little bit more, maybe, but they're not that much different really than previous administrations, and we've always had issues with them. They can do a background briefing with 50 people in the room, and the ground rules are administration official. So they do a lot of that, and they're we push against it, but they mostly do it on background actually.
I think the only thing I would say is, this president is, master of how to use the media and how to recognize how to drive a news cycle. And his administration, too, has figured out that, especially in this environment where they know that chances are, unless a major event has occurred, the 24/7 cycle will very much revolve around Donald Trump and what he is saying and doing. So there is a tendency, and we just saw it the other day with the immigration pivot that never came, to say we have an opportunity to drive hours of coverage by saying something in this background briefing and giving people the sense of, oh, an administration official said this on background, and really run with it, with the intent of actually putting out a narrative that may in the end not hold up. So, I think that, people have always had background briefings to unveil a policy. People have always, but the policy's coming. And then in this case, this administration has figured out we don't have to have an executive order we're rolling out today. These guys will cover whatever it is that we're going to say. And they will do it comprehensively without any real ability to verify until and when the president actually follows through.
This comes from somebody at NYUJ school asking about, we were talking about Trump translators, who can understand the thinking of Trump's base. This person wants to know, how do the rest of us access and get through to Trump's base? But I also think there's a secondary question of, and John, you may have thoughts on this, like if people on this panel are looking for somebody to sort of convey Trump's view, do you think they're going to the right people?
I think Brian actually brought this up earlier. It is a big challenge. In many ways, Donald Trump broke the format of television news, where you'd have a Republican and a Democrat, and they could debate the issues. Sort of classic crossfire. Mike Kinsley and Pat Buchanan when I was young, and then they would each have a guest on their side, and they would have this debate. That stopped working with Donald Trump because most of your traditional Republican side guests were anti-Trumpers, and that's why a lot of my criticism about not getting the Trump point of view it's not exclusive to mainstream media. It's not exclusive to liberal media. The conservative media also was in a panic about the election or the campaign of Donald Trump. Many of the outlets on the right tried to stop him from winning the nomination. So I think it's a challenge because I think I don't think it's that people don't want to have people who are Trump translators on. I think just the traditional people you would go to tell you what a Republican president thinks about something aren't effective at that anymore.
Yeah, one of the sort of best insights I heard on my program last Sunday was from Amy Kremer, a Tea Party activist in Atlanta who is now running for Congress. She said, I'm just tired. I'm tired of all the negative coverage. And my family members are tired. And I thought that word tired really helped me understand what's going on right now. That there are a lot of voters who aren't obsessed with the news cycle the way all of us are, who don't watch every day, read every day, who are just consuming this news kind of as sponges, getting the sense that there's a lot of negative stuff going on, and just they're tired of it. Their guy won. They don't want to hear it. And I think we need to remember that most people that consume media and news, they're not junkies. They're whatever the opposite of a junkie is. They're consuming kind of casually, here and there, bits and pieces, Fox in the background, CNN on the wall. They're just soaking it up here and there, and it's great that there are junkies, because that pays my bills. It gets people watching CNN, but most people are just paying attention on the edges, right? Or at least a lot of people are.
Elizabeth talked earlier about this exhaustion factor. In fact, Brian, in your newsletter this morning, you were talking about how you're exhausted and your job is to cover this, and you're kind of getting tired of it.
And I think that speaks to some folks tune out as a result, maybe. It seems that there's so much news. And I think there's an opening to create products and apps and Facebook pages and new news organizations and newsletters and brands that appeal to those folks who, let me give you an example. I'm not going to say who said this to me yesterday, but someone said to me yesterday in my family, Brian, what does the Attorney General do? And it is that basic, right? And I actually think most folks, I don't want to say most, I think many folks actually don't know. And when we start the segment by saying Jeff Sessions, before explaining what the heck the AG does, I think we're missing a lot of people. Trump supporters, Clinton supporters, people that didn't care. And I wonder, where is the creation right now of new stuff made not for the folks in this room, but for the people out on Broadway? There's a big audience I think we can tap into.
Elizabeth and Sabrina, I'm interested in this question of how do you find people who can sort of convey Trump's point of view or give you a sense, either from supporters or even the administration itself? I mean, is this something that you find a challenge?
You mean within the No, I mean, people in the White House talk to us all the time, despite all the public stuff, and despite getting, banned from the briefing last week. So no, we have, I don't think that we missed Trump's point of view by talking to the president, talking to his top people. I think, and, we reflect that. I was going to say, and we go out into the country. And by the way, it's not just rural areas who supported Trump. It's people who we all know. It's professionals. It's people in cities. It was. I mean, there were a lot of in the rural areas. So it's not just. We do these stories sometimes and going out to Louisiana, and you don't have to do that actually.
Right. Suburban women in the end.
Yeah.
There are parts of Brooklyn that went majority Trump, actually.
The first person who told me that they were voting for Trump was a black cop in Newark. And so, but if I can use this as a moment to kind of segue, I do want to say, obviously we're discussing media here, but media is not the only institution that's been very alarmed in this way. So I think that this is part of a broader conversation. When we looked at world reaction to the election, these were not people who were in the siloed corridors of kind of the media outlets. These are people in different places around the world that also saw this and said that this was something they thought was, at the very least, inimical to their understanding of what America had always been.
I have a lot, as you can imagine, a lot of questions here, John, about Breitbart and about its connections with the alt-right and with Milo Yiannopoulos and with the sort of the parts of the site that don't have anything to do with news. How do you explain that in terms of your role there? Is this something you just ignore, or how do you think about it?
Well, first of all, as I said, I do think that Breitbart did a better job of covering the 2016 election than most traditional media, that you had a better sense for the direction the country was going to go. So, and then phrases like alt-right, which has recently become was a phrase I had never heard before, and has recently become a devil term. When I looked into the history of it, though, it originally meant something much broader. Now I think it means, I don't know. I know many people on the right. My brother Tim Carney is a Washington Examiner columnist. He's actually now the op-ed and editorial page editor there. He's never been a mainstream conservative in some ways. But I don't think he ever described himself as alt-right. I actually never met somebody who described themselves as alt-right until that became a sort of a big thing in the media. And I know Milo actually wrote an article like profiling, people who might be alt-right, but I sort of think that is a.
Well, let's forget the term. I mean,
Sure.
Have there been things either that Milo has written or said, or others that you have found objectionable on Breitbart?
Sure. I'm not going to try to defend everything everybody who's written for Breitbart has ever said.
What about just him?
And by the way, I wouldn't defend everything everyone ever wrote for the New York Times either. I mean, that's to be fair to Breitbart.
I mean, I wrote for the New York Times. My very first piece of professional journalism was for the New York Times. So maybe I'm tainted.
But then again, the New York Times doesn't have a black crime tag, so like there's this past of Breitbart, and I think maybe that's not the same as what Breitbart currently is.
What I would say is that if you want to see the way news should be being written and made, tune into the financial and economic coverage of Breitbart. It is going to be very excellent. And I'm not trying to dodge your question, by the way. I think Milo is a controversialist, and he has said many very controversial things. I don't think that
you found objectionable, or no?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I have definitely not read everything he's written. There have been things that I've read. I don't think I would regularly describe feminism as cancer. Is one of his is one of his tropes. But that, I also, when I wrote for the New York Times, that didn't mean I agreed with David Brooks. And when I wrote for the Wall Street Journal, it didn't mean that I agreed with Bret Stephens. And so on. I don't think I've ever written for a publication where I agreed with everything that was said in it, except maybe in the early days of Deal Breaker when I was the only one writing it. So,
there you go. Where is this? And there's a couple of people have asked this sort of like, what's the sort of nightmare scenario here? Like, how dark does it get between the White House and the press? I mean, right now we're basically in the realm of name calling and villainizing. But what is your view about where it could go from here?
Look, I have to say one thing about that because with respect to members of the media sometimes making mistakes, and again, no one on this stage here in these chairs is defending those mistakes. You have not had, a president who will use the power of that office to single out reporters by name, and to even tweet and tag reporters repeatedly, knowing full well what kind of hostility exists among his supporters and what kind of impact that can have. Because I'm not trying to create a sense of hysteria. There are reporters who repeatedly met with, including myself. I mean, I have not been called out in any way, but just because of the nature of how people respond to you, who were met with threats, sometimes on the basis of being a Muslim reporter, or a Jewish reporter, or a female reporter, and sometimes just because the president on that day had decided to tag you as a reporter and call out your reporting, who are receiving death threats, and you don't know at some point whether this is just someone sitting on their laptop in a room, or whether this is someone who might actually track you down and act upon that anger. And I think that, there was this common conversation we had is, let's just hope no one gets hurt, that it doesn't take someone getting hurt to realize, what the power of this platform is. Because certainly, like I said, previous presidents, of course, they sparred with the press. Of course, they had their arguments with various organizations, but they did not repeatedly single out by name. Again, knowing full well that they have a base or a coalition of followers who are very angry with the media, and it's one thing to be angry, it's another thing to open up someone or expose someone to what could be a very real threat.
Right.
Can I say just really quickly, about 6 years ago, I think it was, I was in Moscow and I had dinner with some staffers from Novaya Gazeta. And they were talking about Anna Politkovskaya and what it was like to report in a place where the regime does not even bother to disguise its antipathy and hostility toward you, and what it's like to do a job when you know domestically that your life may be in danger. And I remember being shaken by that dinner. That just stayed with me. So last summer, when Trump was being questioned about his adoration or his admiration for Vladimir Putin, and it was pointed out that Putin purportedly kills journalists, and his response was, well, we kill people too. I think that this was the best you could say about it, is that this is so profoundly naive about, one, the bully pulpit of the White House, and what kind of impact that has, and what kind of influence that has, and the danger that you actually expose people to in speaking irresponsibly. And then beyond that, I covered Dylan Roof's trial for The New Yorker. And in his confession, when he's being interviewed by the police, he says that he did what he did when he killed those 9 people based upon statistics that he saw erroneous statistics on black crime. and believing that white people were constantly kind of besieged by black criminals, and he did this as a gesture of retribution. This idea that somehow you can just put out fake news or false information, and it doesn't have the potential implication of endangering someone's life is absolutely irresponsible. And it's something that we should, especially on this panel, it's something that we should be mindful of because we don't want to have a better understanding of a first-person understanding of what those journalists from Novia Gazeta were saying to me in 2011.
I do think it's important for us to, in rooms like this, imagine how bad it can get. And I say imagine, not assume, but imagine how bad it can get. There was some failure of imagination before Election Day in a lot of newsrooms, and we shouldn't repeat that again now. We should think through the scenarios involving tax audits and lawsuits against newsrooms and revocation of credentials and Espionage Act uses, hoping that never will come to pass. But I think we need to imagine it, and clearly media lawyers already are, and they're preparing for those sorts of scenarios. I think it's important not to I think folks were caught off guard last week when CNN and the New York Times and the LA Times and the Guardian were kept out of that briefing with Spicer. Some folks were surprised. We shouldn't be surprised. We should prepare for those scenarios. Now, let's also note there was solidarity that day. The Journal and Bloomberg and others said if that ever happens again, we're not going to go to the briefing. And it hasn't happened am I right? It has not happened this week. So maybe that was, I'm looking for positivity here, right? What we've seen from the president are words, mostly not actions. And so you don't think we should be overly dramatic about it. But I do think in the back of our minds, we should imagine how bad it can get, because you can see mergers be blocked and tax audits against journalists and Espionage Act uses and all of those. And by the way, that's just the first two innings of this potential game. So I do think it's important to think through those scenarios.
Elizabeth, what is your take on how you think about where this could go and how it could play out?
Well, we've been through it with the Obama administration, so of course we worry about leak investigations, reporters called to testify. Espionage Act's never been used before, but these are conversations we're having right now. We worry about that. And again, the leak investigations, that went on in a big way under Obama, so we're expecting more of the same. So we're being extremely careful about the way we talk to our sources, things all newsrooms are doing right now. A lot of caution, a lot of meetings in person, not using phones, email, that kind of thing. But we'll see. I also know that Donald Trump is very unhappy with the way it's going with the press. He likes press coverage, and there is a sense at the White House this has gone very badly for them. This is not what they wanted, and maybe we'll see some change. Who knows? But that was an insight to me this week when I heard back from our reporters that the White House is really upset about how this is going. They haven't handled this well, and they're going to try and do something else. We'll see.
I think we have time for one more of the audience questions. This person is trying to understand the psychology of the president when he's attacking the media, and in the sense, is this all trying to bait the press to respond in a way that appeals to his base? And if so, do we need to modulate our response as a result of that? John?
So this is one subject that I'm not an expert on, which is why does Donald Trump attack the press? I pay a lot more attention, to be honest, to what we do. One thing I did want to...
Do you think we overreact?
I do think that there is a little bit of a panic where the idea that freedom of the press will end in the next 8 years. This isn't going to happen. As I put it to somebody, if Donald Trump ordered the U.S. Army to take over the New York Times building, the U.S. Army would not do so. There are limits to presidential power in our system. So there is a little bit of a panic there. And there's also, I think, because so many in the media only hear only get attacked, for instance, by, as you were saying, Trump's fans. Go ahead and read, I'm at Carney on Twitter. Go ahead and read the responses that people send to me. I also get threatened and, get called very nasty things, particularly even when I was at the Wall Street Journal, because of my reporting on Fannie and Freddie somehow became an emotional issue for a lot of people. But since coming to Breitbart, the sort of outpouring of hatred towards me has been incredible. And so I think if you're a critic of Trump, or rather Trump is a critic of you, you probably are hearing it from his fans. But there's as much, if not more, anger with his critics and opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned, for example, about what would a DDoS attack against the New York Times look like, some sort of attempt to hack and disrupt or shut down the Times site. But I would also be concerned about that at Breitbart. And the point is that the press freedom is the freedom of the public. And it's not just about the New York Times or CNN's newsroom. It's about any of these newsrooms. I do think that right now his words, they're mostly just words. They are having an eroding effect. I think of his words like a wave on a beach. Every time the wave hits the shoreline, it erodes a little bit of sand. And then the wave hits again, a little bit more sand. And then what are we doing? I guess we're beach replenishers. I don't know. What are we doing? We're bringing in sand dunes to try to firm our situation up. His words do have impact, but it is important not to overreact to them. Not to, in my case, rush to the camera every time. I was really glad I was away that Friday when he called us the enemies of the people. That I didn't have to talk about that at all.
I have 2 points to make about this. One is just, look, I think as I said in the kind of opening piece, I do think there's something very strategic about the way that Donald Trump attacks the media. I do think it is imperative to his ability to construct a narrative around his presidency and to communicate with his base of supporters. I think that as far as the reaction from the press goes, there is a challenge that I think we face with respect to how much do you want to be part of that game? If he is attacked, are you trading, that kind of, are you willing to make a trade in return for access where, you're outraged one day because he's attacking the media, but then you still want the access, so you're still willing to kind of, let it go and then try and get it. I'm not saying you should stop going to the briefings, but then obviously it kind of undermines the argument if then you're rushing to try and get into the briefing and then come out with whatever message it is that they're trying to put forward, and then the next day they're back to attacking you, and it can't be like a shifting every single day between in terms of that relationship. I think you have to make a decision. And the other thing I just want to say is, look, I share in being frustrated with attacks on the media. I'm not trying to downplay the significance of also questioning, the role of a free press, but one of the things I do want to tell people in this new administration is to also focus on diversifying their newsrooms. I think that should have been happening under any administration, but it is somewhat frustrating. I've seen frustration in many communities that the press seems to get the most outraged when the attacks occur against members of the media. And when attacks are being made, blanket statements about people of color and women and other LGBT groups and others. There's reporting on like a very controversial comment, but there isn't an outrage really, because I think it doesn't affect most of the media because the media is not very diverse, especially in Washington. And so I think that people should also keep that in context as they report on this next administration. Again, it's about having more of those voices in the room who can try and take a step back and decide, is this really going to be the ongoing story, or is there something more substantive happening that's worth focusing our attention on? Because the attacks will continue.
Just want to say one thing. Maggie Haberman is our Trump interpreter, and she has covered him for a long time in New York. And she makes the point that a lot of this is not strategy. Trump desperately needs the media, and it has driven him crazy in the last couple of months that he has not been able to control the media the way he controlled the media when he was here in New York. And so don't. She always says, don't think these tweets are strategic. They're just. He's hanging out watching TV. He sees something on CNN. He sees something on Fox that bothers him, and he tweets. It's not, and he loves the attention that comes with it, all the scurrying around worldwide that happens. So let's not forget that. I think Maggie's got a lot of insight into him.
Jelani, I'll give you the last word.
I think that for those of us who believe in democracy, we have cause to be alarmed that we should be, when people say that we're overreacting or people kind of hyperbolic or whatever, I think that we should take democracy seriously. And not simply because it's this institution, but this institution is an important one as it relates to what we're trying to create in the world as far as democracy is concerned. Whatever comes out of this administration, I hope that at the very least we will have clarified our terms, that the norms of democracy are probably as important as the laws and the Constitution, and that when we see those norms being eroded, we as kind of professionals have a responsibility to actually write about these things and respond to them in the way that we think is most consistent with what the First Amendment prescribes. And I hope that we can all continue doing that.
Please join me in thanking this panel. We invite you to lunch, which is waiting for us out in the hall. Please keep in mind that the break is pretty short. We'll be back with Steve Coll and David Remnick in 15 minutes. Thank you.
You're probably going to want to use it.
Oh, sure. I'll give you my email address.
Just throw those
It's good. This is the new boss. Yeah. I like this. I was very glad the chocolate. It's pretty
we have a cloth.
To introduce you.
There are a lot of reporters motivated right now. There's a lot of reporters motivated right now to understand what did and did not happen in the election, what did and what didn't happen. A lot of that stuff.
Excuse me?
Chasing you down.
Please stop.
I'm really glad you guys invited me.
Anything else?
Yeah, but also, I also realized.
Yes. All right. You good? Yes. Thank you so much.
You want to get this in the back?
Yes. Hold on. Yeah, it's okay. So, great. So, do people trust media nowadays? Wonderful. I
Everything that has to be
that's our job,
I'm all for it. Since that's but yeah, no, I may have a very thick skin
Quick question. Just one question. TV independent.
You guys are the same. Putin is now a central player in American politics. We had previously viewed Russia and Putin as international institutions, but we hadn't thought of them as a domestic. Right now, it's probably one of the most central players in the So, Americans are to have Russia be such an important part of national politics.
Trump will change his stance on Ukraine. Yeah, we don't know as well. Just asking you.
I have no idea.
I mean, he did actually define his stance before.
Yeah, you're gonna have, there are other people here. Me as a Russian
We would love to exchange cards. Maybe we can meet some other time to discuss it longer. Our headquarters are in Soho, so thank you so much. We're very excited.
Some people should come up, right? And my point is, I think most kind of expression. They're unfamiliar with it.
Thank you for what you're doing. I'm completely, thanks again.
We are one people with one destiny. That's So far from being racist, America is always been a multiracial society.
Take a seat. Folks, if everybody could please sit down so we can get started.
Bring up the Middle East. Why don't you make those Oh, good. So I can ask Steve.
Hey, man. How are you? Good to see you.
Good.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you again for being here. This is David Remnick. I'm Steve Coll. And we're in conversation for the next
4
hour.
hours.
4 hours. And same MO. My colleague who just had a line on, there she is. She'll collect your cards, and we'll start just between the two of us.
If any of the cards at any point says, enough already, we're bored to death, yes. We're good listeners.
Yes.
Okay.
So you know something about Russia, so I'd actually like, rather than asking you about covering Trump, just maybe start with the story. You had a byline on a story just last week that broke a lot of ground. It's not hard, I think, for most of us to discern Putin's motivations in all of this. In your kind of journalistic reporting journey over the history of the contacts and the questions about the new administration's relationship with Russia, did you come to some view about why President Trump has been so engaged with Russia, or does it seem a mystery to you?
Of course it does. Yeah. Of course it does. There's even the possibility that he has some geopolitical, ideological analysis of the question itself, but that doesn't seem likely. Look, I begin by stipulating this. Even the hack, which 17 American intelligence agencies agree happened, was done by the Russians, and was done to favor one candidate over the other. You have a declassified intelligence report on that. And if you read the declassified intelligence report, it is filled with assertion and compelling assertion. But I, as a citizen, and certainly as a journalist, want more. I want evidence. We all lived through 2003 and other incidents in the history of intelligence that should give us at least some sense of pause. I think you know what I mean in terms of the Iraq War. That said, 17 intelligence agencies, having themselves been through the trauma of the Iraq War, is pretty compelling. And their argument is on evidence is that they can't give up much evidence because if they do, they give away human sources, which they can't do, technological means, which they say they can't do. So this is a question. And it's not just a question of the left or some on the far right or whatever it might be. I think it's a legitimate, at least at the very minimum, cautionary way to begin any conversation. As far as Russian motivation, I don't think it goes without saying. I think there's a very complicated set of motivations for why Russia wanted to do this. The simple answer, the shorter answer is they wanted to avoid a Clinton presidency, and there's a long history as to why. I think they thought that Clinton would win, and therefore they wanted not just to avoid it. They couldn't avoid a Clinton presidency in their minds, but at least let's destabilize it. Let's throw it off its center. That's a pretty profound motivation. And the history of this, as I hope we make abundantly clear in this piece by Evan Osnos and Josh Yaffa, who's in Moscow, Evan's in Washington, and myself. It's the first collaborative piece I've done in I don't know how many years. How
many triple bylines have there been in the New Yorker?
There used to be triple bylined talk pieces, but with the bylines invisible. I think it was like 3 people who wanted to go see the Stones. They got free tickets. and stoned, they wrote the piece, and they published it. But I can't remember, Judith, can you, anything, even a double bind? It escapes memory, and it was really fun to do, actually, because other people do work, and you just put it in there. It was really awesome. Laying brick. So to go back to your first question, which was?
Well, what's Trump's motivation?
Well, who the hell knows? I mean, here's what's suspected, and underlined suspected, that possible collusion because he might have the same interest in the outcome of the election as the Russians. Again, suspected. I'm not asserting this. This is the possibility. The second is financial motivation. As Steve knows better than I do, Donald Trump was in financial difficulty for a very long time and couldn't get credit in standard means and through American banks. How did he get credit? How did he get cash? Where was it coming from? We have some information already that there was help from Russian sources. And, you know, on and on this goes. All this speaks to, Steve, is the journalism keeps forging ahead, which I think is really impressive. I think we're seeing the results of the first newspaper war between the Washington Post and the New York Times since maybe the Watergate era, which is incredibly good for the Republic. I hope others will join in for it, but that's the nexus of what's going on, is the Washington Post and the New York Times. You're seeing other stories from all other various places, the New Yorker, various other newspapers and websites that are very interesting. But so far, journalism has carried the ball. Right now, but in order to get subpoena power, in order to have people to be actual witnesses rather than anonymous sources, you need to have investigation on the Hill. And right now, you're seeing enormous resistance to that, especially on the House side. Senator Burr, who seemed like he was going to be do his duty, has been maybe a little bit more suspect. Senator Burr has had ties to the Trump campaign. It remains to be seen where you're going to get a fair and open investigation, and what the FBI is going to do, and what intelligence is going to do in general. This is all up in the air. And so far, journalism has carried the ball. And if there's ever been a moment where the importance of what the students in this room are learning how to do, and what the journalists in this room and the faces that I know are all about, I've never seen it more acute than now.
So on the night of the election, I think you wrote a column. You called the result of the election a disaster for the country, but you also were very early in writing about not normalizing the new president. And you seem then to have marked the departures that his election represented for you. You've covered authoritarian governments abroad. How would you describe the departure that President Trump represents in your thinking about coverage, in your thinking about voices? How dangerous do you regard him to be?
Well, when Donald Trump was a real estate figure and also a major figure in the New York jokescape, who cared? I mean, he was great for business for the New York Post and Spy magazine, and he was one of those outsized figures like, you know, George Steinbrenner, or, you know, a New York character. And it was relatively harmless. What do we have here? We have in the first stream, you have someone who comes out of an American stream of politics that we've seen many times before. Nativism, xenophobia, racism, maybe above all racism, misogyny. These things have been announced in American politics before, whether it's the know-nothings or the Longs in Louisiana. All kinds of demagogues have appeared on the American scene right-wing populism, as John Judas really makes very clear in a short but excellent book on American populism, and differentiates between right-wing populism and American populism. This notion of populism that emphasizes an other, African Americans, women, whoever it might be the enemy. We've seen that before in American politics. We've never seen it in the White House. So that to me represents something, use whatever word you like, but exceptional, dangerous, worthy of the deepest level of concern. That's one thing. An attitude toward the Constitution, I think, as Jelani Cobb was describing in the panel before this discussion, seems tenuous at best as well. Look, I wish the piece that I wrote on election night, which had an element of, I hope, analysis and description, but also an element of emotion, I wish I had been completely and utterly wrong. As a citizen, as a human being, as an American, I wish between November 8th and right this day, I had been proven completely and utterly wrong, and Donald Trump was merely a Republican conservative of some variety. I'm going to say this may be shocking to you, but I think the most normal thing he's done at this point, even though the seat was stolen by McConnell and friends, was the appointment of the Supreme Court judge that he's put forward, Gorsuch. I mean, he's not my cup of tea. He's not what I want to see. He's going to do things in the Supreme Court that, just as an individual with a point of view in the world, I'll find, let's just say, hard to swallow. But swallow it I will, because he's qualified in the standard sense. I hope there's a battle on the Hill. I hope we find out a lot more about him and all the rest. That's in the realm of normality. Calling the press an enemy of the American people, the creation of a nativist fervor, the appointment of Steve Bannon to be your main counselor on so many things, an inaugural address that sounds more appropriate to the State House steps of Baton Rouge in mid-century than to Washington in the 21st century, that seems to be not normal. And so, I believe somebody else was saying this prior, so to take when he goes in front of the joint session of Congress and gives a speech, and fire does not come out of his mouth, and we treat this like Lincoln's second inaugural, that to me is a dangerous moment in normalization. It's interesting that that moment was followed in about 25 seconds by blockbuster stories about what is loosely being called Russiagate. So I don't think it's going to settle down. And as much as we don't necessarily enjoy living such political lives where you both have to turn on the news and don't want to turn on the news, such is our fate at the moment.
So on the subject of his relationship with the media, I've never met him. I read that he came to Condé Nast and met with editors.
He did.
There was that transcript of his roundtable with the New York Times when he called it a great American institution before he called it evil this week. He does seem, from a distance, it seems like someone who really needs
he contains
and wants,
multitudes.
Yes, yeah, well, but he wants the media's approval. He seeks it out. He's always been on the phone to reporters.
Oh my God. Well, sometimes he's on the phone to reporters as an anonymous source under another name, which makes his critique of anonymous sources hilarious, were it not so tragic. Yeah, there has always been a neediness and the sense about Donald Trump that one of the central components of his, and I don't want to have cheap psychology here, but it's clearly one of his greatest obsessions is, what do you think of me now? How, enough about you. What do you think about me? This is it's a a neediness that makes, any athlete or show business person that I've ever encountered seem modest by comparison. And I'm not, and look what it's followed. I mean, Barack Obama was not without ego, I can tell you. I think but it was an ego of a mature, self-possessed kind. Self-possession is not what's here. There's a, again, I don't want to say this just to be flippant and snide. It matters. It matters in the conduct of affairs of state, how he behaves, what's in his head, what he's thinking about at any given moment. He gives a press conference before meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, which is very, very unusual. And at one point, he says, one state, two state. I mean, it sounded like Dr. Seuss. That is not the way. That's outside the boundaries of what I would consider presidential behavior. When you have a situation in which George W. Bush goes on the Today Show and speaks up for American constitutional values and the importance of a free press, I almost wanted to weep with gratitude. And that's not normally my emotion when it comes to George W. Bush. So this is not normal. And it's not, I don't wish for this.
So what's your take on the subjects that were debated in the first panel? You may have heard some of it.
Just a bit.
Which is just sort of this question of, you've been at the Washington Post, so put yourself on the front lines. The New Yorker has a slightly different tempo and franchise, but how much bait to take, how much to fight for access to these gladiatorial press briefings? Is it a fool's errand to play his game in the name calling? What would be your advice to your newsroom if you were running one of these about how to think of the front door coverage of the White House when he is inviting reporters into the room in order to make props of them for what's now a fairly transparent political strategy?
It's not the first time reporters have been made props.
Oh, that's part of our job.
Yeah. We do it well. I think and I think everybody here who knows anything about journalism knows that there are very few stories in the White House briefing room. For dailies, for wires, it's a necessity. Technology has made it less necessary. It's obviously a symbol. It was a way to say F you to the reporters who were not invited to the gaggle. We understand this. It was a form of communication. And it was meant to provoke. They want us to be an other. We're not the only other in the psychology of Trumpism and the strategy of Trumpism, but it is. He has looked out at journalism, at journalists. He's recognized that in every Pew study and all the rest, that the rankings of journalists in terms of public confidence is unlovely. And he takes advantage of it. And he's infuriated by journalists. So this is a strategy that I don't think is going to get any better. And
so
if I were an editor,
is solidarity an appropriate response?
I told my people in Washington, just don't go to those things until everybody's back in the room. And by the way, they don't go that often anyway, because there aren't that many stories. But just as a matter of solidarity, as a matter of symbol, just don't go.
And what about the discourse within?
It's an easy gesture.
Yeah.
It's like not going to the White House Correspondents'
Right.
It's not a big deal.
Right. So then there's another discourse in journalism, I don't know if it came up this morning, that I'm not sure what I think about, but an argument actually about whether in the briefing room, when he does shame a reporter or tell a reporter they can't ask a question, whether the competitor should step in and ask that question or refuse to ask a question. This is not tribal behavior that journalists are used to.
I don't know about
you, recommend
Steve.
it?
I don't know about you, Steve, but I started, the way I got a job at the Washington Post was they said, do you know anything about sports? And I said, well, yeah. You know, I didn't finish the sentence. You know, I watched the games. I mean, how much do I need to know? The PhD in NBA studies? I Magic, Bird, I got it. So I covered sports, and you'd go into the locker room, and some imperious, and there'd be these, you know, a gaggle of reporters. And often in that realm, they're shy. They're kind of fans, some of them, some of the more peripheral ones. And they'd ask a question, and the coach wouldn't like it, like they'd just lost a game, some tragedy like that. And they would humiliate the reporter. And I would see the other reporters kind of step away from the other reporter as if it was the reporter's fault, because they wanted to get their stuff. And I always found that gross. And that like, you know, no, you don't, that's not on. That's not on.
Is it vanity to then go further and speak back or refuse
That's
to
our
ask a
job.
question? Yeah.
That's part of our job. The biggest job is pressure on power. That's what we're supposed to do, whether it's through investigation, through polemical journalism, through historical journalism, which is a kind of niche. Putting pressure on power is a primary job of journalism. So if some guy or woman gets up and asks a legitimate question of press secretary, and it's just mocked out of court, I see no reason for the next person to get up and ask the same damn question. Not to perform, not to show off, not to, you know, not even necessarily to be oppositional in some theatrical way, but to do the right thing. To do the right thing. Look, there are all kinds of journalisms. And when people say the media, that takes in a big, as this last panel did, took in quite a range. And good. But I think a little gumption would go a long way.
So what is the New Yorker's journalism amidst these journalisms?
Well, it's a good question. We are not kitted out. We are not equipped to be, a kind of New York Times, but with Eustace Tilley, or with cartoons, any more than I find the New York Times hilarious. I have all the respect in the world for the New York Times. I think in many ways it's the most important private institution in this country, and I'm thrilled to see the Washington Post stronger than it's been in a long time. And I hope the best for other institutions as well. But the New Yorker is a peculiar animal. Most writers think of themselves at the New Yorker, even the political ones, not just the more literary ones, as writers, as themselves, and they pursue their interests. They're supposed to never be working on something that they're not into. I don't, as an editor of the New Yorker, have the same... Dean Baquet knows, he walks into the room and he says, I need you to cover the Knick game tonight, and I need you to get on the Russia story. And more or less, they salute and run it up the flagpole, and they get going. Here it's a discussion. Here it's somebody comes to me, and they want to be writing about X, and usually, very often, the answer is yes. Sometimes I say maybe, but what about that? We have a discussion, and it's a negotiation, And because it's just a very different animal. We're running a dozen things in print a week, and then maybe, 10, 15 shorter things online every day. We have a radio show. We have a number of outlets. But the core thing, or one of the core things, these big, long pieces, politically, we don't have some of the same advantages as the Times or the Post. I don't have 8 people in the room who are sourced up the wazoo on the CIA, the FBI, the DIA, and all the rest. I don't. I got a few. And they're working on something that takes 6 months. So when you're in a horse race story, like the Russia story, we did something different. There wasn't a one big gotcha thing. It was trying to tell the whole story, the context, the historical aspect of it, but with reporting. And then salted throughout it, I hope there were new aspects. It's just a different animal. So our job is to go in that primary thing, to go in deep, and to allow people the time to do it, maybe even more than other publications.
So that piece is a model for the form of contribution to coverage of this administration that you envision?
But we have other things that do it. We have, in reported polemical form, in other words, people who are getting themselves informed, whether it's in the historical sense or in the news sense. And so, John Cassidy or Amy Davidson or Jelani Cobb, et cetera, are all contributing to the notion of how we go about covering this too. So there are different ways. Jane Mayer's working on something. We have a financial piece about Trump coming in a day or two that is quite interesting. Evan Osnos was really the first one to write a big story early about white nationalism and its support for Trump. And the big reaction to that piece in a lot of corners was, hey, what are you saying? You're saying everybody that's for Trump is David Duke? No, the piece wasn't saying that at all. But that strain of American opinion and life was very, very prevalent for him very, very early. So we have a variety of ways of going at it. But if we try to imitate the Washington Post, we're not going to win. You do investigative pieces, but they're different than what you probably would have done at the Post, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you did break some news in that piece. You broke the Jared Kushner Russian ambassador news, which you got credit for in the Times, I saw.
That was nice.
That was good.
Yeah.
But you also kind of did a forensic analysis of the Obama administration's kind of reaction to interaction with the hack. So what's your take? I mean, did the president do enough?
Well, they were in a terrible position, and it was let's remember that there were two fears of the Obama administration. There were two facts. One is everybody thought she was going to win. That's number one. Number two, they really feared overreacting and then getting an escalation on the Russian side, and then that would spin out of control. So inside the councils of the Obama administration, at one point, John Kerry said, you know what we should do? We should have a 9/11 commission and have it be half Democratic and half Republican and da-da-da-da-da. No. Then there was a conversation about principles, among the principals, National Security Council and so on, and there were options laid out. Maybe we should do a cyber attack of our own, any number of really, or we should do something really strong. And the fear was there that this, above all, that the Obama administration would be seen as favoring Hillary Clinton, which of course they did. There was no secret about it. He was on the stump campaigning for Hillary Clinton all the time. But there was such a obsession with, not improperly, of not putting the finger on the scale, that all they did publicly was come out and say, this hack occurred. And then let journalism take its course. And clearly, now to quantify what effect the hack had on the election is, I don't think, a knowable thing. I think we all know the various reasons why Hillary Clinton lost. There's the unexpected appeal of Trump for whatever reasons in areas of the country that the Clinton campaign did not anticipate nearly enough. There were lots of mistakes in the Hillary Clinton campaign. She may not have been the greatest campaigner in the world. By the way, and somebody's going to say it soon, so I'll say it first. She won 3 million more votes. But that's the system we live under. We all knew that. We all knew that when we weren't campaigning in, when she wasn't campaigning in Wisconsin and Western Pennsylvania and Michigan and Ohio and all the rest. So just not for nothing. There are all kinds of reasons she lost. The Comey letter. So to quantify this, I don't know. And again, this is educated guesswork. I don't think the Russians thought they were going to win it for him.
Yeah, that observation that a goal was just to destabilize a Clinton presidency, that's a smart one. So I'm getting some cards here. And
are there any 4-part questions on Israel?
No, not yet.
No? That usually gets us right through.
There's one.
Three statements.
We can go there.
3 statements, a clarification.
One state, 2 state.
1 state, 2 state, 3 state, 4
What is
state.
a one-state solution, David? All right, well, let's pass. Okay.
Another day, please.
So there's one question about that refers to the dossier, the famous dossier. And rather than have a journalism school conversation about how to handle material like that, I want to direct your attention to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Moscow.
Where I've stayed, sadly.
Yes, exactly. And so
I just have nightmares of myself walking to the bathroom at 3 o'clock in the morning on national television.
I mean, one of the exactly.
Great.
So one of the challenges of analysis when you look at the Flynn matter and you look at the dossier's wild accusations and the whole map of contacts that now include the Attorney General is if you work in Russia as a businessman, as a journalist, you know it's a heavy surveillance state and that you're likely constantly under surveillance.
My wife and I, in our apartment, always used to think we were boring somebody to death.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
But
how was your day? Some KGB guy had to sit there and listen to this.
But since I extracted this story from you upstairs, I think it would be good to share it with the world. What was that Ritz-Carlton hotel like?
So in my day, back in Soviet times, hotels were pretty seedy, most of them. And Moscow was even the capital was a city of basically no restaurants. I mean, there were hotel restaurants. It's just you got hungry and you wanted to go out to eat. Good luck. And then capitalism arrived, and the fancy hotels came, and all kinds of things. And now downtown Moscow, has a greater resemblance to Dubai or something. Downtown, central. The only thing in common between the old hotels and the new hotels is that Westerners, business people of some influence, journalists, whatever, could always count on, by the time you got up to your room, a phone call or a knock on the door from someone named, Svetlana or Lena or somebody, asking if you wanted company. And the correct answer is no, thank you. I'm reading George Eliot, and that's company. That's company enough for me. Apparently in this world there are people that did not have the same sense of uxorious discipline and got in trouble. So nowadays the places like the Ritz-Carlton, the lobby of the Ritz-Carlton is very distinctive. There are like a lot of very big guys with cell phones who are urgently checking their email for God knows what reason, and a lot of prostitutes. And your job, if you stay there, if you're on a good enough expense account, is to get in the door and go right to the elevator and go up and watch television or read George Eliot. But it is quite a scene. Yeah. That somebody asked you that, huh? Okay.
About the Ritz-Carlton?
Yeah.
No, I took the chair's prerogative.
I'm teasing.
So there's a question about Glenn Greenwald's critique of your recent piece. I'm not sure that I actually understand Glenn Greenwald's perspective about Russia. Honestly, I don't understand. So what is the kind of accusation of othering Russia? What is that about, and what's your response?
Look, I think Glenn Greenwald, who's played a very important role, you agree with him, not agree with him in many ways. What he's saying about Russia is, how do we know? He would agree with my cautionary piece of business in the beginning of this. I don't know much how further he would have gone. I think he thinks a lot of this discussion about Russia, and I hope I'm representing his point of view correctly, is some form of Russophobia, Cold War hysteria, and the complaints of the deep state. I think what Glenn would say is that the Trump administration is dangerous, but there's also this administration, there's this deep state, a very voguish phrase now in American political discourse, that's just as dangerous. You see it reflected. Steve Cohen writes this, Katrina vanden Heuvel, other people write this, and that's their point of view. I don't agree with it as far as they take it by any stretch of the imagination.
So here's a question from a current student. For those of us covering international regions such as Syria, should we be avoiding linking stories to Trump? Because how much room is there in the magazine and in media for independent international reporting that isn't always being contextualized in reference to the Trump administration?
Again, Ben Bradley, is our mutual boss when we were boys, used to say, don't get into a defensive crouch. I'm about to do so. I don't think that, we've suffered from having too much about Trump. I think this phenomenon in American, as a phenomenon, if anything, during the campaign, we could have stood for more from the obvious places, among his supporters. George Saunders gave it a good descriptive try, Larissa McFarker and Evan Osnos a number of times, but maybe we wouldn't have been taken by surprise that there have been more and better and deeper. That said, I think we read a lot of things that have nothing to do with Trump.
Or from a young writer's point of view, is it unwise to steer away from the Trump subject, or should you?
No, I think a young writer should follow what a young writer is most passionate about, otherwise do something else. The only reason to be a writer, forgive me, it's the only reason to be a writer is to write passionately and deeply about what you care about and pursue the concerns that you care about most. Look, I'm being unfair to that young writer in some way. Yes, you have to kind of find your way. I did not want to be a sports reporter. That was the job I got. I had to earn a living. I had loans, sick parents, all the rest. But, it was a couple of years, and I learned how to write quickly and accurately and pay attention. And it was a form of, learning your trade. But in the end, and as soon as possible, the whole idea is to write with passion and depth and obsession, my favorite quality, about things you care about. You do, and you've done it all your career. Jelani does, loads of people in this room have, and the result is that's the best possible result.
So for a few years when I was representing the Washington Post at fora like this, I could be assured that when it came to questions, eventually someone would ask why their newspaper doesn't get all the way up the driveway in the morning. And so...
Did you offer to bring it?
Usually. And I would imagine that I'm just guessing, but in your position, the equivalent question is, what about the cartoons?
What about them?
What's happening to the daily cartoon?
Well, you ask on an interesting day. Yesterday we announced that the longtime cartoon editor, Bob Mankoff, is retiring, and he's being replaced by Emma Allen. He's being succeeded by Emma Allen, who's a very young woman who edits Daily Shouts and Murmurs. She's not herself a cartoonist. She's not a practitioner, but she's got a great ear and eye for humor. Look, it's a weird form. It's a strange thing that, and as Victor Navasky knows, cartooning is an old form. New Yorker cartoons for a long time were kind of apolitical, or if they were political at all, they were obliquely so. In other words, you wouldn't have a picture of Eisenhower, very rarely, the way you would in a newspaper cartoon. Now more and more you're seeing more overtly political cartoons. A lot of them run online. Some of them aren't successful because they can be a little, that horrible modern phrase, a little too on the nose. To me, from my mind, the best political cartoonist in America today is Barry Blitt. Barry Blitt has the drawing of the Eustace Tilley as Putin on the cover of the New Yorker this week, and he's able to find something incredibly funny by doing combinations of things, by taking one element and another element. There was a week when, and as Rick Hertzberg said, this is the first time, and he hoped the last time, that the New Yorker ever had somebody on the cover straining at stool. it was the week when, I forget which member of the
Was
Senate.
The Senate was with the man in the
guy
bathroom
with the
in
wide
Denver.
stance in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And the same week that Ahmadinejad had said that there were no gays or lesbians in Iran. So Barry had to pick this is on the cover of the New Yorker, of Ahmadinejad in a bathroom stall reading a newspaper, so it covered the essential bits, and then a foot was poking in from the next stall. And he's able to do this, and I think I just lost him every prize possible in the description. But trust me, it's better in the seeing if you haven't seen it.
He's the illustrator who creates many of the political covers that you rely on.
More than half.
So what's your method with him? Do you talk to him, or does he just get in the rotation, or how does that happen?
I've never succeeded in giving him a good idea, but never, not once. And it's like saying to LeBron James, LeBron, if you follow through, I swear to God, your shooting percentage is going to go up. What you do is you say, I don't know, Putin, something, the Olympics. And so I said that to him. And he sends 9 rough drawings, one funnier than the next. And the one we ran was Putin ice dancing, and all the judges are Putins. Again, funnier in the execution than the description.
I'll ask this question more in reference to Washington journalism in general, not the New Yorker, because it's really not your franchise to have an answer to this question necessarily. But do you think more attention should have been paid to uncovering Bannon during the election, given his worldview and how he's trying to shape policy? I mean, he has emerged as a narrative after the election in a way that he wasn't during the election.
Yeah, don't you? I mean, if I'm remembering the one good piece about him, wasn't that, I forget how tough or not tough it was. It was very descriptive. It was in Business Week by Josh Green, was it?
Yeah, there was a long profile in the fairly early profile in the Post too, but it was more an account based on, for example, former collaborators in Hollywood trying to describe how his outlook on the world had shifted relatively late in life.
Right.
Yeah.
No, absolutely, and clearly he's of major importance to the way Trump thinks and the way he's executing the presidency, for better or for worse.
Do you have any sense of Trump as a leader, as a boss, as a someone who seems to thrive amid aides who don't like each other and who leak against each other all day long?
I did have some sympathy of him going upstairs in the now famous Maggie Haberman piece in the Times in his bathrobe watching television. I think anybody who has a job of some rigor would really like to be watching television by 7 o'clock, but in a bathrobe. And apparently that's what they push back on, is the bathrobe. That was the killer detail. Amazing. No, I have none, except it all seems incredibly chaotic.
Yeah.
I mean, you go into the last several White Houses, you go in, there was never a piece of paper on the desk.
Right.
You go in there, and it looks like the Collier brothers are living in the Oval Office. But again, this is indicative of nothing.
Right.
But the result clearly so far has been incredibly chaotic. And I think endless numbers of jobs have not been filled at a much more alarming rate than previous presidents. A lot of people won't work for this administration. A lot of people they turned down because at one point or another, like Elliot Abrams wrote something very critical about it. The State Department seems to be, it's like a help wanted situation.
So I'll go back to these in a minute, but just to turn to...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
About you've been at the New Yorker, thank God, for quite a while, but you had an even deeper sense of the Washington Post. What's changed there? Is it just money? Is that just...
No, I think they have a great editor. Marty's a superb editor. He was there before Bezos bought the paper, but he made a decision to leave him in place and give him lots of room. I think money and confidence that they were in it for the long run and that they were not going to endure waves after waves of retrenchment and job losses certainly helped. But to my generation that's still there, friends and colleagues I still see a lot, I think it was the return of ambition. Marty was a great editor before he was allowed to be ambitious about audience, about influence, but given that opportunity, he was very well suited to rise to it. So there had always been a debate at the paper, you were, I'm sure, around for some of it, about the opportunity cost of being both local and global. And when the web broke out, there was a real push from the newsroom to go big. We have this reputation in the world that's an accident that Ben created, that Bob Woodward created, Carl Bernstein. Newspaper has an audience because it's covering the capital of the hegemonic post-Cold War power, and it has a brand, so let's go digitally for a huge international audience, let's compete. And there was resistance because the business model was located in the suburbs, and that tension finally got resolved when Bezos bought the paper.
And also by the fact that the business model collapsed.
Yes, and also that you had someone with deep pockets beyond imagining who was willing to say, I'm in this for 25 years, and I'm not interested in market penetration in outer counties of Virginia.
What is he interested in?
I think he wants to change the way people read news, the way he changed the way people read books with the Kindle and the rest. And he has an idea about scale and news and a business model around it that I think, it's a great hypothesis. I hope it works. It'll be good for everybody.
Now, I fear that the New York Times doesn't have what the Washington Post has. It has a similar ambition, had it before, and it has drive, and it has talent, but the Sulzberger family does not have what Jeff Bezos has. I mean, Jeff Bezos has that fortune in his couch cushions by comparison.
Yeah.
It's a more perilous path.
I think so. I mean, they're getting closer.
And do you buy the argument that the Wall Street Journal is lagging behind for political reasons, that Rupert Murdoch has put the reins on Baker and company?
I don't know. I read it. I see a lot of energy in the news file. Certainly, they've broken some pieces. They've kind of reformatted their enterprise reporting so that it's shorter and faster and crisper. I think that's maybe not the same thing as political controls. Their deputy editor, who just went to the Times, is someone who I knew just a little bit over the last year. I had an enormous amount of respect for her. So I think I could feel the sense of deflation when she chose to leave. And so I don't know now. I think we have to watch what's the next regime, what's its energy, what's its. We need them in the game for sure. They have tremendous resources. Okay. When did journalists lose public support and respect, and why? This is premised on the idea that we ever had it.
Yeah, I was just. I have no idea. Little by little, all at once. It's very alarming, and I think that some side aspect of what's going on now, if we do our jobs well, no matter where it takes us, is to regain some of that footing. I feel it every day. I'm not a famous face, and I go to the gym, I go to the grocery store, I go to whatever. People don't say anything. Lately, people come up to me, and they're not all that nice about it always. It's never just, you're doing a great job. It's more like, you're doing fine, that thing was fine, and now you have to da-da-da-da. And it's not necessarily, it's not politically charged. I'm a lefty, therefore da-da-da. Yes, I live in the People's Republic of the Upper West Side, insofar as it is that at all. I don't even think it is, to the degree of great imagining, unlike some neighborhoods. But it's pretty bougie to me. And I get this all the time, this sense of urgency. You have to do your job, and I think a lot of it comes out of this new consciousness of fake news, not in Trump's vocabulary, but fake news in its original sense. This notion that there is no truth, there's just narratives and assertion of narratives, and people are pushing back on this. you know, it's one thing to talk about, you know, deconstruction and all the things that if you studied literature of recent vintage and talked about the nature of truth, and you have this in seminar rooms to hear about nonfiction writing, what can you do, what can't you do, that's one thing. But when it comes to things like, were you for this or were you against it? Is it black or is it white? Is it blue or is it red? And you have the President of the United States on a daily basis in his presidency traducing that line regularly, brazenly, without apology, and then moving on. People are not stupid. And people are outraged by it. And not just on the Upper West Side. Not just in, you know, easily mocked coastal elite cities and all the rest. I think all over. I think when you watch those town halls and people are infuriated, and some of them Trump voters, part of their fury has to do with this.
Yeah, and it's showing up in the fake news opinion polls by now. So here's a question: is there a Trump supporter in your newsroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have trouble talking?
And
to that
in my
person
family, not in my family, in the apartment. No. You know, look, on one side of my family, my wife is by no stretch of the imagination religious at all, but she comes from a religious family. I go to certain weddings of, you know, people in the hundreds, and a huge percentage is, you know, Republican. And I didn't see what lever they pulled. I'm not unfamiliar with this. This notion that, you know, only so-and-so knows the world and the rest of us live in some kind of, you know, hyperbaric, you know, chamber and know nothing of the world is wrong.
So one of the questions that I'm sure many of us find ourselves thinking about, especially when you look at what's going on outside the United States and the rise of illiberalism everywhere, the kind of collapse of confidence in democratic orders and constitutions, is how bad is this going to get? So I sort of assumed when I read your first take on Trump that it was partly informed by your experience of the world, that, you know, illiberalism has certain kind of DNA and it unfolds in similar ways, and people take from each other's playbooks, and it's loose. I mean, to some way, his election is a trailing indicator worldwide, not a leading indicator.
Exactly, and it seems, and there are rather optimistic trends having to do with German election and French election.
Let's see.
We'll
Let's
see.
Let's
Exactly.
have the votes cast.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. You know, it was not a few years ago that Wilders in the Netherlands was a kind of marginal, crazy person.
Yeah.
Now he's a leading candidate, and there's nothing that man will not say.
Yeah.
Nothing that man will not say. Look, I think, and maybe this is a lesson that has to be learned over and over and over again, is that history doesn't move in triumphal straight lines. It just doesn't. And psychologically, politically, if I made any mistake, or the most profound one was to live in Moscow and watch the collapse of the regime, and not to agree with Fukuyama's, I think, somewhat cartooned notion of the end of history, but to think that, you know, by 1995 there'd be democracy and some sort of enlightened kind of social democracy or capitalism in Russia and elsewhere. I never imagined, that in 1989, 1991, that the result would be, in my late middle age, that we'd be talking about a really hardcore autocracy in Russia, with a completely and utterly censored television media, with the murder of journalists, with a kleptocracy running the show, and for that regime to establish itself as a kind of opposite pole ideologically for many political movements elsewhere in the world. I never would have imagined that. And it is a part of the many cautions of history that to think that you've bypassed horror or ideological disaster, and think that you're on an upward road at all times, is folly. Even if far fewer people, as Steven Pinker points out, far fewer people, despite Syria, are dying in wars around the world. Even if the level of extreme poverty in the world is radically lower than it was fairly recently. Even if there's a lot that's good about the modern world, which Donald Trump, among others, is quick to dismiss and to put to the side. Liberal democracy has, and development has had its enormous triumphs, but to think that everything is a path forward, uninterrupted, is folly.
And when you look at
and the 90s were characterized by that optimism in its results, or overconfidence, better to say.
And looking at this country, then the degree of populism that was necessary for Trump to win the Electoral College, it's diagnosed in reference to wage stagnation, inequality, to the structure of job loss in the country, to frustration with elites, anger
following
at bankers.
a black president and the reaction that occurred,
Yeah.
and a female candidate for president. Let's please not forget these things.
Yeah.
But let's also not forget the basic dynamic of the American political structure. A divided country, the vast majority of people know who they're voting at the very beginning of the election once the candidates are settled in. 40-odd% are going to be Democratic, 40-odd% be Republican, and then you have this middle piece of business that the war is fought over. Plus, we have an electoral college system where majorities don't matter, depending on how the states go. So, I am my son called me the most upset man in America. That said, I don't think Trumpism is a permanent state of affairs. I don't think Trumpism is a permanent state of affairs. First of all, buck up. Journalists, do your job. Judges, do your jobs. Citizens, do your jobs. I'm not calling people out on the streets. That's your business. But be a citizen. And the notion that somehow that this happened, it's no more a permanent state of affairs than having an African-American president of elegant mind and honesty in office for all whatever flaws you want to assign to him. That wasn't permanent, and neither is this. Neither is this.
And when you look,
and I do have. I recognize the element of despair, but that's it's not just the Bible that teaches you despair is the impermissible thing. It's history that teaches you that, and if you give in to that, and if you give in to inaction and turning off the news, turning off your own civic engagement in whatever it may be, then you're helping the forces that have depressed you and that you despise in the first place.
Well, and it's not only ahistorical; it's almost hubristic to be surprised at history's return, right? Because we happen to belong to a generation of Americans that enjoyed, even in the context of American history, an incredibly privileged, accidental period of prosperity and political stability. So why should we be surprised? Same thing. There's not very few other countries in the world, even in the period of age when we grew up professionally, that would have enjoyed such a stable and prosperous run. So
maybe this is why it took an 83-year-old, I think 82-year-old novelist to be the most prescient political analyst, prognosticator we have. And Philip Roth wrote The Plot Against America. And if you fill in the words Donald Trump for Charles Lindbergh in this novel, you would have gotten a pretty good blueprint of what happened. Or it happened here, or whatever. We are blinded. Some of our journalism is blinded by some habits of mind and habits that are rewarded. So that if you turn on television in the morning, on whatever show, or in the evening, you're concentrating on all the wrong things. And people are saying things on various places in order to gain favor so that they can be, get access to. It's pretty naked, It's pretty obvious. And so to now knuckle under to this, to put your head in the sand, to do nothing, to not do your job, to pronounce yourself exhausted or depressed, I'm not interested in that.
Well, and it could get a lot more challenging.
I mean, wait. You know, I'm at the New Yorker. What's the biggest problem I have? You know, maybe the frozen yogurt machine is not working? Nobody is shutting down this magazine.
Right.
Nobody has said no to the First Amendment. I don't even show. Jelani's got a piece this week. We have a terrific investigative piece this week. God knows what, you know, lunatic cover Remnick will publish next. I don't show it to anybody that owns the place. What an incredible circumstance that is. And there are other publications in other places that are equally privileged. So I'm not whining about that somehow I'm in the same state of affairs as, you know, Andrei Sinyavsky or Joseph Brodsky or, you know, dissidents in various countries. That's not it. But it is worth sounding the alarm and the alarm about the similarities of the way autocrats begin.
Right.
Autocrats begin by isolating the press, first rhetorically, then in terms of, what's the phrase that Trump uses? Make it easier to sue.
Right.
It happens bit by bit. So I don't think it's a
we
species of hysteria to point
no,
these
of course
things
not.
out.
We were in high school during the Nixon administration. I mean, let's remember break-in, surveillance,
Enemies
tax
lists.
audits, enemies lists.
Yeah.
I mean, that could very well come.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that the press, the media, as a series of institutions, some of them economically fragile, a profession that is much more located in independent journalists than it was in the 1970s, that doesn't have as many deep-pocketed institutions that can afford contempt fines, willing to call up Floyd Abrams and say, do what it takes, send me the bill in 2 years. Are we up for it if that level of, say, just Nixonian documented pressure within our own lifetimes were brought to bear on the
We damn
media?
well better be up for it, because there are a lot of people depending on us. And I think if you go back to the 70s, remember, how many great publications were there then? What internet was there then? What podcasts were there then? So the instruments available to people now are actually broader and wider and more interesting, or at least equal to that in the 70s. Yes, there was the New York Times. The Washington Post, I needn't remind you, before the Pentagon Papers, wasn't that good a newspaper. For a long time after the Grahams bought it, it was the second or third best newspaper in Washington. In Washington. So I think to moan overmuch about the circumstances, you know, yes, BuzzFeed runs a lot of silly things and lists and videos and GIFs and all the rest that are not consequential. But they also have an investigative team that's broken some interesting stories. And there are places all over the country and traditional magazines and outlets that have done the same. I don't agree with all of it. Who cares? And, you know, I every day, I'm not on Twitter. I get asked this every time I come here, as if I'm somehow, you know, I'm guilty of some terrible crime. I just don't want to spend too much time on it. But I use it, and I find all kinds of interesting things.
Do you have a secret account?
No, I don't. There's one on there that's called Drunk Remnick. It's not me. It's not me. I swear to God. And every time I write a story, there's some nice things, some nasty things, and then I get the accusation that I wear a wig. I swear to God, and I want to say this to the camera.
Here's a question from an alumni who's
Me wear a toupee? Hard to believe. No, go ahead, pull on. I have what my friend Henry Finder calls reunion hair. It's not my fault. It's genetic.
Yes, that's, I'm sure.
I look like Harpo Marx. The more Jewish Harpo Marx.
So this is from an alum who's a columnist in Tokyo. It says, Obama never put bankers in jail. I mean, in effect, never pursued full accountability for the financial crisis.
Is he blaming me?
Yeah. Why didn't the New Yorker cover that? No. So in your list of populism's causes in this cycle, racism, misogyny, stagnant wages.
I get
Where
it.
do you place accountability?
For populism?
For essentially about large, powerful corporations and banks, which was the narrative of Bernie's campaign. That accountability is what fired the electorate this time around, as much as some of these other factors.
I think that's an absolutely fair point to assert as an element in the whole panoply. I don't know what's first, second, and third. I was on a panel the other night with Claudia Rankine, who's an incredibly smart person, and she said the first, second, third, and really only reason for this was white supremacy. Now, I understand why she says that. I get it. But I can't see that that's the only factor here. That eliminates a lot of other factors that are important, whether it's economic resentment, results of globalization, deindustrialization. One point that has to be made is that the notion that the working class as one gravitated to Trump is ridiculous. Suddenly there are no people of color in the working class. I mean, it's unbelievable. That itself is a racist assertion. I get that, but I do think it's a complex of reasons, and how to rank them. It's as unquantifiable as trying to rank why Hillary Clinton lost the election. It's hard to do.
All right, so we'll close, but I want to take advantage of your being here for the sake of our colleagues, the students who are finishing up their graduate work and getting ready to go out in the world. I mean, you remember those days coming out of school, you got a fire in your belly, you want to do this work. You may have been exposed to it enough to have a sense of what newsrooms are, but you really don't, you just are looking to get in the game, coach, and you're willing to cover sports or go work for the style section.
Happy to work for both.
Yeah. What's your advice? I mean, in this landscape, you've got, we have an international student body. We have lots of folks of color who find reporting in this environment challenging in some respects. Certainly, international students that can't go home for their brother's wedding, not sure what's going to happen when they come back to the airport. So put yourself in their diverse shoes and think, what's your strategy? How do you get out and start as a journalist in this environment in the United States?
Well, the landscape, Steve, is you're entirely right. It's 180 degrees different than it was when I started. The typical advice that someone of my age would give someone of a student's age in 1981, 2, 3, whatever it was, would be go to a small newspaper, the Patriot Ledger or the Ledger Patriot or the Statesman, wherever. Get obsessed, do great work, and you'll find your way, and things will work out. The Patriot Ledger, generically, most of those newspapers don't exist, or they've been completely and utterly shriveled, which is a great civic tragedy, because one of the fears that I have for journalism right now is not about the New York Times, for all the complications they have, or the New Yorker, or the Washington Post, who seems to have now no complications. It has to do with this is a big country, and we for a long time had a system of regional newspapers, and they were responsible for putting the local crook mayor in jail. I don't know who's going to do that now, because they have not been replaced. And by the way, and they were flawed papers. They had community reasons for being, and they put the names of all the kids in the community picnic, and there was a kind of community building aspect to them. And some of it was, you may laugh at or find banal, but they also had a purpose. But they were not. It was not all investigative journalism. I stipulate that and understand that. And some of them were crummy, some of them were good, some of them were excellent. A lot of them are gone. My fear at that local level is who's going to put the corrupt judge in jail, and so on. So have they been replaced by websites or citizen journalism or something else that has the resources and the capacity to do the job in a new way? Not yet. Not yet. On the other hand, there are a lot of websites that do have money, that do have promise. There are still the publications and radio stations and podcasting, which has exploded. To me, the trick here is not doing the work. You can find a place to do the work. If you're obsessed, and I can't I can't use that word enough. That's what I look for when I'm trying to hire somebody. Yes, skill, yes, elegance, yes, rigor, yes, integrity, and all the rest. Obsession to the point of near lunacy is an absolute, whether it's, you know, as kind of over the top as like my personality or as more contained and more mature like Steve's.
That sounds like an insult.
Not at all. Who is, you know, doing unbelievable work when he was, you know, 25 years old at the Washington Post. You know, Steve sent me this guy. He says, you know, this guy I have here at the Columbia Journalism School. His name is Ben Taub. And he spent the summer living in this horrible, horrible town on the frontier, in Turkey, on the frontier of Syria. And all this guy did was work and work and work and report. And it's pretty dangerous. And I come to meet him. And to me, to my eye, and you can't understand this until you're my age, he looks like he's 11. Possibly 12, but not bar mitzvah age quite yet. And he doesn't kind of know what he's doing in writing a long story, but he listens, and we talk about it, and he's thrilled to be in the door. And in the beginning, he's not getting paid anything, not bupkis, nothing. And he starts to, and he's listening, he works on it, and the guy comes through with a fantastic story. Then he does it again. Then the next thing you know, I'm sending him places. He will have a career at the New Yorker because the guy is obsessed and he cares about something. In his case, Syria and refugees and ISIS and all these subjects. That any editor worth his or her salt is going to be impressed by. And it doesn't have to be at the New Yorker. It can be at, you know, fill in the radio station, fill in the podcasting concern, somebody who cares deeply about something and is willing to do what reporting demands. Reporting is not glamorous work. It's still that All the President's Men is a pretty good representation. It's 3,000 phone calls. I've told this story before. I'll tell it again because it's a new crop. So during Watergate, the Washington Post was killing everybody. And finally, the New York Times woke up that this might be an actual story, that they stopped listening to Henry Kissinger and decided this is a story. So they rehire Cy Hirsch. A tumultuous relationship. Cy Hirsch is back there, and Cy Hirsch needs to get Charles Colson on the telephone. Charles Colson was one of the sort of nasty players in the Nixon administration. He gets into the office at 8:30, and when I tell you no one is in a newspaper office at 8:30 in the morning, no one. The cleaning people have left. It's you and whoever's at the front door. And in those days, it was a rotary telephone, and he starts making phone calls to Charles Colson because, of course, he had his home number. And he calls every 10 minutes until 6:30 p.m. This is not glamorous work. And he gets them. And I wish I had the phone logs of Woodward and Bernstein during Watergate, or Steve Coll's phone logs, or the number of hours Steve has sat outside of Afghani, Pakistani, and American officials and canceled appointments and blown flights, and and he's at the top of the pops. If you're willing to do that work, and you're obsessed, and you're kind of bright, and you care about something, something good will happen. I don't know what it will be. I can't promise you a job on the national staff of this place or that. Something good will happen because this country needs this activity. Your fellow citizens need it. And there is an existing business for it. And I bet you that after this episode is developed and over, people will recognize that and respect it all the much more if people continue doing the kind of work they've been doing lately. That's what I'd say.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Decades was ABC. Quick question. At the beginning of your opening comments this morning, writing about you talked about something years ago. First, you were talking about price. Second question. My hunch has been, I've been covering a little more intensely since Silicon Valley.
Cheers. The microphone.
Yes, please. We just need 2 more. Oh yeah, yeah. How are you?
You like to be on the air?
Be nice to the university marketing people,
I'm so sick of it. Send them in email. That's all I can say.
I'm not on that side.
Send them in email.
Thanks for the piece. Good luck. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Let me just tell you one thing.
Hey, I stole your pen.
David, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. I mean, he was sort of doing his job.
Yeah. He was doing what you. He was doing what he was meant to do, in a way.
What is the toast?
mean, a good performer, but thoughtful.
So in terms of aesthetics, there's a benefit from my standpoint. I mean, it has the benefit of me being able to actually see my slides.
So what I will issue is
That mic is active, so that I don't need to hold it at the same time. Probably
So if you're using it from here, you can just hit spacebar. So we'll just and then
Perfect.
back and forth, and everything is.
Then I don't need this.
All right.
Thank you.
And then this after your 24th
back.
slide, just click the next one and it'll go straight back to that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. But I remembered your name. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. I just the cutie. It was That's the one in Arizona? Yeah. No, there. I have some photos that I'm really Thank you. We tried to focus on how does the media gain credibility because it's really fake news. It's such a smokescreen.
Just for an academic text, that's a useful.
But one of the big takeaways I had we wanted to like dig in and do more in order to do that. There was a group in the audience who said, why don't you call out lies? Use the term lie. And so for us, that's fraud. She was saying, as a member of the public, you use my
So that was what I thought by
Hi, good to meet you. I'm sure.
part of what was frustrating me about was the putting acting as there was one person whose topic was different from the other four. And it was not about political completely different projects. There were four people trying to be journalists, and there was one person who was a propagandist. And the idea that somebody
I sort of gave up on there being a news cycle at some point. Just a stream. Yeah. Maybe we're not really in charge. Long time, nice to see you.
wherever you will go, I will say.
Steve, I'm just gonna, I'll hold on to this for you.
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, having worked in the diversity programs like that, I think we lack what I'll do is, because your highness...
Could everybody please take your seats?
He goes first, and then we'll have a sort of conversation after where I bring everybody else in. That's okay.
All right. Thank you for being here. We're here now to talk about fake news with some real news people. Before we start, just a reminder for those of you who weren't here for the earlier sessions that we're answering your questions via index card. So you'll see index cards on the floor. Write down your questions, raise your hand, and somebody will come pick them up and pass them on. I am going to turn things over now to the moderator of this group, who's Emily Bell. She's a colleague at Columbia, director of the Tao Center for Digital Journalism at the Columbia Journalism School, and I leave it to her. Emily.
Thanks very much indeed, Kyle. Good afternoon, everyone. Our session is entitled, What Have We Learned? Apart from delete your account, open a teapot shop in upstate New York, and hide. No, we actually have a fantastic panel of four people who have actually things to share that they really have learned. On the far right, but only positionally. It's always my favourite joke. The day I stop moderating panels, I will miss that joke. Is Yochai Benkler, who is the Berman Professor for Entrepreneurial Legal Studies at Harvard Law School. And he's also, a very eminent presence in my world, that of network communications. And Yochai in a minute will be showing us a very sort of concrete example of what he's learned about the fake news ecosystem over the last few months. Then to his left, I'm making no presumptions whatsoever about her political orientation. We have Cheryl. Now, you said Cheryl Huggins-Salomon, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Who is, I was going to say, editor-at-large at The Root, and who also was on a fake news panel yesterday. So she'll be learning that don't say no to fake news panels, kind of, because then you will basically do nothing else for the rest of your life, probably, if her experience is like mine. Then next to her, we have Ben Smith, editor-in-chief, whose fault it is that we are here today for creating and reporting this phenomenon called fake news. And then next to him, we have Steve Adler, who is the editor-in-chief of Reuters, member of the Board of Overseers for CJR, who wrote a very early and extremely sensible memo on what reporters should do now. So that's something, again, that we can talk about. I'm going to start with Yochai. I generally speaking say no PowerPoint, but I've seen Yochai's PowerPoint before, so I think it's absolutely imperative that he does one. Yochai, do you want to show us what you have learnt about the fake news ecosystem?
Thanks, Emily. I will go very quickly. This man sits in his kitchen and makes up stuff to make $5,000 on Facebook. Let's call it that story over there, and that's fake news. This man sits in the White House and tells stories in order to manipulate the American democracy. Let's call that propaganda and disinformation. Importantly, this man is part of a network of sites ranging from the most extreme conspiracy theories that tell us about Jeb Bush's Nazi ties, and all the way to things that pretend to be serious or closer to serious, like Daily Caller. These sites then get mobilized, if we look after the election, right after the first set of stories about Russia. All four come out with the same, it's about the leaks, it's not about the problem is the leaks. And this bleeds then over into the Fox News ecosystem towards the much larger audiences. The source of the insight that I present to you is a study of about 1.25 million stories that were published by about 25,000 stories over this 18 months before the election, which we collect in a system we at Harvard Berkman and Klein Center have developed with our colleagues at the Center for Civic Media at MIT, that allows us to capture, read, analyze the text, analyze the interlinking relationships, analyze the tweets and the Facebook shares of all of these media, and map them and analyze them in various ways to give us a sense on this very large scale of what is going on. And the one thing that's very clear that's going on is that Breitbart has created a right-wing media ecosystem of which it is at the core. Fox News is now with it, although as we'll see, that was a process. Daily Caller, Gateway Pundit, Washington Examiner. Once we move to look at Facebook, we see slightly different, similar architecture, but slightly different emphasis, with slightly crazier sites like TruthFeed or Ending the Fed being somewhat more prominent, Ending the Fed being the one that was the most prominent in the BuzzFeed fake news story that started this. Some critical insights. All of this right-wing media sphere is brand new. None of it existed when Ronald Reagan was elected. Almost none of it existed when Bill Clinton was elected. 96 is when we get Fox News. Everything else almost is from 2007, 8, and beyond, like Breitbart 2007. Everything else is even newer. We also have new media on the left, but they are not as prominent in the overall ecology, and they are relatively tightly interwoven with the more traditional media. And no less important, the traditional media, the professional media, play a central role. They are the most tweeted, the most Facebook shared outside of the Breitbart sphere and in general. They are attended to disproportionately by people who are on the left. The colors here present not the content, but the attention patterns as we extract them from Twitter. and the relative ratios of attention are represented by the closeness to the blue, the green, or the orange. And several things show up. First of all, the traditional professional press is important. Everyone attends to it disproportionately left. The second is there is no center right. It's disappeared. We have a few more graphs up in the piece in Columbia Journalism Review that is published today alongside this talk that you can look at in more detail. One of the things that happened is propaganda. So if you look during the height of the primary, March looks more or less like this as well. This is February. Fox News is small and together with the center. What does that mean? It means that the Breitbart-centered people, the Trump-centered people, are shunning it and ignoring it. Attacks on the media are not new to this far right-wing media. They do it to Fox News too. Fox News is aligned with Rubio. They're corrupt in this way and that way. They made an amnesty for illegals in the third way, so that by the end of the primary, Fox News lines up. It looks like this from about June or so. In October, we're already seeing here by tweets, Fox News is aligned, and what we see is this cluster of right-wing farther away from a more integrated rest of the conversation, telling these stories together. When we move to look at Facebook, again, this is October. This brings us back to the point about fake news. We see Ending the Fed down there in the bottom. We see Truthfeed more prominent, Daily Caller, Gateway Pundit less. Each of these systems has somewhat better marketing on these different social media platforms. But the fact that the structures are very similar suggests that it's less a matter of technological manipulation and more a matter of campaign and strategy. So it's here in this Facebook space that this quintessential of fake news stories, the breaking of the tens of thousands of votes, comes out. And what I want to emphasize to you is that it is every bit part of a story that is circulating within the network. It's a story that's up on InfoWars, not the particular details, not the individual. That one was made up. But what lends its credence is its presence in network propaganda. If we zoom in on our network, you see the Christian Times there, the totally made up one. But it's not some outlier. What's critical about it is that it's enmeshed in a network of sites, all of which are retelling different versions of the same story. This reinforcements through repetition, cross-referencing in multiple sites, creates a fluency in these shared narratives that political psychology tells us that's where recall, that's where credibility, that's where belief comes from. So that then when we move to this great central story, 5 of the top 10 BuzzFeed stories that were fake news from this Ending the Fed story, which clearly shows up in our data as important in Facebook but not on Twitter, the most shared story there is this story about ISIS. And what's critical about it is that all it does is cut and paste components of stories that have already circulated within these other more clearly mobilized parts of the network propaganda system. So it's the email links. So what do? You take the sentence that says, we have to lean on Qatar and Saudi Arabia to stop funding. You just say Qatar and Saudi Arabia are funding. You tie it together with, why aren't the media reporting on this? Maybe it's because the Saudis have funded 20% of Clinton's campaign, and it's all Clinton Foundation, which is to say you're importing into the story already known narratives that are circulating throughout the system from Breitbart on down throughout this ecology of propaganda. It's not just there. One of the things that became very clear when we started looking at the text is that this perspective on the world successfully implemented itself as the agenda for the remainder of the conversation. This is a subset of only the mainstream media sites, those that were in the center, center left, and center right by attention. And we see very clearly that Clinton emails is the dominant story on the Clinton side, and immigration is the dominant story on the Trump side. More generally, Clinton scandals dominate in terms of number of sentences, Clinton issues, whereas Trump issues dominate Trump scandals in terms of number of sentences. Even though critical, the repetition of the story sets the agenda. It's about immigration, it's about jobs in Trump's side, it's about emails and Benghazi on Clinton's side. And clearly, immigration was a Breitbart story. This shows you that Breitbart focused on immigration in a way that none of the others did. And when they say immigration, they have a very particular view of what they're talking about. These are the top most tweeted or Facebook shared stories. So they're Mexico helping unvetted African migrants to US border, many from Al-Shabaab terror routes. London's Islamist mayor says, etc. It's Islam, it's terrorism, it's criminality, it's they're darker than you think, and it's disease and welfare dependence. These are not, I'm selecting things I feel like selecting because they will make you angry. These are selected because they are the most tweeted or the most Facebook shares. This is what's actually attended to. So what we stand at today, and I think it came very clearly out in this morning's panel, is a situation where professional journalists still play a central role in attention. They are still linked to most of the authority. They are still tweeted the most and Facebook shared most. But the role of the fourth estate suddenly needs to adjust to being in a situation where there is persistent relationship between a president and a propaganda network that works repeatedly to create fluency in disinformation networks, in stories that circulate that are not fully made up, but are compositions of stories that are intended to be misleading and create a certain perspective. And understanding how to imagine yourself as neutral and professional, not in the context where you have to enact similarity, but where you have to understand you're in the presence of a propaganda campaign. In this regard, I actually agree with quite a bit of what's been said already today, that it's an opportunity for professional journalism to make a stand for shared modes of identifying validity, because professionalism in general is under attack. It's judges, it's scientists, and here in this room, it's journalists. Confusion leaves accountability impossible. And so sowing confusion, making the false analogy between the Breitbart-centered propaganda network and professional journalism is precisely what's necessary. It's not a need for you completely to believe in that side. It's to disbelieve the possibility of truth. So,
thank you very much indeed, Yochai. That was terrific tour de force and a fantastic framing of the issues. Actually, because you left it on that note, I was going to go to Cheryl first, but in fact I'm going to come to Ben first, because you covered that ecosystem, or Craig Silverman covered that ecosystem really extensively, doing some amazing reporting on it. And BuzzFeed is probably the media organisation that understands that ecosystem better than maybe anybody else. What do you think? You know, like, was this a surprise to you? And given that you're now kind of in the position where you're both within a system, you're reporting on it, and also you now have this sort of this job to resist it, what have you learnt about that cycle, and what should we be doing next?
That's a big question. And I'm not sure I would claim to understand it better than Yochai, but I guess I think that from our perspective, you know, as reporters rather than theorists, you know, it is obviously, it's a network. It's observable on a chart, but it is also individuals making decisions for reasons that if you can find them in there, where, you know, that they will explain to you potentially, or that they've written down somewhere. And I think a lot of, you know, what we've done is really just is to try to cover it. I think good reporters have always recognized that there's not a clear line between the press and the subjects of the press, that the media has always been a political force, has always been an appropriate subject for coverage. I think at times it has been undercovered. You know, if you think about, I mean, the tradition is the media gets something horribly wrong and then 3 years later writes a report on itself. But that obviously has massive political impact. You know, I think we've always, I think, seen the ecosystem as part of the story. I do think really more than I've ever seen, though, that because all our audience is you know, not just our audience, but is swimming in this this sort of sea of claims that you don't have the luxury of saying we're going to keep our hands clean and just deliver to you the sort of vetted facts, because they already have seen the false stuff, they've seen the unverified stuff, and we see our role as much as possible to tell them what's false, tell them what's true, tell them about some claim that we're not sure, why we're not sure, what we know about it, and then also to very, very aggressively cover the people making these claims.
I mean, you sort of gave a nod there to the fact that you published the Russian dossier when lots of other news outlets said, we're not going to publish it.
That wasn't intended to be a nod that way. I think that's like a cousin of this conversation.
A cousin of this conversation. Well, as they're cousins, let's introduce it now. Which is, but when you said, kind of, so you no longer have the luxury of saying, we're going to keep our hands clean in some of this. I mean, that's pretty much what you said when you posted the Russian dossier, saying, look, this is what reporting looks like in 2017. That was quite a controversial statement. There were lots of people like Jeff Zucker at CNN who really disagrees with you on that. So with hindsight, sort of talk us a little bit through, how that decision was made, and how it felt too, if you like, beyond the sort of the return fire of, well, this is fake news as well.
Sure, and I was actually just about to object to bringing that up in the context of a conversation about quote-unquote fake news, because that is, in that context, just something that people say about content they disapprove of. I mean, it was obviously real news. It was a real document. I think, we don't get any credit in our decision-making for this, obviously, but the subsequent reporting has revealed how seriously the FBI in particular was taking it. But but in terms of why we published the dossier, there were two reasons. One is the argument. I think when people are having this conversation in 5 years, the conversation will not be like, well, CNN published parts of it on Monday at 3, and then BuzzFeed published the dossier. And it will be, the American press had this in August and September and sat on it. And I think there was an argument all along for this document's being fought over at the highest level of American power. It's being referred to by the end of October by Harry Reid and by the most powerful Democrat in the Congress in a letter to the FBI director, which I think retrospectively was Harry Reid, I think, trying to signal to journalists that they had permission to publish it in a way, or to give them that. So I think there was an argument in any case for that the document was newsworthy. People were taking actions based on it. I think once it has been walked out halfway, once you say, I'm holding in my hand a secret document that claims the president has been compromised and that there are, and that his administration has specific ties to the Russians and it's from a credible source, but I'm not going to show it to you. I find that argument hard to understand. And I think so, yeah.
Steve, I'd actually come to you on that point, because I don't know what you thought of Ben's decision, but I know that you wrote a memo early on to Reuters staff about don't get deflected from sort of central purpose. So if you like, two parts to that, one of which is how would you react to kind of, Ben's handling of that story, and secondly, tell us a bit about what you outlined to reporters and what you think the kind of issues are now within a newsroom when you're looking at the kind of system that Yochai just outlined.
Well, I think the first thing I'd say is, as people have said earlier, there isn't one news media, and that's good. So Ben might handle something differently from the way I would handle it, and it doesn't mean I'm necessarily criticizing Ben for doing it that way. You have different audiences, you have different mandates. We're a news agency, we have customers. BuzzFeed is a customer. Most news organizations are. So if I say I wouldn't have done that, it doesn't necessarily mean I don't.
You're saying you need to be careful what you say about your customers?
No, I want to be kind to my customers. My own view, and I think a Reuters view, is that there are many accusations that a newsroom is privy to all the time. Somebody's accused of raping somebody, somebody's accused of doing something awful. A newsroom is a repository for an incredible amount of gossip, defamatory material, dangerous accusations, and going back to what Steve Coll said at the beginning, I'm a big believer in the profession of journalism, and I hope it's not a 100-year blip. I hope it's something that we can continue doing. But to me, what a professional journalism organization, sort of at the core of it is, you try to report facts, then you check the facts, and you make sure that what you're reporting is accurate. Then you seek fair comment from the people you're writing about, not just because you're trying to be fair, but because you might find out something that you didn't know. And then if you're wrong, you correct the mistake. And to me, the final element, and Michael Schutzen did a very good piece on CGR along these lines recently, but to me, at Reuters at least, the next thing I'd say, and I'd say to my staff, and I did say to my staff, is you kind of have to put your personal citizenship and opinions aside, because we're doing global journalism, and we're doing it in Turkey, and we're doing it in Russia, and we're doing it in Egypt, and we have Egyptians who have to live in that country and deal with the challenges they face. And we have Turks who had to live through the failed coup and not know what was going to happen to their family. And we have Russian journalists in an environment that's often very, very harsh. So at least our own view is you kind of put your personal opinion aside and you act as a professional and you do a job that people are essentially hiring you to do, because that's the essence of a profession. You hire an accountant, you hire a lawyer, you hire teachers for your children essentially, because you don't have the time to do it and you don't have the professional capability. So to me, part of the profession is to get the facts, check them, and only report them if the facts play out. But that I think for a global news agency trying to provide kind of fair, accurate news to a large global audience, I deeply believe that's the right approach, which is not to say that Ben's approach for him is necessarily the wrong approach.
I don't differ at all from that approach. And in fact, we were, I think as everybody was, scrambling to try to report the hell out of all the specific allegations when it kind of got walked halfway into public. But it's also true that Reuters and BuzzFeed and other organizations use the word alleged a lot, that whenever a when a prosecutor makes a series of allegations, we report them. That's not a novel thing in journalism. You haven't necessarily checked that the person the NYPD says made threats against the JCCs. I'm not sure that our reporters yet have interviewed him, run it down specifically. There are many contexts in which you say a set of allegations that a document is news. An indictment is the most obvious version of that. But something that is the president is being briefed on, that senators are handing to FBI officials, that in fact it turned out basically every journalist in Washington, dozens if not hundreds of FBI and officials and of government officials were, again, not just reading, and again, of course, there are all sorts of horrible allegations in my inbox that have no consequences that I'm not going to do anything with, but that people were acting on. And I think that for us was really important.
And clearly a judgment call that was on a continuum for those kinds of situations.
For sure.
I wanted to bring Cheryl in here because you've written in the past about the issue of holding journalism to higher account. You've been in a number of meetings, as I have, about fake news over the last few weeks. Are we kind of framing this in the right way, and are journalists reacting to it in the right way?
You mean in terms of specifically talking about the document here, or more?
No,
in
more
general
broadly. Just more broadly in terms of.
Can we stop talking about the document during a fake news panel? I mean, it's a good argument, but
I
really think it's a different thing.
I promise we will never speak of it again on a fake news panel.
No, I mean, I think first of all, this is probably not the first fake news panel that anyone here has attended so far this year.
First fake news panel.
There you go. Okay. So, I mean, the term has been used to the point, and certainly by the President of the United States, to the point that it's kind of meaningless. I mean, for me, I think that the focus should be more on how do the media regain the public's trust and credibility. I think Gallup had a poll in September in which it was 32% of people said that they trusted the media a lot or somewhat. And so I think that really when we talk about all of this and the ecosphere that you've described, I think for journalists, the trick is to follow our true north and really focus on how do we regain that credibility? Now, the interesting thing is that means different things to different people in terms of the general public. At a panel that we had yesterday, in which Kyle Pope is on our panel over at CUNY and the Deadline Club, we had an audience member who stood up and asked about using the term lie and suggested that when media outlets don't tell it like it is, so to speak, and use very strong, direct language, that undermines credibility. Now, I wouldn't agree with that point, but I bring that up just to say how we regain that trust is complex. It's very complex.
So let's just sort of stick on that for a moment, because there are two terms that have been shackled together. One is trust in the media, and one is fake news. And I think that there's not actually general agreement that we should be using either of them. This sort of crisis, the crisis in trust. I just wonder what the rest of the panel think about that, because it's read into the press has never been particularly trusted. We are not coming off the back of a golden age where people love journalists and everything that they said. Steve, I know that I'll come to you, and then Yoko, you've sort of not exactly questioned it, but you've certainly worked, your organisation works in parts of the world, again, where, you're used to being traduced by different regimes and told that nobody is trusted or everything that you say is lies.
Yeah, I think my point was not to say that what's happening in the U.S. is the same as what happens in those countries, but rather to say there is kind of a global playbook of how you should be covering things. I mean, our goal is not to be liked by a particular government. It's helpful to be in the room sometimes to get handouts, but that's not fundamentally what we're there to do. We're there to dig out information that's hard to get, and usually that people don't want you to have, but that the public needs to know. And you do that pretty much the same way in every country. You try to protect your people. You try to get the news out, and you try also to offer the same standard of fairness everywhere, because I think that is ultimately, I mean, it's really a phenomenon that goes obviously 160 years before I was doing it, so it has nothing to do with me. But for 165 years, Reuters has managed to cover every conflict in the world from behind the lines of both sides. And that's not because we're pandering and we're saying nice things about people. It's because we've done a lot to try to have a reputation and maintain a reputation of trying to go out and get the facts and express them dispassionately and put them out there as clearly and carefully as we can. So I think all I was saying is, let's do our work properly. Let's not panic. Let's not make it all about us. There's a level of brittleness, and I'm not saying it's not important what's happening in this country, and I'm certainly, as a journalist, have to be concerned about it. But when the U.S. press takes a 2 or 3 day multiple news cycle to focus as much attention as the U.S. has focused on who's in or out of a room on a particular day, that you could see that very much as a diversionary tactic to keep people from writing about the things that matter. And one thing I've heard so little about today that's a little troubling to me is, I mean, in my view, largely people voted their lived experience, and they weren't so much being influenced by fake news or influenced by people creating a narrative. I think there was minimal reporting, or much less than there needed to be, about the lived experience of the middle class who are working 3 jobs in fast food, but used to have manufacturing jobs with pensions. I think that was probably the fundamental story of this election, and perhaps of our time in this country. And there was some reporting, but not a huge amount of reporting, about the lived experience of people who were voting this way because they didn't see either of the parties providing anything real that changed their lives in an important way. So they took a flyer and voted for somebody who they probably disagree with about a lot of things, but they were taking a significant risk because they were so dissatisfied with their lives. And I think responsible journalism requires us to be thinking about what is the lived experience of the people, and to go out and cover that really effectively and dispassionately.
Yoko, I want to bring you in on that, because effectively that's like saying, well, it's an impressive set of statistics and coloured bubbles. Does it really mean anything? There is quite a possibility that this is just, as people have said over and over again today, this is a divided country, and it showed up at the ballot box.
I think that would be the wrong way of analyzing the data. I think one of the things that came out very clearly, and was perhaps more surprising than many others, was the extent to which traditional professional media continued to play a central role as validators. When you look, for example, at linking practices, which is not about how people share, but how other sites identify authority, whenever there's a good story, as it were, for the right, it's linked to, because that's good authority. So there's a real role that's being played. I worry that the anxiety about loss of trust in generalized surveys. Do I trust media? Ask me which media, having spent the last, not everything, right? If you ask me generally, do I trust media? 30% sounds just about right. But I don't mean 30% of the population, but who would you trust? So I would say getting a little bit over the crisis of confidence and focusing a little bit more on the fact that we are in a very different environment. I'd say probably an environment, it was interesting to listen to Stephen David Remnick talking earlier about Russia, talking more about how you think of yourself in an environment with a mobilized propaganda network that is working in tandem with an administration, so that you need to think about what the stories are and you need to avoid pretending to be neutral by showing neutrality. So if you look, Clinton Foundation, big story overall, really big story in August. You could have told the story, Mercer-funded institute publishes a story in early 2015, the Times falls for it, publishes a long story about uranium, this, that, the other, graph 10, there's nothing to see here, folks, but it's still interesting. 63 Congress people send a letter to the commissioner of the IRS saying, what about this story from a year and a half ago? Why don't you start an investigation? Daily Caller says, IRS opens investigation into Clinton Foundation. It takes a couple of weeks, and then eventually the AP and the New York Times begin to cover it. And only then, when you look in a different part of the data set on TV, only then does it move from Fox and Fox Business on the TV stories to CBS, NBC, and LBC. So there you get the legitimation function. So the critical thing here is to not have a crisis of confidence about generalized trust, to understand that people still trust the things they're looking at, that's why they're looking at, and these are disproportionately traditional professional media. But traditional professional media shouldn't enact a role of neutrality under a deeply non-neutral strategy from the right and the left. You need to treat stories coming out each side very differently because they come from a different background.
So Ben, you were going to...
Yeah, I mean, I think this is obviously, I mean, this was something that we wrestled with, and I'm sure we all did through the summer most, with how do you write a story about a WikiLeaked email that is obviously part of a Russian information campaign, but also is interesting, right? And so, I mean, I think we tried to say this is part of a Russian propaganda campaign to destabilize the election, and also here's the email. I mean, but I don't feel like we would necessarily solve that. I do also think you can go too far. Like, I think that that a lot of fair people read the fair coverage of the Clinton campaign and said, God, these people are disgustingly corrupt. Not in the sense that they should go to jail, not in the sense that there's some horrible conspiracy involving a pizza place, in the sense that they've spent the last 15 years cashing in on their celebrity, hobnobbing with the super rich global elite, and losing touch with the American people. And I'm not sure that was like a crazy piece of right-wing propaganda or something that was illegitimate for journalists to cover.
So let me give you an example. Daily Caller, jet scam, again, everything. Oh, you've got all the pieces. Email from Sheikh Mohammed says, thank you, ask the President Clinton, to say thank you for the jet trip to this and this. The email says, thank him, but express regrets he's not going. From the thank him, they build off how many miles it was, what was the value, why it wasn't stated on Bill Clinton's, on the Clinton Foundation's tax form. There's a whole, so what's the story? Is the story what the Clintons did, or is the story a campaign that's funded in a particular way? I don't know that there's a neutral way to say which one of these is a more important story in a live campaign.
But it was certainly part of the obligation of the press to say who are the Clintons and to cover the foundation, to cover what they've been doing aggressively. Like, and I think to say that it's also being used, I mean, I agree that you write about the media ecosystem too, but I don't think that's the only way that you should interpret coverage of the Democratic nominee.
Steve?
Yeah, and just to clarify, I don't consider neutrality to be the same as false equivalency. I think any good journalist is trying to put things in context, figure out what the real story is. So I think what you're really asking is a question of news judgment, which is a very traditional question. So you add to any story, you have to apply appropriate news judgment. But from my perspective, what being neutral means is you're kind of pulling yourself away from the political conflicts around you, and you're saying, as a journalist, trying to provide information upon which people can act intelligently because they're not in the room to get the information, and our job is to get the information. Being neutral is providing that information dispassionately, but in context and honestly, so that people who are on either side can make their own appropriate decision. We report, you decide is actually a terrific slogan, regardless of who uses it or how, because that is fundamentally what I think our job is to do. I think people use information to make decisions. You do it in your personal life. If you're buying a house, you want to know what the housing market looks like. You're buying a car, you want to know if it's going to blow up. And if you're in the financial business, like Mark Hoffman and CNBC, if you're doing financial journalism, you got to get it right so that because people are going to trade on it, they're going to act on it. And I think that's a good model, which is get it right so that people can make decisions based on it, depending on what their own perspective is.
Cheryl, you were just, sorry.
Yes, I was wondering, is what you're also saying, though, is that mainstream media have become very reactive and are being very reactive without understanding how much of the narrative is being pushed and controlled? Is that the idea?
That's exactly. Thank you. Right? Think of it as your Google and their search engine optimizers. They're trying to figure your algorithm and push your buttons to go in that direction. And the only way Google maintains trust in its search results is constantly figuring out how they're being hacked and fixing. Yes, neutrality, but you're being hacked. You need to understand you're being hacked, you need to study the hackers, and you need to optimize so as not to fall prey to it.
So I saw that Gilad Lotan, who's now your head of data science, but Gilad did some great analysis on how some of these movements start hashtags trending before there is any news whatsoever. So, for instance, hashtag Hillary's health was trending on social media before there was any suggestion there was anything at all wrong with her. She has a bad day at the memorial, and suddenly agencies and news outlets feel that they have to cover that story.
Wait, what? I mean, that's a great story. That yes, these invented that we're being. I mean, we've always. I mean, everybody has always been trying to hack the New York Times and get their stuff in it. But on a new scale and with a new level of sophistication, absolutely, we should be sensitive to it. But I don't want to get from there to we made up the fact that the likely president fainted on a video.
It wasn't. It wasn't made up. But so there's a question about: do these stories take on a different proportionality when there is a pre-existing context for them, and how is that context created?
I think that those are totally legitimate questions, but I don't think that there was But the notion that we should say we're going to suppress this video of Hillary's fainting because we are concerned that it will play into a right-wing narrative makes me nervous, and I felt like that's where you were headed.
No, I was just sort of picking up on Yochai's point and saying, to what extent do we think, or are you aware, as that if you like, sort of neutrality or your view of things is being hacked, that you are being manipulated? I mean, sort of Trump. Let's talk about Trump at this point, because that's where, if you like, his skills lie, which is that he has played a fantastic game between his Twitter feed and cable news, Twitter feed facing the press, cable news facing everybody else. And that cycle, sent the press into a couple of days of hand-wringing about, do we even cover these things? How do we think about this? When the president tweets, is it a story? I mean, Steve, what were your thought processes inside Reuters about that as an issue? Was that an issue for you or not?
The question of whether every tweet is a story?
And also the question of how Trump is or isn't manipulating the news cycle.
Right. So, I mean, look, I think any good newsroom is spending probably an inordinate amount of time now asking these news judgment questions. So there's nobody that I know of who's just routinely saying, oh my goodness, isn't that amazing, that's news, and going out, at least in responsible newsrooms, and just covering it as if that's the news. I think we're all asking ourselves, what's the context? Is he declaring policy, or is it a middle of the night discussion of what kind of host Arnold Schwarzenegger is? And I hate to be so traditionalist, it comes down to news judgment. So If any leader anywhere in the world makes a kind of extraneous comment that doesn't really amount to anything, you might publish it, but it might be 2 paragraphs. If you make a declaration of policy that's going to affect the world in an important way, it's a giant story, and you cover it like a giant story. So what we're trying to do is find the right level of proportion and the right level of context, and frankly, we are talking about it all the time, but I think most newsrooms are as well.
How's that playing out in BuzzFeed, just in terms of you've covered the campaign actually sort of on the ground, Ben, and now you're running a newsroom. Where do you point reporters to get stories, and what do you tell them to pay attention to? What do you tell them to ignore?
I mean, we both fortunately have a lot of different reporters, and I think, to some degree, it is important to know what the president is saying. It's also mostly true that your audience, if they live on social media, are already seeing it, so you don't really have a choice of do they see something or not, and it is about context. The context is often, look at all the incredible memes people made about this ridiculous Trump tweet. I mean, the context can vary. But then also containing the amount of energy you're spending. I mean, I think this is broadly true in reporting, that you want to be dry, you want to be setting the narrative, not reacting constantly to newsmakers who are trying to distract you. So as much of our energy as possible is on trying to break news, trying to dig out stuff that people didn't want you to report, which is by definition not what they just tweeted.
Cheryl, what do we learn more broadly, if you like, about the news ecosystem? So, kind of that we were talking earlier about how things like trust is a sort of a proxy for a whole set of other issues, which could be anything from fragmentation to the fact that people don't really feel that they have necessarily a sort of a shared experience of broadcast media, etc. What do you think the real lessons are that we ought to be looking at, which go beyond what do you do with your reporting resources?
Well, I think certainly for reporters and journalists, and I'd said this a little bit before, but I think it's important not to follow the shiny object. And we have a president who puts shiny objects out in front of us all the time. I think it's important that we not only cover him and what he has to say, but also what the administration is doing beyond either the outrage of the moment or even the scandal of the moment. I'll give an example. I was everyone saw the photo of Kellyanne Conway's feet on the couch, the Oval Office, right? And so that was an image of a meeting of HBCU presidents in the Oval Office. As it turned out, they initially thought they were going to meet with the Secretary of Education, and were whisked into the Oval Office to meet with the president. The president had an executive order which he talked about transferring the HBCU initiative from the Department of Education to the White House. A show of support, and certainly for him it was a photo op. Some news outlets, the Root included, also did the follow-up, which was that these presidents came with a particular list of requests that had to do with bumping up Pell Grants, bumping up, making sure that a certain amount of federal funding for education was set aside for HBCUs and so forth. And none of that was addressed in this photo op, and everybody was either focused on Kellyanne's feet on the couch, or what Betsy DeVos had to say about HBCU's pioneering school choice. So I think it's important that more outlets do that background work. You have an executive order, okay, that's nice, but what's the story behind this? What's the follow-up? And what's the administration doing? And of course, our president is going to be on to the next thing, and he's going to tweet something, and there's going to be a viral picture somewhere, but we have to focus on that follow-up.
I mean, it is a case, and this is one for Yochai and Ben, really, which is that we know that the way that networks and the way that web traffic sort of favors stories tends to be almost the power laws of kind of stories. It's like 80% of the information now goes to 20% of the stories. And, it's right, isn't it, to say that actually it's very difficult to get heard, particularly when you have very high traffic stories, which are all pointing in one direction.
I mean, I guess I don't necessarily see that as a choice. We followed up aggressively covering the fact that they basically that there were these sort of, I think Trump sort of suggested he was going to essentially fund HBCUs better, and then absolutely none of that was in the EO. And also the photo with Kellyanne's feet provoked this hilarious cultural reaction. I guess I don't really see those two things as one being in tension with the other in the way that we do our work now. And we certainly don't have the choice to say to an audience, stop laughing at that picture, delete it from your Twitter. And I'm not sure this has been true. This is entirely novel in media, although the power laws have obviously are more extreme.
Sure, but you would see more traffic right to the feet than you would to the policy. I mean, that would be just natural.
Right, but I don't understand. But is this? I mean, I'm sure Marilyn Monroe's stories did better than Jack Kennedy's stories. I mean, is that doesn't seem like particularly interesting?
No, but it's if Yochai, looking at the ecosystem and what spreads and what does well, we do live in a world now where attention and actually sort of, somebody was talking to me last week about a story they published, and they said, it got zero traction, but I expect that now in a way that I didn't used to expect it, just because it's so hard to get into people's feeds. It's not necessarily the fault of the individual outlets. It might be how the algorithms work. What's your view?
A couple of different things. First of all,
I would say it is your fault if you're not getting traction. Basically, that's the point.
Okay.
I don't mean traffic, but I mean some consequence of your story.
So a couple of different things. First of all, the very first study that showed power law was about actually academic citations. Mm-hmm. There's something specific about the way, and it's from the 1960s. So there's something very specific about how we tend to refer to things that has this relationship that's quite often repeated, and it's true in general. The second thing is, if you look at the 92 media studies right after the campaign, 5% of people were reading the National Enquirer. Lots of people were reading lots of different things. I think the challenge that I heard Cheryl putting was, don't just think of the clickbait. Don't just think of these relations. Understand them as risk and reward, because they create, maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but that's what I heard. Understand them as a potential source of noise that obfuscates what really matters. And what I hear you, Ben, saying is, well, but this is where the people are, and if you want to actually impact people, you have to bring them. And in this regard, I think there's a bit of a division of labor. I think what BuzzFeed does is something different from what the New York Times can do and something different from what The Root can do. And being able to weave together content that's attractive to all sorts of people who aren't interested in news and comes here from the side with core things, as opposed to thinking of the strategy of a major source of authority in our framework and how you orient your newsroom. These are all complements. Just like there's a network of propaganda, there can and needs to be a mutually supporting network of the possibility of truth. And each outlet in this regard, understanding its own role, tweaking, perhaps, in response to this challenge, but not fundamentally saying everybody's now got to be the New Yorker, seems plausible.
Just on the question of whether people are actually reading the stories, I don't accept that that's necessarily the fault or the responsibility of the media outlet. There's such an interesting and subtle relationship between the user of news and the provider of news, and there are times when nobody wants to hear something because it goes against their overall sense of where the world is going, and pre-financial crisis was frankly one of those times. It's just not a fair critique if you read as much as some of us have read of what was written beforehand, that nobody was writing about some of the things that were coming down the pike. People were. They were writing about the housing market. They were writing about securitization. The world didn't want to hear it. They wanted to ride the stock market up. And but you still had a responsibility to write those stories, and it's our job to do that, and sometimes they hit and sometimes they don't, and frankly sometimes they have a long tail and they hit later. By the way, it's the same with authors. I'm now reading the the novels of a guy named John Williams, who basically disappeared for 30 years, and now he's incredibly popular, and he's a brilliant author, and nobody was reading him. Just, it didn't quite click, and now suddenly he's back, and it just, there's the chemistry to that that's just sometimes hard to control.
That's also a kind of great lesson in general, because something I was going to mention is just that sometimes it must have felt in this news cycle that, really good stories were being slightly ineffective, that actually kind of you were just like rushing past, like, hang on a second, all this Russian stuff is really important, nobody's paying attention to it.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess, and that will happen, but I think I don't like the notion of resigning yourself to it, essentially. I mean, and it's not that, yeah, and of blaming your audience. I mean, maybe that is ultimately the reality, but it's not so much just traffic, but I think, I sometimes do feel like there are outlets and who will say, well, we did our job, we published a worthy article. If nobody read it, it's their fault. And I do think that you can often find ways to give stories a sharp enough edge that they'll draw blood.
My only concern, and I agree we have a lot of responsibility to try to get out to people, but I worry, because I think a lot of outlets do that, is they learn the lesson not to do that kind of story because it didn't hit big on the numbers, and then you sort of self-select away from difficult, complicated, but incredibly important stories. Maybe climate change is one like that now. So I just don't want it to deter us from doing those stories, even if they don't hit.
Yeah, and hitting isn't necessarily just the numbers, right? You can a few readers, but you get an official fired or something, that counts.
If only we could get an official fired. They do resign on a regular basis. I just wanted to sort of, this is a good point to kind of inject a question, Yochai, for you, which is, do you see any evidence that newsrooms really understand news school propaganda distribution? Again, kind of this, I think this is an interesting question. The buzzwords Cambridge Analytica, machine learning, algorithmic, political advertising. And what can they do about it?
Can I just stick a hand up on that? All that stuff about Cambridge Analytica is false propaganda that many people in this room believe.
Yeah.
But anyway,
go ahead. This is, I think, a really great point to the understanding.
I would also stop the Cambridge Analytica cheerleading. It may get them good contracts, but it's to be
they
proven.
are in fact behind it.
It's to be, to the best of my understanding, it's to be proven.
Right.
But you had a different.
Sorry.
No. It was. I mean,
the question was
the point of how many people really understand what you showed, and is it important for their reporting? As you say, Cambridge Analytica, there is so far very little evidence that anything is going on apart from a really effective marketing campaign for Cambridge Analytica.
So I think not only newsrooms, but in general, we have a relatively weak understanding of network propaganda. It's not been a central topic of study. In general, I'd say after the fall of the Soviet Union, propaganda as a topic of study has declined. The term has declined. We've seen a lot more marketing studies, and in some sense, it's the same animal in a different context. And so I think we in academia, coming out of this, for me, this is a major aspect, is we in academia need to develop tools. And some of it may be the extent to which you can manipulate behavior. But behavioral, A/B testing and behavioral advertising is not new. It's neither specific to politics nor specific to the right wing. MoveOn have been A/B testing emails for a long time. But understanding this as a topic of study that we need to understand, and for major newsrooms that can afford it, which is not everyone, to be able to develop an understanding that that's the form of attack. To me, this is one of the things that popped out of our study, and I suspect people don't understand it as well because we haven't been thinking in these terms. It's not been such a clear phenomenon as it came out when looking at these 1.25 million stories.
Oh, I beg your pardon. So Cambridge Analytica is the big data firm owned or at least invested in by Robert Mercer, who also invested in Breitbart.
I would say the context is that many of the same factors that spread false stories on the right during the election are spreading unverified stories on the left right now, and one of them is about a dark and secretive consulting firm called Cambridge Analytica that secretly won the election for Donald Trump, except there is no evidence for that claim.
There are academics who've been involved in it who have stood up and said, well, we won the election and that's our job, and there's it's for academia to unpick it and journalism to unpick it and say there's no proof, I think. But on that, another question about how can newsrooms then recognise and intercept the kind of things, Yochai, that you were talking about, which I think is a great sort of question for Stephen Baird about, what do you do when you know that these things are afoot, and how do you change your reporting?
I mean, I do think the thing that Yochai said before about different organizations playing different systemic roles is totally true. And I think for Reuters to go telling its subscribers, there's this false story out there, let us tell you about it in detail, and by the way, it's false, would be crazy. We swim in that ecosystem, and so we spend a lot of time, and I think that a lot of our audience is seeing this stuff in the same ecosystem. They're seeing our work, and so we spend a lot of time debunking, and really see a really core part of our role is helping our audience navigate this very complicated, messy information world in which they live. And that also involves reporting very aggressively and investigating, because again, it's not ecosystem makes it sound like they're trees. I mean, they're human beings making decisions, spending money.
Right.
I mean, the only thing I'd note, because we haven't talked about it yet and it's related, a lot of news organizations have traditionally not wanted to show how they do the job they do and what process they go through to analyze a story like that. And I think we're all increasingly realizing that you can't assume people are going to trust you just because you believe you have a trusted name and your advertising says trust, that you do have to show people how you go about thinking about these things. So we and others are moving towards being more transparent about our processes, so you don't have to ask on a panel, well, how did you look at that? But we actually will provide that in our own reporting. And I do think that's important, because if you want to build trust, you can't just assume people are going to trust you. In fact, the assumption probably now is in the other direction. And I think it's more useful to show how you do it than to say you're trusted, because everybody's using trust in advertising campaigns now, but it's more useful to do trusted journalism. And
when you say everybody, the New York Times.
No, that's not true. If you look at the marketing, multiple news organizations are basically fundamentally calling themselves the trusted source of news, and I get that, but I'm not against people doing that if they think that's a useful thing to do. But all I'm suggesting is it's very useful, I think, for organizations to think a little harder about opening the door a little bit on their processes, so people can realize they actually are checking their facts and they're looking at a database and they have a particular methodology of going through it, that they're sorting things appropriately, that they're going back for comment. I just think that it will end up helping us if we do some more of that than we've been doing.
Yeah, that kind of transparency, that ultimately we're not asking you to trust us, we're showing you our work.
A couple of different things, tying a couple of these things together. I'd say procedurally, and this actually pushes back a little bit, Ben, on what you were saying earlier. So you could imagine encountering a story and saying, is this the kind of thing that would be easy to give a bleeding edge and grab people, and then you focus on it. You could imagine there's smoke, where's the fire? Or you could imagine there's smoke, who's setting up a smoke screen? So I think one of the first things that needs to happen is the assumption needs to come, if the smoke is coming from over here, somebody's setting up a smoke screen, and that's just procedural. The second is there's an increasing body of work within political psychology that starts to tell you how, when you fact check something and you say, here's the statement, it's false, 2 weeks later people just remember, here's the statement. The fluency increases and the credibility increases. So again, as part of your process, if what you're finding is that X is false, find ways to tell the story. What we just did about Cambridge Analytica helped their messaging rather than hurt it, no matter that both of us said it was a bad idea. So bringing that competency in to the newsroom,
but so how
both
do you,
in selection and in description.
But that's a great. But I've read the same research and do wrestle with this, and debunking obviously better to state it positively. But okay, we've already poisoned everybody's brain here with this nonsense Cambridge Analytica story. Like, how do you deprogram them? Like, what do we do?
The next story that you tell has the Cambridge Analytica, if at all, at the very bottom, in terms of the core of the story is people are trying to shape your mind in a particular way. There's a particular kind of attack. There's a particular kind of funding structure that happens. Just the narrative that's memorable needs to be the one that's closer to the truth, rather than that the narrative that's memorable is the one that is easy to remember and has been repeated, and then the thing that's hard to say is no. You just need to, in some sense, what you do all the time is you identify things as first, later, what gets with recall. You just need to think of it in those terms.
Yeah, I mean, I think we think of it as trying to make these debunkings essentially entertaining. I mean, these viral marketing scumbags are trying to, are ripping off your elderly relatives by spreading lies. I mean, I think that's the narrative that feels memorable to me. But you can't do it without repeating the lie.
Yeah, of course, an alternative would be not to report it in the first place because you debunked it in your reporting, and therefore you determined it wasn't true and you didn't share it. Now, obviously, if it's so newsworthy and it's out there, you have a responsibility to debunk it. But in many cases, that's not true. Something's being floated around, you determine it's not true, and you simply don't write about it in the first place.
I mean, there's actually a question from Todd Gitlin. I don't know that I should let him have a question because he's got a whole panel next. But he did say, to this point, is NBC showing the same video of Hillary collapsing 17 times in 2 days? How does that, is that excessive? I mean, Cheryl, you were talking about sort of like you see Kellyanne's shoes and that, or lack of shoes, and that becomes the story, and then behind it there is actually a serious story. I mean, Todd's point about just repetition by mainstream outlets of things that get traffic is relevant here.
Well, yes, you're talking about proportion. I think it's at its most acute in cable news, frankly, and some of that is structural. It just so happens that cable news also influences people who are of a demographic where they vote. So it has an outsized influence for that reason. I don't know necessarily that the same repetition is happening throughout news, but definitely on cable news. But I also think, I mean, what you're talking about in terms of how you craft a story is very important. But one thing that I also think is important to get back to your last question, and it's more dealing with a longer game, is media literacy, I think, for the general public. And I think that newsrooms, and I also think that people who teach journalism have a role to play in that. I think just as we used to have civics education, I think that there's a certain level of media literacy that can actually happen in schools with young people, giving them essentially the skills that we used to hold as gatekeepers, but no longer do. And so I think that that's very important, and I think journalism has a leadership role to play in that. People have to understand the process of what we do. They have to appreciate it, but they also have to understand how to judge. If you're going to provide the context for them, they have to have the proper tools in order to assess that context.
It does feel as though that at some level, a lot of what we're talking about is also, it has to be, I've been in endless rooms about, what can Facebook do to fix this kind of problem? What should we do as reporters to fix this problem? But there's also just the critical thinking part, which is a civic. I mean, Ethan Zuckerman is always saying, journalism should be fixing civics, and then kind of that will actually solve a lot of this problem.
Let's not forget that the biggest contribution to media literacy in the last decade and a half was Jon Stewart.
Right, yes. He's not fake news, satire, which I've seen.
Well-grounded, in details, showing the process satire is probably the best form of media criticism media literacy you could teach.
I'm going to ask a sad question now from Natalie, NYU Journalism, who says, as a journalist writing long-form, months-long reported pieces, I feel helpless with competing with the type of news we've been talking about. Do you see long, patient reporting having a positive future in journalism? You, Ben.
Putting this question to me.
You can take this first. It's for everybody.
Yeah, and I guess what I've seen, and I think that lots of editors would tell you this, is not that I think that what is most threatened is actually medium-sized incremental stories. If you want to do something nobody will read, write what happened yesterday, what Donald Trump said yesterday, and that I mean, it's obviously right now, and I think this was truer before the election. We're right now in this in a media cycle I've never lived in before that's just so centralized, so focused, intense. If you write things that don't touch that central vein, it's hard to get them read. But I think more broadly, though, I think, the challenge, and I think sometimes it doesn't be long. I hate it when people say, what I want to do is I want to write long articles. I mean, like, they should be good and dense and heavy, but they don't be long. Though we do sometimes publish obviously very long things, that any given reader is going to read a very small number of things every day, and so the thing you publish has to be one of the 4 best things on the entire global internet that day, and that is extremely competitive, and sometimes that does mean putting 2 years into a story and having it be very, very long and focused. And I think, Reuters has done a number of huge investigations that have had that as way, and I think it's actually for a particular kind of really, really dense, tough, focused investigation, it can get a kind of scale and impact that it's never been able to before for that reason.
And actually, as Ben said earlier, so just to add a point to your point, you don't necessarily have to reach a mass audience with stories like that if you reach the audience that can actually act on it and make a difference. So you actually can have quite an effect.
I have a question here, which I'm just going to skip past, which says, Ben, who would you most like to employ? I don't know, you can go and speak to Ben afterwards, whoever asked that. I mean, there are several questions here which sort of all bunch under one of the same themes, which is, kind of like, what do we actually, so we're talking about what we've learned here. How will any of your newsrooms, or Cheryl, you as a kind of a writer and an editor, how will you change what you do as a result, or will you change what you do at all as a result of the last pretty extraordinary 12 months?
Well, I mean, so I'm going to go back about 18 months. The last time that I was signing political coverage was sort of at the beginning of this whole cycle. And a number of reporters were pitching Trump stories to the point that I felt it was overkill. If I go back there and look in retrospective, I think the motivations were very much about, let's see what kind of traffic hit I can get. But the topic was probably the right topic, or why he was gaining traction. So I think just the general lesson is to listen more and not, we tend to, especially those of us in media, we have our own bubble about what's important and what's not important, who is not, who is just hype, and so forth. And I think that we need to go back to listening and putting our ears to the ground. And, in retrospect, if I went back, I might make some decisions differently. So.
And there are, I was at a meeting last week up at the Neiman Foundation where actually somebody said, all of your newsrooms look the same as well. Like, kind of like, you don't have a diversity of opinion or people in your newsrooms, and so you're going to make some of the same mistakes. You're going to miss some of the same stories. I know that's not true of every news outlet, but it's kind of interesting that this generalized talk about diversity actually does have a kind of a very hard truth in it, which is, as you say, we live in our own bubbles, and we all kind of, we've experienced a popping of that. Ben, you've tried hard to, you have a pretty diverse newsroom. Is there anything BuzzFeed feels, you should be doing differently? How are you reordering or thinking about the next few years?
I mean, I feel like, gosh, it's changed. This business is changing very fast. I'm not sure I have a single thing. I mean, I think a lot of the stuff you guys talking about how you actually effectively address false story, is something that we're wrestling with. But I wouldn't say that we have some very clear answer. And even, no matter how much you think about diversity, there's a homogeneity in people who want to be journalists. right? I mean,
Right.
and those are the people you wind up with.
Actually, there is a sort of follow-up question for that for you, because I noticed a slight sort of change in BuzzFeed's strategy. You very much live on the social web, and you have a lot of impact there. But you've also started, I kind of see, sort of, you know, you have your own app, you have like a sort of an edited homepage now. How is that relationship between the really sort of like fragmented approach versus what you might call a sort of a destination approach?
God, you're incredibly astute about this stuff. Yeah, no, I think that's right. You know, when my sort of where I came from when we launched in 2012 was that this sort of, and there was this, I think, very like dramatic unbundling in around then, and then forget about the homepage. Everybody's going to see everything on social networks. You'll only see what punches through to social networks. The homepage is going away. And it was great luxury, just not at all to think about it for a year. And then we noticed that our homepage traffic kept going up as people liked what they saw, liked our brand, went to the homepage, found a totally incoherent, you know, mix of random stories because nobody was paying attention to it. And I think there has been a kind of, I think the shift toward apps and mobile has prompted, and away from the open web, has prompted a bit of a rebundling and a consolidation. And I think also right now I think if you see these kind of dark slogans that news organizations now have that are about go back to the old way, and I think there's this sort of retreat toward, in some ways healthy, toward a sort of core branded sort of singular voice.
Right. Steve, you're...
Yeah, I mean, quickly I'd say three things. More transparency in terms of showing people what we're doing, and we're working on some things I'm not quite ready to talk about that will be more transparent. The second is just kind of a recommitment or a reminder that the most important thing really is to figure out what people are experiencing in the country, experiencing in the world, and how that's affecting their political desires and inclinations, rather than seeing it all top down. So less focus on the horse race, more both on policy and what people are really experiencing in the world. And the other thing we're doing, frankly, is we've created and are introducing an algorithmic verification tool that we're finding very useful. It's called Reuters News Tracer. And essentially what it does is it goes through Twitter. It finds things that purport to be events, and then it goes through a whole series of processes to come up with a pretty high confidence level as to whether something actually is identifying something that's occurred or not. And we're finding it very useful in the newsroom, and it may be something we can commercialize. But I'd say using technology as one of the tools you use to help verify, it will be a wave of the future and something that we're committing ourselves to.
I knew at some point robots were going to be the answer, but it's Yochai.
A tool, not the answer.
Yochai, you're the outsider who's brought sort of great clarity to this. How would you advise us to do our jobs better?
I think the things that I've mentioned over the course. I think the first thing is to not be panicked about the loss of trust. I think you are under attack, as is science, as is the judiciary, because there's a political need to destabilize the possibility of shared values that transcend political belief, because that anchors belief. And so I think understanding that there are professional norms that you need to assert is critical. I think being aware of the attack you are under and the fact that you're being hacked is really critical. I think that designing your stories in response to the best in cognitive psychology around what it is that's retained when you are writing to counter a story that you see as false. I think the kind of story about technology, but I suspect more technology that's going to harness help from people around the web rather than doing it purely mechanically. I think finding things that are easy enough for bots to find as false will be to find the things that are less important. And what's going to be more important is the thing that has enough truth to hook you, and then the inflection, the framing, and that you need human judgment. So I think it will be either a combination of nonprofit or a combination of for-profit with larger population of maybe thousands of people, more on the Wikipedia model than on the fully automated model, to come back and say, no, actually, there is such a thing as truth. We more or less can have a conversation between people who are not within a political community but are engaged in this political relationship. And that seems to me to be an important capability for news organizations to develop.
That's a great note to end on, and we are bang on time. I just want to thank the panel. That was a fascinating discussion. Thank you very much indeed.
I felt like I was like irritable and going down weird rabbit holes, and you were always like totally, Where you get fit?
If you will ever have time to sit down and have a longer interview, they're in Russia, they're broadcasting, they're little. I mean, we're not very big either, but we're trying now to go into this digital in Russia because we cannot go. I even saw Salomon is another one, yeah. I'm going to be in and out. I might duck into a classroom to do some definitely staying. Okay, you're number 16, we're going to follow you now. Okay, awesome. I know I missed that. I'm kicking myself.
Whenever we talk about what is to be done, your name is you've got to tell it. You've got to tell it.
Saying in advance of it, I don't think they were necessarily expecting what I saw on Twitter.
But I'll
getting dragged into the fight. Nice to meet we should never like meet. Are you here to come here?
folks here. I just want to tell him about the talk, and that I enjoyed what he had to say. Excuse me. What about?
Sorry, it's been a little while. Sorry, it's been a long time since we've been in person. Give me a break here. Yeah.
Yes, I was going to say, I'll see you around.
Could everybody please take a seat? Please take a seat.
Drove everybody completely crazy.
Okay. Thank you for coming back to the last session of the day. I know you're really here because this is the session that gets us into the reception after this. Just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. First, Brian Ross from ABC News, who was on this schedule and we had hoped to come, had to send his regrets earlier today that he wasn't able to make it. So just wanted to alert you to that. You should check this out. This is a piece that Jonathan Peters, who you'll be hearing from soon, wrote for CJR on all about the Russia and leaked data and the press. We ran it. It's on cjr.org. There's also these hard copies of this white paper you could pick up on the way out, and it's terrific. And there's also copies of the latest issue of the Columbia Journalism Review downstairs if you don't have a copy. And I feel like I'm a newsie here. Also, there on the tables downstairs are the latest copy of a special issue that The Nation put together on media and Trump that CJR contributed to. So take a look at all those. I'm going to turn this over now to Todd Gitlin, who's going to run the show from here on out. Todd is a professor and chair of the PhD program at Columbia Journalism School. Todd, I leave it to you. Oh, and don't forget, if you have a question, write it on a piece of paper and raise your hand.
You'll pardon me for reading my announcement. I don't have a teleprompter. The panel was renamed after some to and fro, following rubles and dumping data. So let me try to explain what I mean by that. Following rubles means tracking the big Siberian bear in the room, which is the yet unanswered question of why Donald Trump has rather consistently made so nice to his soul brother, Vladimir Putin, and what the quids might be for his quo, and why he's so adamant about not answering questions about it. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III, who has now recused himself from any Justice Department investigation, is only one character, and most likely quite a minor one, in the extraordinarily thick mesh of contacts between Trump campaign figures and Vladimir Putin's Russia. Others we now know, thanks to some sturdy reporting, include son-in-law-in-chief Jared Kushner and Donald Trump Jr., who, according to the Wall Street Journal just yesterday, was paid $50,000 for a speech at the Ritz in Paris recently to a think tank headed by a man whose discernment may be indicated by the fact that he later nominated Russian President Vladimir Putin for the Nobel Peace Prize. So, journalists today, as we speak, and I believe Brian Ross was off to do further duty on these matters today, which is why he can't be here. Journalists are at work on questions such as, what did Donald Trump know and when did he know it? How can the truth about this chronic liar and self-declared truthful hyperbolist be unearthed? Some of the journalists on whom we will be relying for answers are either on this panel or watching from home. Meantime, dumping data refers to what's become a journalistic practice, something of a routine, inaugurated by WikiLeaks. Dumping tons of data that have been vacuumed up by hackers into news vehicles, in which case the curatorial work, the work of selection or non-selection, has actually been done by interested parties. One strong way of couching this sort of operation, which Jonathan Peters cites in his excellent report, which you now have available to you, quoting Scott Shane of the New York Times about how this sort of operation in effect turned the New York Times into what he called a de facto instrument of Russian intelligence. Jonathan, who is our first panelist and a professor at the University of Kansas, as well as a lawyer, has written about the ethical and legal entailments of this operation. He notes that WikiLeaks published on July 22nd of last year a total of 44,053 emails from the DNC, and containing 17,761 attachments. That's less a leak than a flood. And then on October 2nd, WikiLeaks began publishing thousands more emails daily from a Gmail account that belonged to Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta. So I'm going to start by asking Jonathan to say a few words about his thinking, and then we'll introduce briefly our other two panelists.
Sure. Thank you, Todd, and thanks everybody for having me here. As Todd mentioned, I'm a professor at the University of Kansas, and I live in Lawrence, Kansas, but write for the Columbia Journalism Review. And about 2 weeks ago, I got an email from somebody calling me a coastal elite, so it's nice to be home here. I feel very comfortable. So as Todd mentioned to you, in mid-December, Lipton, Shane, and Sanger triple bylined a piece in which they wrote that every major media organization, including the Times, had become a de facto instrument of Russian intelligence. The story ran more than 7,000 words, and it broke down how hackers believed to be linked to the Russian government had gained access to one of the DNC's computer systems, then later gained access to the DNC's wider computer network, and after that began targeting individuals and entities outside of the DNC, most famously John Podesta, the Clinton campaign chairman. So Lipton, Sanger, and Shane were the reporters on the story. Shane is the reporter who wrote the de facto instrument line. And when I talked to him about that piece and asked him specifically about that line, here's what he said to me. I actually thought I was being a little provocative, wondering whether the editors might question it or push back or suggest different wording, but no one did. And that is more or less a metaphor for how everything I've ever written has gotten into print. Just wondering, at what point will an editor tell me this is a bad idea? But at any rate, he added that the email disclosures prompted discussions in the Times newsroom about the standard that the paper has used to publish materials of questionable sourcing. And when I asked him, has the Times reached any consensus about that, he said no, just a lot of really good, thoughtful conversations so far. And he said that the main issue that has emerged from those conversations has been the identity and motives of a leaker, and whether that ought to be determinative or otherwise play a significant role in a publication's decision about whether you should give press attention to an issue or to a particular leak. So in my mind, Shane's de facto instrument line, it set off a debate both within the media and beyond the media, about how we make these types of editorial decisions. My report tried to add to that discussion by looking at the legal and ethical propriety of reporting on leaks from questionable sources, even sources that may have acquired the information unlawfully by stealing it, either physically, digitally, or in some other manner. So the report begins by giving a wide lens on news coverage of the 2016 election with references to the pre-primary period, the primary period, the general election, but with the heaviest focus being on the press attention paid to Hillary Clinton and to Donald Trump in the general election and in the convention period when we saw on July 22nd the first major dump of DNC emails. A few words about some of the coverage here, and then I'll just make a few remarks about my conclusions about the emails that I reviewed, and in interviewing about a dozen journalists, press critics, and other media scholars about their views of the news coverage of the leaks. What were some of the tentative conclusions that we drew about the coverage that we saw? So the typical story that reported on the leaked emails, it reported on the juiciest information that was released on a given day or in a given week. And the juiciest information was not always the most consequential if you're measuring it against what we would think of as a legitimate public concern. For example, one that I'm sure we all have heard of was the email revealing John Podesta's thoughts on creating creamy risotto by gradually adding water and so on. Another one was an email thread that was leaked about, it was a Blink-182 guitarist and his thoughts and interest in UFOs. Both of those emails generated massive coverage, the type of coverage that in the aggregate, looking at its volume, you would expect from a story of tremendous national significance. But in reality, they were framed as novelty stories. Then other stories, they did pull back the curtain on the campaign itself. On what I would characterize as the more trivial side, we saw all kinds of backstabbing and sniping among top aides. The kinds of things that we would probably see if any emails from any of the organizations for which we work would be leaked. With so-and-so saying that, Jack is not a nice guy, or so-and-so said this about me and he's an asshole. So, we've got that trivial side of the leak coverage. Then on the other hand, we did have substantive, consequential journalism produced about these leaks. It could be coverage of the Wall Street, the paid speeches that Hillary Clinton gave to Wall Street banks. It could be about the internal struggle on the part of the Clinton campaign to figure out what the right position would be for it to take in the Keystone Pipeline. And so what I did after evaluating all of that coverage, I tried to tease out, and by the way, I went through, and I'm not going to make this the focus of my remarks here. If we want to get into it in questions, I'd be more than happy to get into it. But I evaluated under the First Amendment, would you have a right to report on stolen materials like these hacked emails? And the general answer under the First Amendment is yes, you do have that right. It's a little bit more complicated than that, as my report makes clear, but let's just oversimplify a bit here and say that generally we have the right to do it, which I think makes the more interesting question, should we? And if we do, how do we do it? In teasing out the ethical principles that we most often associate with the doing of journalism and the people who do it, I tried to tease out a general rule that we in the media would be able to apply to the reporting that we do on leaked materials from questionable sources. And what I said, my preamble is that it's morally just to report on truthful private information if, one, it serves the legitimate public interest, two, you can't obtain it from any other means, and then three, the benefit of publication outweighs the harm. And so, what I would point you to in giving you that definition is notice that the leaker's identity, motives, and means are not explicitly mentioned in that rule. And the reason is, I don't think that those things in themselves are reasons to publish or not publish. Rather, I think that they are embedded criteria in other parts of the rule. I think that they would be germane to the issue in the preamble of the rule of truthfulness. I think it would be germane to the issue of whether the benefit of a publication would outweigh its harm. But in terms of conditioning publication on what I would call source savoriness, I think that's a problematic business to get into, because we would end up ruling out a large amount of investigative journalism. I would imagine you could probably put together a list that would include the majority of Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative pieces that are built in part on information that we have obtained from sources that may have dirty hands in having obtained that information itself.
Can I pause you there?
Sure.
I want to come back to this, but I want to get intros from the others. So, deservedly friendly words were spoken earlier today about the great job that's been done by the Washington Post on doing investigations of Trump-related matters, and one of that crack team is Tom Hamburger. Welcome, Tom.
Thanks so much. Good to be here.
Tell us what
So I'm Tom Hamburger. I'm a reporter at the Washington Post, and was during actually 2015 and 2016 part of a enterprise and investigative team that was, in a sense, vetting, investigating candidates, and there were a great many of them as we went into 2016, as you'll recall. My particular beat at the Post is money and politics, which is, as you might imagine, an intersection that provides great material and fun for a journalist. And particularly in 2016, given the rising cost of the campaign, the likelihood of Hillary Clinton being the nominee, coming from a family that was seeking election after really not only having broken records, but also broken the envelope, busted the envelope and changed the rules, really, of raising money in politics in America. And her opponent, it turns out, was a guy who really broke the rules in raising money, spending money, and sort of the norms of political campaigning across the board. So it was, for me, an exciting prospect looking at 2016. In an earlier panel, there was a discussion of what investigative journalism is really like. And in a year, and the description was, let's see, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein in the Library of Congress going through these dusty records. It often is that way. And I must say, 2016 was kind of a killer because of the data dumps that occurred. Not just the one, John, that you write about in your very interesting paper, but the one that was released, in effect, we believe by the Kremlin through WikiLeaks, which was enormous and time-consuming. But remember, earlier in the year, we were dealing with the court-ordered release of Hillary Clinton's email documents from the State Department. And so what it meant for the Washington Post were a team of reporters, 4 or 5 of us, every Friday night, sitting around till midnight, going through this process of looking at emails to see if there is something interesting there. I regret to say we didn't have your template to ask, is it truthful? Could we get it another means? And third, does publishing it outweigh the public good of transgressing what may be what in this case were private emails made public by court order. They were official emails, which is why we had them. But in those emails, in that email dump, that is the official ones from the State Department that we were paying attention to through much of 2016 up until the time of the convention, as well as the WikiLeaks dumps. What happened, I would say, as you summarized it, there were some interesting stories that emerged, but for the most part, reporters, like readers, would glom on to sort of the human interest stuff. Oh, Hillary Clinton doesn't know how to use a fax machine. Huma, come help me get the fax machine. Come deliver it to my hotel. Who does... there were a number of stories that were on the order of John Podesta's risotto recipes that emerged from both of those. In retrospect, I think we may look back at some of the email releases and much of what we learned as not fitting the broad category of meeting the public interest, the public's need to know. I'd also defend some of what we learned through the emails, both dumped through the official State Department account, through that lawsuit, and in the WikiLeaks dumps. Partly it's based on my beat as a money and politics reporter, is that the email conversations gave us into a window. These are the stories that I value very highly, into how Washington really works. How does a public official engage when he or she thinks no one is looking with a donor? How does democracy really function, or get distorted, or does it not, when someone with wealth, money, and power is making a request of someone in power? And in both sets of emails, we had occasions where we were able to learn those things. So that gets, I guess, to the question, the thought of what we were looking at during the cycle on the Clinton side, and these two enormous dumps of data, which were really unbelievably time-consuming on the one hand. They were distracting. And I'm also making the third point, which I don't think is in contradiction. There were also emails that were very important and provided us substantive knowledge of Hillary Clinton and our democratic processes. So what we're talking about on the other side here is another story that begins to emerge at the time this second data dump comes online, at about the moment of the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia, which is the origins of the second data dumps. It comes from a hack. A hack we now know, or at least we're told this by almost unanimous agreement of the intelligence agencies, from Russian state-sponsored hackers. So there was a question that we entertained, that we thought about. What is our responsibility? What is our obligation? What is the right even to examine what in effect are stolen emails, hacked emails? While we asked that question, and we were asked it also of the Clinton campaign, by the way, I'd say we opted in most cases, but not all, because we were using discretion in the newsroom. We were attempting to, in a sense, collate, organize, sift through this huge volume of emails, of information, to see what might be relevant and to judge also its accuracy and the fairness of publishing it. But I would say that the way we looked at it was really, John, rather like your test. Is there an important story here that requires us, since we have this information, to report it to the public? There are standards we can talk about that we would use to decide, how do you decide what's important? We felt if something informed the public on how the system works, informed the public about Hillary Clinton or her campaign, their operations, their thinking, as Hillary Clinton, like Donald Trump, was running to be the President of the United States, that it was, if the information was of value to the public, it was worth telling despite the origin of the information.
So one of the prime additions to our investigative newscape over recent years is ProPublica, which is operated by a nonprofit and works through partnerships with newspapers and other news organizations. And Jesse Eisinger has been a major contributor to their enterprise. And you may well have seen, as I noted with relish over a number of years, Jesse's columns that ran in the business section of the New York Times, which was one of the partners. So, Jesse?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having me on the panel. I'm sort of, since I didn't cover the Trump campaign or the Hillary emails, I'm sort of serving as, I think, the role of guy with opinions on the panel. We're
okay with that.
Yeah, I have plenty of them. But I guess the way I have always thought about my reporting, I come from the world of business reporting, and I think that it's easier for business reporters to understand that there is no such unicorn as the pure and disinterested source, pristine source. I deal with a lot of scumbags in my business because I talk to CEOs. Congenital liars I've had experience with, so I understand who Donald Trump is. And then, of course, in the business world, it's a little clearer to people because there's this money at stake. So I've never spoken to a single source in my career who didn't have some kind of bias. But I've always thought just because you're biased doesn't mean you're wrong. So I rarely have the biases, I wouldn't say I rarely have the biases inform my reporting, but what I of course I do, because when a biased source is giving you information, you have to vet it carefully, but you have to vet all information carefully. And when anyone is talking to you, any source is talking to you, you want to understand whether the information is true. That's the most important thing. Then is it important? Is this newsworthy? I've always gone through this kind of heuristic that you're talking about. And then you think about whether the person is missing information or not thinking about information because of his or her biases, the source's biases. I deal with whistleblowers a lot, and anybody who's dealt with a whistleblower knows that on the scale of 1 to 10, 1 being crazy and 10 being absolutely batshit crazy, every whistleblower is on that scale somewhere. There's no whistleblower at 0. And you have to be that. So they see everything as a conspiracy, and they have their hands on material that they sometimes overinterpret, and then you go through the process of vetting it. So going back to the DNC emails and the leaks, I never understood the argument that the press shouldn't be reporting these emails. I always thought that they were newsworthy. But I think we did have this overarching failure, which has only become clearer after the election in putting them into proper context. So the emails were overplayed. They were newsworthy, but they were overplayed. And the reason why they were overplayed, I think the most simple explanation is that generally no one thought that this monster could be elected president, and we all thought that Hillary was going to be president, and so she was held to a higher standard.
So in the last discussion, Ben Smith was here to talk about the infamous, famous dossier, the Trump dossier that BuzzFeed put out after CNN had intimated that it existed. And one question that occurs to me is this. Evidently, Ben Smith says, and I think others have confirmed, that the dossier, evidently written by a British spy named, or retired spy named Christopher Steele, had been around, had been floating around. I don't know if it floated through your newsroom, Tom, but he as early as last summer, it was around. So what's the difference between publishing parts of a dossier, some of which are unprovable or unconfirmable, and publishing a whole lot of emails that have been culled by an interested party, namely WikiLeaks? And I want to append to that question an observation about the WikiLeaks data dump. I took it as unusual. It was not simply that WikiLeaks or whoever it was delivered the data to the Post, but that they delivered it in weekly bundles. That is to say, they were not only supplying information, they were supplying a format. It was not a movie of the week. It was a series they were launching. So. What's the difference? Where do you draw the line between a dump, some of which is held to be newsworthy, although not yet confirmed, and another kind of dump, none of which is easily confirmed, some of which is arguably of public interest value, as has been said, but some of which is not. What are the boundaries around a permissibly publishable dump? I just want to append to that, if at the risk of belaboring the point. Many people have when WikiLeaks started delivering big troves of data, this was likened to the release of the Pentagon Papers in 1971. And in fact, Daniel Ellsberg, who released the Pentagon Papers, said prominently and publicly and repeatedly that he identified with Julian Assange. He thought he was doing the same thing. However, the Pentagon Papers were a book that had been compiled at the behest of Secretary of Defense McNamara in order to tell a story, a coherent story, about how the war in Vietnam had become what it did. It was not a pile of data. It was a composed narrative made up significantly of documents from the Pentagon and other government agencies, but nonetheless, it was a book. What was delivered by WikiLeaks was not a book. So, is there a difference in terms of journalistic obligation?
Todd, I think that you have described sort of different categories of information that flowed to news organizations. I wanted to correct one thing. WikiLeaks, of course, didn't just supply the information to the Washington Post. WikiLeaks was posting this on the web, and it was available to everyone, not only in the media, but general public around the world as well. So I think the information that we received came from different sources and was of different quality. But the rules or the way in which we assess it inside a newsroom really applies regardless of the source. Whether it's a well-curated book provided by a guy from the Pentagon or an email that is ostensibly legitimate and real that comes from John Podesta, the chair of the campaign, a journalist's obligation is still to vet it, to assess it using the sort of range of hard and soft skills that we did. That we would use. One of the first questions is it credible? Daniel Ellsberg was a guy with great credibility, so the documents that he provided, well curated, were understood and thought to be legitimate and could be proven to be so almost immediately. The WikiLeaks emails, which also looked like legitimate emails, we had to be wary of. We understood that these may have come, and the Clinton campaign made sure we all understood it as well, may have come from a foreign power that had hacked illegally into, not only hacked illegally, hacked into a Democratic Party email system and the private emails of John Podesta and other Democratic officials, but also the Kremlin was known as great sophistication in manipulating emails. And there was, in addition to the WikiLeaks dump, we now know as part of this campaign, there was, in fact, fake news, doctored documents that were occurring and that were presented to news organizations during this campaign. Not within the WikiLeaks bundle, but there were separate bundles that appeared on sites which were also connected to the Kremlin, one called Guccifer 2, and another one called DC Leaks, that included documents that we were told had been altered. And so we had to view everything that we were getting through we put it through it's the sieve of reporting. We'd ask ourselves where it came from. Is it logical? Can we confirm it? Is it in the public interest to report on this? And we asked that question not only about the WikiLeaks documents, not only we asked them about the original Hillary Clinton emails, but we applied it to the dossier as well. And at the Washington Post, the dossier, there's this thought that it's 35 pages or so. It didn't all materialize at once, at least to some news organizations. The dossier itself is actually a series of reports that begin, if you study the document, that begin in June and continue right through the end of October. So it's occurring over time, and one of our jobs was to try to assess the credibility of it. like other documents that we receive all the time over the transom from whistleblowers. Our job is to assess it, try to determine its credibility, its authenticity, and the fairness obligation of seeking a response to those who are named or covered in the documents. And I think we did that, Todd, as I look back on it, in all of the cases in which you described. The dumps, the dossier, the official Clinton emails.
I would jump in just to say that I agree with what Tom said, that I think the processes that you use here would apply across the board, whether you're talking about a dossier that BuzzFeed publishes or leaks that are coming to you from Guccifer, from DC Leaks, from WikiLeaks. And that being said, in the report that I did, this is kind of speaking to a comment that you made about the Pentagon Papers. I'm trained as a lawyer, and I think just by habit, I looked for analogies. And I was trying to find what is the closest case here and what will help me make sense of it. And so I looked at, the likes of the Pentagon Papers case, the Sony leaks, the WikiLeaks disclosures going back, about really 7 to 8 years in their major disclosures. I looked beyond that at other print leaks going back into the 90s and 80s of corporate data, and I couldn't quite find one that was a really good fit here. I think the one that I liked the best was the set of Sony leaks from a few years ago, in which hackers believed to be connected with the North Korean government hacked into Sony Pictures' private email servers and dumped out all manner of documents with the apparent intent to embarrass Sony's leaders for having been behind a movie that embarrassed Kim Jong-un. And so, but even that, I think, is distinguishable in various ways. One way is context. I think that when you are evaluating the legitimate public concern and information, and in particular when you are evaluating whether the publication's benefit will outweigh its harm, you can't do those calculations in a vacuum. You have to do them with reference to the time period in which these have been released to you and you would be called upon to report on them for the public. And so in the context of the Sony leaks, you're talking about a foreign government which is attempting to embarrass a corporation using its private data. And here we're talking about a foreign government that apparently had the intent either to disrupt an election, to swing an election, or to undermine the democratic processes of the United States. That was the trickiest issue for me in the report when I was analyzing the harm issue. And you can analyze it by reference to the individuals who would be affected by the reporting. And the argument I made there was that the people most likely to be directly affected by it would be the people whose emails were disclosed, and it would be their privacy interests that would be compromised. But on the other hand, I think you have to make a reference to society writ large. What harm would come to democracy by my reporting on these emails? And I think there is an argument to be made if you accept that the journalism's principal business is to report truth. We have a primary loyalty to citizens, that by reporting on information that is being served up to you for the purpose of swinging an election or undermining your democratic processes, that by reporting on them, you could be doing harm to the very democracy that you're trying to serve. I see that argument. I don't quite buy it for reasons I get into in the report. I more or less say that you still, even with the harm that grave, you have to weigh it against the value of the information that you're reporting and the good that could come from that in an election cycle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that that's a kind of highfalutin calculation that journalists would never be able to make in any effective way, and that they shouldn't really think about whether we're harming or helping democracy in some larger way. I think we want to get at the truth. We believe that truth helps a democracy over the long term, and I don't think that we are ever going to be in a position to, while we're trying to put out the news, to weigh it in any effective way. So I think that the calculation is not a particularly helpful way for journalists to go about making these judgments. I don't think that we want to have any more caution and and trepidation before power for among our journalistic establishments. We already have too much deference as it is. So I kind of reject that notion. We do. Responsible journalists do worry about national security issues. That has some validity. Responsible journalism organizations didn't report on names in the Snowden documents that might out Knox and undercover agents and put lives in jeopardy. I think that's the right calculation. But some abstract notion of trying to measure whether this is good or bad for democracy, I think we're going to get lost there. The BuzzFeed dossier is a much more interesting question and a closer call, I think, because you're putting out a raw piece of material that you don't know is true, and you can't validate whether it's true or not. Does this piece of, BuzzFeed didn't just report on it, they published the dossier. I am in favor of it. I think they made the right decision. But I think they made the right decision only because of the context that this dossier, but publishing the dossier came under, which was that it was circulating among journalists, circulating among politicians, that it had been presented in some form. It's not exactly clear to the current President Obama and the president-elect at that point, Trump. So you had all of these factors going into it that I think weighed in favor of publishing the dossier. But I think that every single time you're presented with a choice like this, you wouldn't necessarily make the same decision. You have to be very careful about it. There's not a principle involved here. There is there's not a very good principle to be had here, is what I mean to say.
Would you have published the
yes,
dossier?
I would have published the dossier.
Would you publish the whole thing?
Yeah, I think I would have published the whole thing. It was reported. It was circulating. I don't think, by the way, I'm only speaking for myself. I think ProPublica would not have published the dossier. So my editors, I believe, would have made a different decision than I would have, because they have some higher-minded idea of what journalism is about than I do. I hope they don't fire me.
So what kind of assessment? Let's go back to this thought experiment. Suppose that there's the dossier on your desk, and you read about sources say this, and sources say that, and these conversations took place, and those conversations took place, and then, by the way, something kind of peculiar happened in a hotel room. Would you have evaluated all of this stuff as a block and say, well, it's presented to me as a unitary dossier, so I'm going to, it's a red light or a green light. There's no yellow light here. Would you have said, well, some of these allegations seem to me, you, Jesse, as more plausible, more demonstrable, less, I don't know, trashy than others, and therefore I would sooner excerpt it than just drop it on everybody's desk?
I mean, it entirely depends on the circumstances. If a source gave me that dossier, and I wish to God the source had leaked to me, leaked to ProPublica, the next one, I would be extraordinarily cautious about it. I would obviously think the golden showers were a very interesting part of it, and I would try to prove that. But I would also, the more important things had to do with the business interests and the intelligence context. So you would evaluate what was the most important thing, what was the most newsworthy thing, and then you would go about trying to prove it. And if you couldn't prove it, you wouldn't publish your story and you wouldn't publish the dossier. We get leaked information all the time. leaked documents, and sometimes they're not newsworthy. You know, one of the biggest, most important leaks, as everybody remembers, was a single page or a couple pages from Donald Trump's tax returns. Those were obviously newsworthy, and the Times did a great job of establishing that those were true. And if you remember, there was something that looked fake in the document, which was that the almost $1 billion loss that had a typographical glitch where there was something raised in it, which may have looked like it'd be faked. And you know, whenever you get a document, you're very worried that it's going to be faked. And so easy to do that. And they went down and confirmed that with the accountant, that there was a reason why, because he had to physically type that in, if I remember the details correctly, because it was such a huge number. So they did a brilliant job of confirming that. So if I had a dossier like that, I would try to go about confirming it. But what the reason why I support BuzzFeed in publishing the dossier was that this was no longer just an effort in confirming the details of it, but it was, what is the report that is circulating in Toot, Washington, that has this kind of national security interest, this kind of import for the democracy of the United States? And that's what I think was the reason why you could publish.
Tom? There's a journalism, there's a journalism tale here, I suppose, since we're at, is this the World Building we're in, or the World Room? World Room, right?
It is the World Room.
Okay.
That's the original stained glass window.
Oh, beautiful. Well, so I received the information from the dossier during the late summer, I guess. I was one of a number of journalists at the Post and elsewhere that were puzzling over this stuff. We, of course, were very interested in receiving it and thought, if we could corroborate this, it's a hell of a story. But we also thought, let's see, I wanted to get to you made one question. The thing that is most memorable in the dossier, and that will take over any news story that you might write, and if it has the topic of lascivious behavior in a hotel room, that's what everyone's going to remember. That's about one paragraph in this 35-page dossier, which actually describes an extensive and fairly detailed campaign by Vladimir Putin, who's named in the dossier, and the Kremlin leadership to influence the course of the U.S. election. That was a profoundly disturbing allegation, and when it first appeared when we first saw it or heard of it in late July, it seemed preposterous. Could it be so? We watched Donald Trump then calling out to the Kremlin for help. We began seeing a series of things, including the determination ultimately by U.S. intelligence agencies that, in fact, there was a Kremlin-directed plot.
When you say calling out for help, you mean his invitation to Russia?
Do you remember at the
hack
last
Hillary's
day of the Democratic convention,
Right.
we had been seeing, the public had been, and journalists had been chewing over the court-ordered released official Hillary Clinton documents, but there was a thought that some 30,000 that she decided were private were missing. And so Donald Trump, at a famous press conference the last day of the Democratic convention, said, "Hey, Russia, if you're listening, help us get the stolen documents." Well, for those who had seen this dossier and heard that, in fact, there was a Kremlin plan to help Trump, it was like this was not a dog whistle. It was a very public, it seemed like a very public call for help. But there were a number of things that occurred through the course of the campaign in the summer which led credibility to this once preposterous notion that the Kremlin was attempting to interfere in our elections. The journalism story, and so this document did circulate to news organizations all around town. The Washington Post's former star reporter, Carl Bernstein, had a copy of it, and it broke through, and CNN was the first to broadcast on Carl's report that such a dossier existed, because he learned that its contents had been was taken seriously by the intelligence agencies, seriously enough that they briefed the president-elect on this dossier and let him know that it existed. And that allowed the story sort of to move forward. All of us on that night, I think it was January 10, published stories about this document and what the intelligence agencies had briefed the president-elect about. We got, in a sense, the dossier through customs because we had the imprimatur of official agencies, the intelligence agencies, saying, yes, this is serious enough to warrant disclosure to the president. So it then was something that we all felt we could write about. CNN broke the story first, and all the major news organizations followed. Only BuzzFeed chose to run all 35 pages, including the lurid forced paragraph, which is what everyone remembers. At that point, I think Jesse's position that that's a time to publish, I think that's a defensible position to take. Before that point, I think the old rules that we're talking about, if you see something like this come in over the transom, check its credibility and work as hard as you can, obsessively, to see if you can corroborate the details, and then publish it. But publishing a raw document in advance of that corroboration, or in advance of having a signal that intelligence agencies are believing it to be credible and taking it seriously, is, in my view, a mistake.
So let's stay with Russia for a minute, but I want to go back to something that David Remnick said at lunch here. Evidently, they have some more reporting coming about Trump and Russia connections, and he mentioned something I think many reporters are aware of, that when Trump was in a financial hole, having gone bankrupt a number of times, that he was unable to borrow money from American banks. And so there are reasons to think that he might have been borrowing money one way or another through Russian banks. Certainly there was a motive for Trump to be friendly to Putin. Now, we've seen smidgens of this emerge in various media. There's been some interesting reporting by Reuters and elsewhere. One thing, it seems to me, as somebody who's not an investigative reporter, is that there are elements of the possible paper trail which are extremely hard to trace, since some of them lead through the Cayman Islands, which is not an easy safe to crack. My question is actually this. Let's go back. Well, it's an analogy question. So Watergate. Let's go back to Woodward and Bernstein's initial reporting. When the story initially breaks, nobody knows much about anything, except I think you have a quote from the first report in your report, and I just read it last night. So there's been a burglary at the DNC, and some folks have been arrested, and one of them says he worked for the CIA. That's the lead. Okay, so over the next, whatever it was, year and a half or so on, the story never comes out as a completed story. I mean, it's an incremental story. It's sort of, okay, we have a new fact today, and it has to do with this check that was written to the committee to re-elect the president, and so this money ended up here, and oh, by the way, this unit, McCord and the rest of them, seem to have a place in the White House, and so on and so on. So I'm somewhat surprised that the Russia story hasn't been told in that way. What I'm calling the Russia story is the financial story. Does the whole edifice have to be complete? Completely understood? Does the whole wall, if you will, have to be built before you can sort of follow it as a developing story, which is developing in real time? That is, as journalists find out more than they knew at the beginning. I mean, it's sort of, in other words, it strikes me as if we aggregate it, as that Times piece did, the one that you quoted, by Scott Shane and his colleagues, if we aggregated sort of what's trickled out about Russia and banks and Putin and so on, including now some of the latest stuff about which members of the Trump campaign were in contact with whom, when, and so on, it would seem to me that it would become it would be an ongoing story, rather than this sort of now you see it, now you don't, sort of Punch and Judy show. Is that, you have a reaction to that sort of smoky question?
Sure, yeah. I'll jump in here. I think that was one of the chief challenges for the press in October, especially when we were getting a daily drip of emails and trying to figure out what do they add up to. And I think that, yeah, in an ideal world, we would be able to write about an entire wall that's been built, but that, of course, is not the world in which we live. We have to make the best decisions that we can with the information that we have in a given day or in a given news cycle. And so I do think, though, that one practical upshot of that challenge is when you look back at some of the individual coverage, in October especially, it is not proportional. And when I had this conversation with David Folkenflik, the media correspondent for NPR, and he said, well, one effect that a leak has, it gets you as a reporter a little bit excited at kind of a visceral level that you have something that probably a small number of other people do. And what you might be inclined to do as a reporter at a visceral level is to see that with more significance than in substance it might actually have. And then you put it through your objective processes to try to make sure that you're not getting overly excited about it by checking its truthfulness and what harm could come from publication. So in some ways you're doing what Jesse talked about earlier when you're reflecting on your own biases and what that might mean for the lens through which you see information. Now, I've referred a couple of times in the abstract to what I thought was a general lack of context and judgment in the coverage of the emails, particularly in the fall. And I think that it might bear mentioning one specific example, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. And I'll pick on CBS News here, and I'm not doing it because I thought CBS was especially bad. I don't think that was the case. It's just a story that comes to mind. In one particular email disclosure, it was revealed that President Obama may have known about Hillary Clinton's use of a private server before Obama had originally let on about that. And CBS News wrote a story for the web that reported on that essentially in a vacuum and said that, here, quoting from the email, here is what this email says. It suggests that Obama knew before. He had earlier said that he knew. And that was it. And that was in late October. There was no other explanation of the ongoing server controversy. There was no mention of, at that point, we hadn't had Comey 2.0. We had just had Comey 1.0 with the first investigation that led to his recommendation that no charges be brought, and then Loretta Lynch declining to bring charges accordingly. But if you were to read the CBS story, you would have known exactly none of that. You would have simply known that there is this email that says Obama knew, and maybe based on an earlier comment, there is an inconsistency. And that was it. So when I refer to a lack of context, a lack of judgment about the email's significance, that's the sort of thing I'm referring to.
So let me follow that with a question from the audience, which actually touches exactly on this point. Regarding WikiLeaks, how do you present that type of info when you don't have equal disclosure on the other side? Journalistically speaking, was reporting on the emails from WikiLeaks a balanced story? How do you balance it?
Let's see. In thinking about WikiLeaks as a source, we were interested, and we at the Washington Post and the New York Times actually wrote pieces about Julian Assange and his long relationship with Russia, and a pattern. The pattern and an association between comments that he'd made about Russia and the Kremlin, the income or the work that he'd done for RT, Russian television, so that was part of the context. The questioner is asking about balance, so we know it was thought that these documents appearing on WikiLeaks might be provided by those who wish harm to Hillary Clinton and perhaps hope to benefit Donald Trump. So how do you balance it? The most important question that we ask, I think, is are the questions we've talked about. Are these newsworthy? Are they credible? Are they true? In the case of the WikiLeaks dump, unlike the dossier, we actually had documents provided to us that had a timestamp, the name of a sender and a recipient, and so forth. You actually were looking at a document as opposed to one person's basically dossier of information provided by others. So it had, in some sense, more authenticity and specificity associated with it than the dossier did, on the other hand. But the way in which we would balance anything we receive is by using the skills of journalism, which is asking ourselves, is this credible? Where did it come from? Can we corroborate that it's accurate?
I have a naive follow-up. Can't timestamps and so on be faked?
Yes, and that was a concern that we had, and it was emphasis. Not only were we aware of it, but when the documents first started leaking, and we would call the Clinton campaign or Hillary Clinton for comment, or John Podesta, their rule, at least in the early going, was we are not going to comment because our belief is that these are stolen documents. You should not publish stolen documents. And we felt that we could not proceed, in any case, without at least giving the recipients, the individuals we were writing about, a chance to comment on it or alert us to whether they may have been doctored in some way. And we made an effort to ascertain that they were, in fact, real emails.
Another WikiLeaks-related question. Wasn't there a lag time from when WikiLeaks dumped the data to the time when it was traced to Russia, i.e. Fancy Bear? Fancy Bear was the name of a...
Well, let's see.
Sort of a Russian...
my memory is that the Washington Post broke the story on June 10, I believe, that the DNC had been hacked by Fancy Bear and one other hacker, identified hacker, who was associated and believed to be connected to the Kremlin. These were Russian state actors. Now, shortly after that story appeared, or maybe just before it, there were a few documents that began appearing, not on the WikiLeaks site, but on Guccifer 2 and DC Leaks. But they appeared to come from the DNC. And it confirmed to forensic investigators at the DNC that these leaks, these documents were produced as a result of this hack. So that came first. The WikiLeaks documents, as I recall, didn't start to appear until July on the eve of the Democratic Convention. So I think the answer to the question would be no. We first identified the involvement of Russian state actors, and then the WikiLeaks documents appeared.
That's right. The WikiLeaks documents were published July 22nd, and in June we actually had the DNC go to the Washington Post and reveal to the Washington Post that it had been hacked. And the initial publications did come from Guccifer, who said that he initially he's a self-styled hacker. In reality, appears to be a persona that could be an amalgam of a number of individuals. And at the time, it wasn't immediately clear, but it became pretty clear within about a week that that person or amalgam of people had some connection to the Russian government. And then again, it was about a month later that WikiLeaks began publishing en masse.
I'll just add one thing that sort of just to add some context here, which is that the reason why the hacks story became so powerful was that it had voters conflated it with the email server story, Hillary's unconnected email server story. So, and the FBI investigation, of course, was, well, there was this preliminary aborted FBI investigation into the hacks, which seems to be ongoing, but there was the FBI investigation that Comey talked about was something completely separate, but most voters didn't understand that, or many voters didn't understand that. And so the post-election, these things loom much larger for us, and we're doing this panel and analyzing how the press covered it in the context of that Trump won, not Hillary, that Hillary was dogged by this email server scandal that morphed into this and was conflated with these other scandals, but the press didn't really do that. That was just the way people read the stories, which is not really the press's fault.
Well, on that note, there was an analysis conducted, I think, by BuzzFeed looking at word associations that cropped up with respect to both Clinton and Trump during the campaign. You know, they can do these sort of word, you've seen these sort of diagrams where a word looms, the size of the lettering of this, size of the font is in proportion to the actual incidence of the number of times that the word showed up in articles about Trump. So if you look at the word cloud around Trump, as I remember, the chief words that appear are things like trade and immigration and so on. But overwhelmingly, the key word association to Hillary Clinton is emails. So regardless of anybody's intention, that is how in the public mind it played out. And I think you're right. The fact that there was, one email story bled into another sort of contributed considerably, I would suppose, to that association. In other words, the prime news about Hillary is about something scandalous.
Well, yes, sort of, but I think I would wager that there was much, much more investigative journalism about Trump than there was about Hillary. How many reporters did the Washington Post have on Trump versus Hillary? Tom, you guys wrote a book about Trump. You had something at one point, something like 24 reporters on Trump stuff. David Fahrenthold did a miraculous and wonderful job of exposing Trump's fraudulent charity. So the problem was that Trump was this extraordinary Teflon candidate that nothing stuck to, and we've never dealt with that in this. And the ability to shamelessly lie, we haven't dealt with that on the national scale like that. Like that's the thing that's unique about Trump, that he fended off this thing that the thing the scandals resonated with Hillary in some ways because she was trying to adhere to some standards. I'm going to steal a line from my wife, is that we think Hillary is lying because she's being precisely truthful in a way that looks really evasive, while Trump appeared to be truthful because he was just shamelessly lying. So I think that's the central problem that's all confounding us, not particularly any individual press story.
The subject of WikiLeaks dump is sticky, so here's another question that bears on it. Did you ever question if the WikiLeaks dump was in fact low-hanging fruit for the media to act as a tool for the Kremlin in its mission to disrupt the election?
Yes. Yes, and it
Want
was.
to say more?
It was expressed in a way quite elegantly in John's the quote from Scott Shane in John that John referred to, in which news organizations, in publishing these documents, these emails, became de facto agents of the Kremlin. If indeed there was a plan to undermine Hillary Clinton's pre-existing vulnerabilities because of all the email complaints, other assumptions that had been deeply ingrained from coverage earlier in 2016, WikiLeaks reinforced that message. And news organizations, including mine, to the extent that we looked at those WikiLeaks and reported on them, ended up reinforcing that theme. So the answer is, and we did so, I would say, at the Washington Post, aware that we might be dealing with documents that, in effect, were being provided by foreign power that didn't wish us well.
And I would add to that it's a little bit difficult today to figure out what to make of WikiLeaks. It has evolved a lot since its original inception and since it came into our public consciousness in 2010, I think for most of us, when we saw the disclosures of the Iraq war logs, the Afghan war logs, followed quickly by the U.S. diplomatic cables. In those times, I think, was wearing a cloak that would be semi-comfortable for a lot of journalists. The idea that we're holding power to account in the context of a country's use of the country's military powers. And Since then, in the last 6 months, we have seen Julian Assange make seemingly conflicting statements about his intentions and the intentions of WikiLeaks as an organization. So if you go back to about 2011, Assange made public statements then saying that WikiLeaks wanted to and did indeed try to follow journalistic values and ethics. And in those years, he also said that WikiLeaks was developing what he called a harm minimization procedure. And that was following widespread criticism that Assange took after releasing a number of documents related to the Afghan war, the war in Afghanistan, that included the names of Afghan intelligence sources, effectively putting them in harm's way by making those public. So then if you fast forward to this election campaign, you have on the one hand Assange denying outright that the source was a Russian government actor. You also have Assange saying that WikiLeaks makes publishing decisions based only on newsworthiness. I think that also explains some of the organization's resistance to curation, for which it has been criticized by no less than Edward Snowden for its failure to curate meaningfully. And then at the same time, you had in the late summer an interview that Julian Assange gave in which he voiced his opposition to Hillary Clinton in no uncertain terms, and also wrote a blog post on the WikiLeaks website in which he said that a vote for Hillary Clinton is a vote for endless war. So it's kind of hard to reconcile some of those statements with, what we would consider the doing of journalism, especially when you contextualize it with the organization's resistance to curation.
I would just add, there was an earlier sign that Assange had a more complex agenda. Quite early, it was noted that he had an emissary in the WikiLeaks circle who conveyed information to the dictator of, was it Belarus or Ukraine? No, I think it was Belarus, about naming human rights activists who were not fans of the dictator. Which conveyance of information actually eventuated in some of them being thrown in jail. So, he has not been, Assange has not been, sort of a pure journalist from the beginning, if there is such a thing. Question for Tom. If you had the dossier since the summer, what did you do to verify it? And what didn't you find that made you decide not to publish it or anything about it?
Let's see. Well, to clarify, we were aware of the dossier and aware that information was being accumulated in July, towards the end of July, and then saw the document probably for the first time in the fall. But we became aware of some of the specifics, and certainly in late fall, we were aware of the sort of multiple claims, and we began an effort to verify both the broad claims and the specifics. We have we made an effort to attempt to confirm whether indeed the Ritz-Carlton Hotel is equipped with cameras, whether Donald Trump stayed there, whether there were witnesses. What we learned generally is that the notion of a high-end hotel in Russia, as you heard from on previous panels, you really want to be prepared apparently to be on television if you visit these hotels, and so the notion of filming visiting business people for the purpose of gathering compromat was very credible. We could not and have not proven or confirmed in a way that we would think would justify publication.
But what about the rest of the dossier allegations?
So the rest of the dossier, remember, is one of several pieces of information that we have. There were also reports and outspoken complaints starting in July from not just candidate Hillary Clinton, but from Jake Sullivan, who was effectively her chief of staff at the State Department, and who was and is an internationalist and familiar with this stuff. arguing that there was a Russian effort to interfere with the campaign. And so I wanted to answer the question about the dossier and its individual elements. We went piece by piece through it and actually have not ceased doing so to see what elements of it we could confirm. One thing that happened is that, remember, maybe the most, beyond the Ritz-Carlton moment, the most significant claim in this dossier was that Vladimir Putin was personally interested in defeating Hillary Clinton and was taking measures, including hacks and use of disinformation, basically a propaganda campaign, to defeat her. While we were looking at this, we also had we've got this great national security staff at the Post, and they began trying to pry information out of the intelligence community, which was about the time that we received the dossier, beginning to reach a consensus that, in fact, the dossier's claim, remember, it's coming from many different sources, but we saw it in the dossier quite early, that Vladimir Putin was organizing an effort to undermine and interfere with the democratic processes. That was, in effect, confirmed one by one by ultimately 16 U.S. intelligence agencies. And we were using, I would say, our resources, sending reporters overseas, talking with our intelligence sources, going really through the claim made in the dossier and claims made by other sources, trying to corroborate and verify them.
So one last question. I'm afraid we'll have to rush through this, but I will offer it to both Tom and Jesse. In terms of follow the rubles, do journalists have the tools and expertise to get inside and parse money flows?
Not really. We're not. Well, I was going to actually build off of Tom's answer to the last question, which is that, why haven't journalists confirmed the dossier? And I think the truth is, and we see this more in the world of finance, global finance, journalists are just not very good at this, but also the intel community is actually not very good at this. The FBI is not very good at this. We don't particularly have very competent investigative apparatus, especially for overseas kind of money flows. So I know more about money flows than I do about intel reporting, but really what has happened is the Department of Justice and the FBI have become very dependent on banks investigating themselves for this kind of stuff, and they've kind of outsourced this. In fact, somebody should write a book on this. I have. It's coming out July 11th by a website near you.
EISINGER.
So they're not very good at this, and journalists are overly dependent on intel sources and on prosecutors and things like that. So we're not very good at this either, which makes trying to confirm revelations in the dossier very hard.
Tom, you want to add a word on this?
On the specific question of money
about tools and expertise for following financial flows.
Yes, it's been a huge challenge. As anyone who has followed or written about, particularly the international transfers of money, this came home to us in the Panama Papers, following this web of offshore banks is very challenging, and it's really tough. And we don't have the resources that we need. I think probably both as a nation, as Jesse was saying, and as a news organization. But we are trying.
May some people in this room go back to school and help. Thank you very much. Over to Coll.
Thank you. Before everybody leaves, first I just want to thank everybody and thank all of you for coming. As I said this morning, this is like, it's an incredibly exciting and scary and challenging and unsure time for journalism, but also I think could be, as somebody today I think said, not a new golden age, but maybe a bronze age. I want to give a plug for our next CJR event, which is up there. It's going to be about the future of local news. It's related to a lot of what we're talking about here because a lot of the reasons why the press missed what was going on in the world was because there's been a decimation on the local news level, and we're devoting our next print issue of CJR to that, and we're having this event in conjunction with the Paley Center and the Knight Foundation on May 8th, so keep an eye out for that. We're going to have news executives from around the country, Andy Lack from NBC News, Campbell Brown from Facebook, and a lot of other terrific people. Thanks again to The Guardian for being our media sponsor here and live streaming this to everybody who couldn't be in the room. And now our great thank you to Reuters, who is sponsoring a reception for us. It's downstairs in the Brown Center, so if you just go down to the second floor and across the hall, you'll see it there. Thank you so much.